What's your status on the apparatus, everybody? DK and Puncho, Cancel Kings. We are live with the election coverage for 2024. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. DK, what's going on, man? I see you got a whole group of folks over there today.
Oh yeah, we over here chilling. You know what I mean? We got both parties representing, but more important, we got Christ representing here. So we good to go. We good no matter what happens.
There you go. There you go. You want to go ahead and pray us in, and then we'll start getting the coverage going, getting some commentary. We got folks that's going to be jumping into the conversation and in and out for the rest of the night. We're going to try to hang on as long as we can, you guys.
All right. Yes, Lord, we just want to thank you for this day, Lord. Thank you for your grace and your mercy, Lord. Thank you for still being in charge. Thank you for still being King, Lord. Thank you for still being Lord, Lord. And we just ask that no matter what happens, Lord, God, that we still say that you're still on the throne, Lord. And we just want to thank you for that. I don't even want to pray for nothing else. I just want to thank you for being on the throne no matter what happens, good, bad, or indifferent.
Amen. Amen. Gents and germs, we are officially in overtime.
Until 7:15.
All right, let's take a look at what we got so far. We do have a few, some stats coming in already. We're going to be looking at all kind of different resources here, guys, to give you an idea of what's happening with the election. Pardon our dust here, but we're going to be moving hot and fast, and hopefully things kind of chill out over time. But you can kind of see right now, currently we have Donald Trump up with 23 electoral votes, with Harris's 3. It can be a long night. DK, you've been watching this pretty closely. What are some things that you're looking for that you expect to happen that could really push either Kamala Harris over or possibly Donald Trump?
Yeah, for me, I'm really looking to see who wins Pennsylvania, right? Because usually, I think, me and Richard, we were talking, wherever Pennsylvania goes, it's been time after time. Ohio goes and Michigan goes, and I think Camilla has to have Pennsylvania. But the thing is, if she gets Pennsylvania, if it goes the way it's been going, then she gets all 3, and that's enough for her. If Trump gets Pennsylvania and it goes the same way, of course he gets it. But if it does change this time, Trump's way to to 270, if he doesn't get Pennsylvania but somehow gets Michigan or Ohio, then he wins. But she would need all 3. But like I said, all 3 always have going together. So if she gets Pennsylvania, then that means she gets it. If she doesn't, according to the past results, but we'll see.
And I got a bit of an echo coming from your side, but it looks like it's kind of working out. And folks, we're going to be looking not just at the election, but we're going to be looking at a bit of a microcosm. Of course, if you're new around here, we are Christian men, and we represent all men, of course, or at least we try to. But more specifically, as of late, we're looking a lot at the black man and the black man's vote. And you're seeing a lot of that right here, where we're going to actually be tracking which particular candidate gets these votes. DK talked about Pennsylvania a little bit earlier, and wow, isn't that significant? And being a native of Ohio myself, it used to be whoever got Ohio kind of won the election. And now that energy is kind of transferred over to Pennsylvania, and that is so fascinating. Yeah. And we're seeing these battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Georgia that are just constantly being brought up in the news. Both candidates are stumping there, and what do you know? These are also the 3 locations that have the highest population of black men.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? So, so we live in Dauphin County, right? And when Trump won in 2016, Hillary only beat Trump in Dauphin County by like 1%, and that's how. But when Biden won last time, she ended up. Biden ended up winning Dauphin County by almost 15%. So the crazy part is like Dauphin County seems to be a big part of it. Because we know usually the Democrats, not usually, they always win Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like it's always a landslide in those areas, and then the Republicans usually win all the rest of Pennsylvania besides a couple other counties. But Dauphin County is probably, I would say, maybe the fourth biggest county in the state.
It's the capital.
It's the capital, but it's probably the fourth biggest county. But if it's close to Dauphin County, then I think Trump wins it. If it's a blowout in Dauphin County, I think Harris wins it.
Why do you think? And I want to talk to the guys that are also over there at on your side of the watch party as we get folks coming in, and then we'll talk to some folks who are joining us on the panel. If you're on Facebook, or we have a couple of different pages on Facebook, our personal pages, and also our group pages. We're on Instagram, TikTok, and also Twitter, now known as X. If you really want to have your comments pop up, jump on YouTube, guys. Go to YouTube, Cancel Kings. We want to see your comments on all this stuff. And also, if you do give us comments, especially on YouTube, and not so easy on Facebook, we'll feature those on the actual channel and discuss them. We promise we'll try to get to as many as we can. But DK, what do you think is going on in Pennsylvania, where the whole country seems to see that as a center of gravity?
Well, number one, PA, we got the best state ever. We got the Steelers, we got the Eagles. You know what I mean?
All right, here we go. Now I thought we gonna play it down the middle.
No, but besides that, to be honest, I mean, we got a lot of good people in Pennsylvania on both sides of the aisle, and I think both parties, we really try to focus on the things that affect us, you know what I mean, and that we stand by. And like I said, I stand one way. I have other people who stand another way, but it's not as much fighting as it is across the rest of the United States. You know what I mean? Like we can come and we can talk, and I think that's a good thing about PA, that we're able to like talk it out. You know what I mean? It's okay if you agree with that, but we ain't gonna be fighting after it's over. We gonna be fine. You know what I mean? So
I don't know, man. I think y'all
Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
I think you're giving yourselves too much credit. You know what I think it is? I think that a lot like Ohio, we have the modern history of the country. We started out as agricultural. A lot of people were invested in that. And then we went through the steel industry, right? You got the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the same thing happening all throughout the Northeast and the Midwest, and in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania and Michigan, right? Here we go, Michigan again. And then it goes from there, from the steel belt to the rust belt. Now, all that resources, you keep in mind, especially with Black folks, a lot of our ancestors came up from the South, the Deep South, during the Great Migration, escaping racism and terrorism from the Ku Klux Klan. And as a result, here they are in all these states: North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. So that's just the Black story along with the white story. But overall, we've seen a decline in these communities also. They've been losing a lot of money. They've been losing a lot of prestige. And they also kind of encompass the heart of what the Democratic Party has traditionally been known for, and what Trump is trying to get his hands on right now, that disenfranchised American, and that idea of somehow getting back to who we were and getting the steel industry going, or whatever the case may be. I think that's more of what's going on. What do y'all think?
Well, I think the difference is that one thing that is different between Ohio and Pennsylvania is y'all have two football teams, right? You got the Browns and the Bengals, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have who? The Eagles and the Steelers. And if you remember, the Eagles and the Steelers combined it together at one time. The Steagles, right? You know what I mean? You never.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, you wouldn't understand it. So what I'm saying is, I think that the thing about Pennsylvania is, and let me go back to the issues. I'm just playing with all that. But we go back to the issues. You're right. When it comes to how both of our states were brought up, in America. We were built off the back. We were like the backbone of America. You know what
That's
I
what
mean?
I'm saying. Yeah, the whole steel industry. I mean, you think about America, you think about, the Northeast, you think about these folks working in these steel mills, you think about people who are working on farms. It doesn't get any more American than Superman being Clark Kent living in Kansas of all places. And I think that's where we are. And I think that's where the country is. We both live in and have been in big cities, both being military veterans. And we lived all over the country, if not all over the world. And we find ourselves in these big cities, and the ideas of what they think about in these bigger cities, your LAs, your Atlantas, your Chicago's, your New York's, Miami's, and all these places, DC. And then you think about where you came from as a Midwesterner or a Northeasterner, and you're like, that doesn't sound like the kind of upbringing I had. So we can kind of sense, even in our spirit, how we were brought up, that this is not what the regular people in the country think about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Nah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, and I'm glad they left it up to us. You know what I mean? Left it up to people who are going to really make the decisions based on what's best for us. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And I think the country more represents Pennsylvania and Ohio than California
In New
or New
York.
York. Yeah, you know what I mean. This is like more of the. This is what America really. America is really Pennsylvania and Ohio. It's those type of states and that's why it's kind of divided. You know what I mean? Because we have people from all different walks of life. We got black, we got white, we got Latino. I mean, in big groups, we got rich, we got poor, we got the middle class. We got all of that is engulfed in both of these states. Well, definitely Pennsylvania. I can't speak for Ohio, but in Pennsylvania, like we're engulfed with all of this, you know what I mean, together. And I think why not leave it up to us? You know what I
Mm.
mean? I think we're the right ones to vote, and I think it's going to be close. As I'm looking at this map, Ohio looking like it's ready to flip. You know what I mean?
Ohio used to be, a kind of a swing state, but it's turned completely red over the last decade or so. You
No,
know,
but it used to be honest, at one time, this I don't know if you can see. Can you see my thing? No, but Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, all that was like the blue wall right there. You couldn't get past because it was here. It was Michigan, Ohio, PA, and everything else up. Besides this little one of them little counties up here that somehow get their own electoral vote. But
hmm
but besides that, that was the blue wall that you couldn't defeat. You know what I mean?
mm,
And then, and to speak to Texas, even with Texas, right? So we're always used to Texas always going red. But, Ted Cruz, a very popular senator. I mean, but if Trump wasn't in, maybe he could make a run at president. I mean, he might lose his Senate seat. You
hmm
know what I mean? So things are changing. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, something's going on in the country, and this is the ironic part about it. We've been talking about a zeitgeist. We've been talking about a change in the nature of the country for probably the better part of like 4 years, and how men are beginning to get a voice. And we've been pretty much kind of ignored on this side of the internet. But now we're starting to see this thing play front and center. You can't turn the TV without somebody talking about the black man's vote. And here we are. And we're trying to take it to another level and talk about us from a Christian perspective. But for the first time in recent history, or at least for a while, we're starting to actually look at this minority of men, 6% or so of the population. All of a sudden, they're turning into a group of people who should be listened to, or at least, pandered to at the minimum. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, when I think about the black man vote right now, the black man vote is crazy. And the black woman vote. As I just had my daughter just walk in here. You know what I mean? And it's big because at one time, we were just programmed to vote one way, but now I feel like we're programmed to think. Either whatever way you choose, that's fine. But at least we're thinking. Because my problem was I hated going in and say, you know what, I gotta hit the button, hit Democrat all the way down the line. You know,
Mm.
or even Republican. Go in there and you hit Republican all the way down the line. We never should have been doing that. We got to look at the people. I mean, for me, you know, I vote if I was showing you my ballot, I got a picture. But I mean, I'm all across the line. I'm Democrats. I'm women. I'm men. You know what I mean? It's all over the place because the truth is that I'm trying to vote for the right person. And my right person might not be your right person, but at least let us think to say who is the right person for me or for my community or for my future. You know what
Mm.
I mean? That's what we want to do. So
Now give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
you know what I mean? And I'm saying I got best friends who have voted different than me, but that's fine because I'm glad because they thought it out. They were like, you know what? This is
Now let's be honest, though, DK.
uh-huh. Oh, here we go.
There's a lot of friction in
There is.
leaving the pack or returning to a pack.
Mhm.
Is there really this kumbaya moment between you and your fellow your bros out there, even with the women that are around you? Do you see that? What is the main source of contention, if there is any, when it comes to voting for this election?
No, so we're talking about two different things. Now with my friends and family, you know what I mean? It's fine. There's no issues if we're here or we're there. But
Mhm.
when it comes to people who don't think, and this is what I'm talking about, the people who don't think, and if you think opposite of them, then that's when the issue becomes. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
if I'm Republican and you're Democrat and I'm black and you're black, like I'll give you an example. Someone told me this story. They were like, they were at for those who live in Harrisburg, I know you guys are here. They were at the Broad Street Market, and they were at the Broad Street Market, and someone came up to them, and they were talking. One was black; he was a black Republican. The other one, she was a black lady, and she was Democrat. And they said they had a whole conversation for like 10, 15 minutes, and everything was good. You know what I mean? And then she said, "Are you voting?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, I'm voting." And she's like, "Oh, I know you're voting for her." And she was like, and he was like, nah, I don't really like the Democratic Party. I'm voting for Trump." And she was like,
Mm.
Are you about to engage in blasphemy?
"What she
Oh,
no?" And what she said was, she said, "Is your mom black?" And and he was like, "Yeah, she's black and she voted for Trump." And basically, she stopped talking to him and this and that. And I'm saying that's where the division is at, and we can't have that. Like for me, you can vote for however you want to vote. I got a lot of flack because for me, I'm against abortions when it comes to just having abortions just because. You know what I mean? I'm saying child deletion. I'm against that for just because, but I'm for it when it comes for rape or incest and what I mean, medical reasons. I'm for all of that. But the problem is that um when you say that you're
I think
when,
that's a big issue. I think that's turning into a big issue in the black community, and
yeah,
especially a lot of black men. They're like, I don't understand why we have to continue. Why is that a woman's right when all it is a ticket to kill your children? Now, the obvious response would be, well, there are women who are at risk, during pregnancy. There's, like we said before, you know, relationships that are from family members that can cause pregnancies, forced relationships that cause pregnancies. We don't want to mention this stuff on YouTube. And of course, there's the life of the mother. But when I talk to these young guys, they're digging in these stats and they're like, Pancho, that's like 4%, 2% of all of these child deletions. Why
not
has it turned to a situation? And I'm only bringing this up because this is a hot button issue, and we
yeah.
had an actual live about this for 2 hours, and they're like, why are we making this a number one issue when it's like at best 4% of these procedures? The rest of it is just the procedures used as a form of birth control. And I'm like, these young brothers are reading. They're looking at stuff, and they're not just taking what the mainstream media is saying.
Yeah, well, when I looked at the numbers, the CDC said it was 1.4, right? 1.4 when it comes to just medical reasons. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So maybe we get up to 4% or whatever when it comes to incest or rape. But he's talking about 1.4 for medical. And what I'm saying is that I'm not against abortion for those type of reasons. I'm against abortions when you end up saying, "Hey, I'm having unprotected sex. I get pregnant, and now I want to kill the kid." That's to me that becomes an issue because there's ways to avoid that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's the frustration. Let's take a quick listen in on what's happening over at Newsmax, and we'll see what they're saying right now with the current commentary.
Okay.
California as well, and then Virginia. We'll get the results on those. Just part of the program here tonight. Our thanks to Rick Santorum and Matt Schlapp. Great to see you both.
Thanks, guys. Our coverage of
Folks that are listening online, be sure to like the video. Be sure to subscribe. Check out other stuff and leave comments. If you have questions and you're wondering what's going on, let us know. We would love to hear your comments and see what your take is on this. All right, let's jump back into it.
There's no evidence in those numbers there that this is going to become tighter or tight enough to actually make this something that's a jump ball. So this is looking pretty safely blue to me.
Did Trump put boots on the ground in 2016 or 2020 in states that nobody thought he would win?
I mean, he's never been one to really have a robust get out the vote operation, and I think that's one of the big looming questions.
All right, guys, we have another update here, and thanks to DEI Hire for keeping us updated and keeping us honest. At 7:51, he's reporting that
has done in every
we have 4 more votes of Donald Trump, bringing him to 23 votes total. So as we look at our map here, this is from DEI Hire, our statistician. By default, 7:51 p.m., he was calling 23 votes for Trump via West Virginia. All right. Let's move back to news.
He's going to really
or Fox
scramble
News.
the map when the map looks to be pretty rigid.
All right, and we are tracking more of these races here. Bill Scher, we're going to take, and also we're going to take just our final commercial break of this hour, and polls will close soon in more of these battleground states at the top of the.
Now, DK, while they're going into their commercial break here, I wanted you to ask some of the folks on the panel you have over there live, what has been some of the most contentious and argumentative topics that have been brought up about the election?
Well, first, I'm going to just start off by saying this. I think it's going to come down. It's going to be a long election. I think it's going to come down, like we've been saying, to these battleground states. I think, for me personally, I think Donald Trump has to win Georgia.
Well, before we continue, give us your name and who you're supporting.
I'm Richard Wise.
We're going to do this better here. Come right here.
Oh, that's okay.
There you go. We're going to introduce him. Let's give it up for him. Let's go.
My name is Richard. I did vote today. I did vote for Kamala Harris. And I think that this is going to be a long election. One, I think Donald Trump, like I said, has to win Georgia. I think he has to win North Carolina. And the reason why I say that is because when Joe Biden ran in 2020, he won Michigan, he won PA, he won Wisconsin. So I think that's going to be 3 upset states that I think she can win. And then again, as we see, Ohio, that's even up for grabs. So I think if she wins those states, Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, I think this race is hers. That's just me personally, though.
What do you think will happen if Donald Trump wins?
If he wins, I think it will show power. Again, people are thinking Democrats will actually be upset, and me personally, as a Democrat, I won't be upset. I'm actually more scared if Harris wins, how the Republicans will respond and react. Like if she wins, if she was having to win tonight, I have a sense of fear of what tomorrow morning may look like. Like we already getting reports of bomb threats in polls. We've seen someone try to break into the Capitol today recently with a flare gun. I'm not sure if y'all seen that. So it's like I was scared of retaliation that comes with Harris winning more than Trump winning.
Now, as you talk to your friends, and you're in your 20s, I presume, as you talk to your friends that may also be Democrats or leaning more left as Christian men, what are some of the things that they're saying that they're afraid of may happen with a Trump presidency?
They're scared that Trump's not for them. They fear that there's no policies that will affect them, and things along that nature. And the advice I've given them is, as a Christian man, I explain. You know, we have one president like here. She is running for the people of America. You know, she's not running for just Christians only, and it's very complicated when you try to put the two together. You know, the government was man-made, so it's very complicated when we try to put Christianity and politics together. It's very hard because, again, not everyone in America that voted today are Christians.
Yeah, and that's something that's very controversial right now in the church and amongst believers, even amongst black men. Do we leave our morality and do we leave Jesus at the door because this is a civic matter, or do we take Jesus into the voting booth and we try to find a person that's most like him? And I want to throw that question back to some other folks there at the home panel you guys got there, and also for the folks who are listening online. Do you guys feel that we should leave Jesus at home, or should we take him into the ballot box? So who else wants to jump in and say their piece on that?
Before I hand the mic off to Los, I'll start first. My view on it, like I said, yes, I advise you, take them to the ballot box because number one, we care, and if you care about your country, you care about your community, that should support you to go out and vote to begin with in the first place. I also think that my relationship with God is it's a personal relationship, so I don't think that our relationship should interfere with the reality and the wicked world is out to be. And it's like I said, the government is man-made. So I believe that my relationship with my Lord and Savior is very far from different from the world and the man-made government.
Very interesting. We have a comment in from Introvert. He says Trump is running to fatten his pockets.
That's right.
So Introvert is like, yo, it don't. He got shot twice just so he can get richer.
Let me respond to that comment real quick. Real fast. The money that's in my pockets are not so good right now, and that's because we are currently living in Donald Trump's economy.
Oh, so you go.
That is right, yo.
That was hard.
Yes.
All right, let's get your name and let's get who you're supporting right now.
I am Carlos Ortiz.
Sit back, Los.
Supporting Kamala Harris, for sure.
You're going for Harris. What do you feel like Harris is going to be doing for the country that you're looking forward to?
What I want to see with Harris is for her to bring the country back together. You make the Democrats, the Republic, come up with a plan that leads the country together. And that's what I'm looking for, some unity, for we could just be strong and get the country back on track. And take care of the inflation, take care of all the jobs, all of that. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for America to just go its way forward and for all of us to get the opportunity we need for the American dream.
So, Los, the first thing that Kamala Harris's detractors would say is they've had 4 years to do this, but you have faith that somehow she's going to do something a little bit different and make a difference for the nation.
What I believe is there's two candidates here, and when you have one candidate, their policies, and one candidate with a different policies, you got to go with which one makes the most sense to you. Right. So not what they did back then, not what's going on with the country now, I'm sure she has a plan to fix this. And I know she has a plan to guide America forward.
Okay. Well, Corey Mayfield has left a comment on YouTube, and I think he was referring to the previous speaker at the panel over there, saying
Yeah.
that that's a smart young man. Okay, okay. So we have a question here also. Los, where is the country not united? What is the plan? So kind of pushing back on you, Los, saying that, where's the actual plan and where is the country not united? What are your thoughts on that?
There is just a lot of rhetoric with the Republicans and the Democrats going back and forth on different things. Let's go with the taxes, for example. Trump wants to cut taxes on the higher class and not care about the middle class at all. He's not worried about the middle class. He's saying, let's cut taxes on the high, and then the trickle down economics will go down and the economy will work. I think as you focus on what's the average, the middle class, and give them the breaks first and put more power into them, we will bring the economy back where it goes. Not the 1-2% that are dominating this country.
Okay, DK, you outnumbered over there. Looks like. Any other folks want to jump on there and ask some comments?
Right, Mr. DK is coming back.
No, with DEI higher, you got it.
DEI higher. You ready to throw some verbs at them? What's going on, bro?
What do you want me to cover?
So DEI higher.
We want to work backwards with the 1%.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What do you think?
Okay, so the 1% have most of the wealth, and they usually generate the income so they could hire middle class. So we want to take that away from them. There is no jobs. Is that what I heard?
Hello. You disagree with that? So you're saying that you're kind of giving a Reagan philosophy with the trickle down economics. If you help businesses be healthy, the business will make sure that middle and lower class Americans are healthy with jobs. This has been a debate that's been going around for forever. Is that an accurate summary of what you feel?
No, not at all. I was just countering what the false claim was made in regards to the middle class spurs the economy. It's not necessarily true. What spurs the economy is your ratio to disposable income. So you could be a 1%er, but if everything's tied up in a liability, you're not going to have a disposable income.
Okay, guys, we got some more updates here. It seems like Donald Trump has went up to 95 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris is at 35. Let's jump in and find out what exactly is going on with this new update.
Because it looks like, to your point, the Associated Press did call that race. This is the breakdown right now with 82% of estimated votes counted between Scott and Mucarsel.
And they're going between
the
Senate election. Let's see if we can find some more details on the other side with Newsmax. I think they're still trying to find details on the Kamala party over at Howard, which is not too far from me. Oh, this is Palm Beach. Let's see if they discuss it.
In people dressed to the nines from all walks of life.
Yeah, they over there kicking it. They ain't talking too much about the updates here. And folks, there's going to be some very interesting stuff that pops up here. But we can say right now that Kamala Harris is at 35 electoral votes with 8 million votes, and Donald Trump is at 95 with 9.5 million votes. So we are already starting to see some things change. And keep in mind, we're keeping our lasers on Georgia, Pennsylvania, and we're also keeping a very close eye on Michigan. And what are you seeing over here is Georgia seems to be getting a little red. What do you think about that DEI hire? What does that mean when we see a state like Georgia starting to go red? And then we'll throw it back to DK. And folks, if you have some commentary you want to throw in, we can drop the link for the panel, but you got to be on camera for us to do that. And we also have another comment here from Corey Mayfield. Corey says AP has Harris leading Texas. Texas is going blue. Very interesting. So again, we'll drop the link in. You guys can jump in. Throwing that question back to DEI hire. What are your thoughts on not only Georgia seeming to get a little bit more red, but Texas going a little blue? How does that work with your trigonometry over there?
Georgia's a shocker if it holds in this manner.
Holds as in turning red instead of blue?
That's right. I think with your urban centers of Atlanta and whatnot, it should be straight blue. So that's a good indication that population wise, the economy might be the issue, not necessarily the party.
Well, we talked about it numerous times before, and you guys can check out our playlist on our YouTube page. There is a rumbling happening with men. There is a rumbling happening even more so with black men, and it seems like there's just a major change that's starting to occur. Now let's focus our sights on Texas. DK, what does that mean from your perspective when you see Texas starting to turn blue?
Yeah, so this is what you guys gotta look at. So you see the darker reds and the darker blues. Those are states that have been called. So when you see we see Georgia light and you see all these other ones light blue, it's really darker blue, but you know what I'm saying. That these are just early results. So we don't know what counties are coming from. You know what I mean? Because it just that makes a big difference. So it might look like Texas is going to go blue, but really that's really no indication that's really going blue right now.
Same for Georgia.
Yeah, I'm saying same with Georgia. See, he has all these states are already locked in. All those darker reds are already locked in, and I guess they reversed it, so all the darker blues aren't locked in.
So the reds are done.
Yeah, the reds are done. They're already called.
And the blues, the light blues.
And the light blues are called. You know what I mean? And really, there's no surprise in any of these states that are darker right now.
Right.
Like these are the ways that they're all supposed to go when it comes to the lighter blue and the darker red. So right now we're where we're supposed to be at. There's no change.
So what about Georgia? Georgia seems to be a big.
Well, let me.
That's a major muscle movement there, guys.
Just a quick update, and I'll look at Georgia in a minute. But Texas, the only thing reporting are the suburbs of Fort Worth and Dallas. Right. So what DK is saying is the urban centers haven't reported. So I disagree with the assessment that it's leaning blue until those urban centers report.
Yeah.
Then we'll have validation on the blue tilt. Because right now it's just the suburbs. Yes.
Yeah, and that's how you have to take it. So right now we're nowhere. You know what I mean? Anything that's not dark red or light blue is of no consequence. Whether it's Virginia, whether it's PA, whether it's Georgia, Texas, none of that matters. You know what I mean? And until we see it go, we see more votes, and once we get more votes, then we'll know where it's going. You know what I mean? Because I think Texas eventually will go blue, but I mean, you're talking maybe 10, 20 years from now, 3 or 4 or 5 cycles. Right now, I don't think it's possible that Texas, I'll be completely shocked if Texas goes blue. And the same thing with New York. You know what I mean? I think in maybe 4 or 5 cycles that New York might can go red. But there's no way, no matter how close they think it's going to be, it's not going red. There's no way Trump is winning New York. You know what I mean? At all.
So let me get this out before I forget the names of Georgia. They got 5 urban centers. Macon is the one that's leading red, which I never heard of Macon, so I don't know how big it is.
Macon is a
ones that comes to mind. Your Savannahs and your Atlanta are still blue. So I think maybe that's why you're seeing the red in Georgia right now is because of Macon. There's also Augusta and some other ones, but they're going blue is what you would expect from an urban center.
We talk a lot also about the opportunities that can come from either candidate winning, and I want to throw this question over to Jay Hawk, who's just joined us on the panel. Guys, if you guys want to join the panel, we have dropped the link on the YouTube comment section, but you got to cam up. If we don't know you, you got to cam up. In the meanwhile, guys, make sure you like the video. That's the cost of admission. Jayhawk, what are your thoughts, and what is the temperature over there in your side of the country when it comes to this whole voting thing that's been going on?
Hey, you fellas give me a minute. I'm having some technical difficulties over here.
No worries.
Hey, let me take over for that. I would have, Jayhawk, Florida is locked in. Florida is is Trump country. It's been called. You know what I mean? And that, you figure back, who was that with Gore? Was that Gore and Bush? Remember how long it took for Florida to get called? So I'm surprised that it got called so fast. But I want to go back to another thing we were talking about when it comes to the taxes, right? And when we think about taxes, right? And taxing like corporations big, right? When we tax corporations big, there's an issue because all what happens is if we tax Pepsi 20%, right? You say, hey, Pepsi, you got to pay 20% higher taxes. So instead of the soda being $1, the soda is just going to be $1.20. So it's really the taxes actually go to the middle class anyway. You know what I mean? So we got to be careful when we say, hey, we're not going to tax the middle class any higher. We're going to tax the 2%. We're going to tax the corporations. When you do that, it ends up just affecting, the middleman anyway. So that's the only thing we got to watch out about that. But I'm not trying to give. I think the main thing is especially with the Democrats, and I agree with them with this. We don't want to have just crazy loopholes where where they're not paying anything. Where the people who's making $50 billion is only paying $100 taxes because they're writing it off all kind of loophole ways. I think those are the issues that need to be fixed. Within both parties.
Do you think Trump has the willpower and the support to fix those kind of issues? Because the rich have been making money through this process for decades. Does Trump have enough willpower to do that, and why would he?
Well, I don't. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't think either party can fix that. Like, so people running on these tax issues. I don't think they're going to have the support from either party. To fix those things. You know what I mean? I don't. But what I do like about Trump, and this is my personal opinion, is what he can do. Somebody else must just got called. But what they can do is they can when you talk about tariffs, right? So now you put the tariffs on these other countries who are selling, making these cheap products and selling to us, and now it keeps more money in the United States. Where now, I think I told someone, so if I got a sweatshirt, right, and I use American labor, and it costs me $40 to make it, right, and I gotta sell it for.
DK, we're gonna take a pause on that real quick. We just got another call for Donald Trump. Let's see if we can tune in.
What state?
Rich, this is crazy.
This is normal.
Right.
Florida there as well. In the meantime, though, we do have a race call on the eastern. Massachusetts going for Kamala Harris getting Massachusetts' 11 electoral votes. Moving back down south to Mississippi, this going for Donald Trump, former President Trump, getting Mississippi's 6 electoral votes there in Mississippi. So, like I said, a lot of these race calls coming in just at the top of this hour here. No surprises, no shockers there. This was to be expected. Austin Westfall tracking it with me as usual here. A lot of race calls at this hour, Austin.
A lot of race calls. We started out the night with a big gray map. Now we're starting to see a little more blue, a little more red, starting to be shaded in here. Let's take a look at what all these states are looking like. So Florida, deep red, being called in Trump's favor. Now, you're going to see some lighter shades of red. Georgia, that's one of those key battlegrounds that we're watching. That means that it's leaning in Trump's favor. Let's pull up. So right now,
very interesting for Georgia.
Yeah, but like I said, same thing with Georgia, man. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters until it's called.
Check out
another
battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8
North Carolina was our fourth
over Donald Trump.
Our fourth.
We do know that that we're tracking were Pennsylvania and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting very preliminary results, I will say.
PA.
Pennsylvania. Some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for both Trump and Harris is through Pennsylvania. Only 5% of those votes have been tallied so far. There's still a lot to go. The early returns are favoring the Democrats. Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's something called the blue mirage. Sometimes we see that early votes can be tabulated first. Sometimes those can favor Democrats. They call that the blue mirage in some cases. There's some states where a red mirage could be possible as well. So it's possible that that's what we're seeing in these very early minutes in Pennsylvania. And while you have me here, Andrew, let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds. Only 2%. Can only stress, this is very preliminary data, but so far, Harris with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting for quite some time as they tabulate results in some of those bigger counties. Specifically, we're going to be watching the Detroit area. That's where so many of those votes come from in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, we're looking at Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's not a one and done thing, like you said before, DK. We're going to be a while here, but on our unofficial tabulation here, we're going to give Donald Trump a little bit more of a less shaded pool for Georgia, and we're going to shade out a little bit of Kamala Harris. We're starting to see some interesting changes here. North Carolina did not make the cut for our list, but it is a very close fourth. But you got Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, which are states that we're looking at. But you're taking a look here, and you're seeing that Kamala Harris is kind of fading back a little bit. We've got Corey in the house here too. Let us know if you're ready to add some commentary, Corey or Jayhawk, and we'll get you guys' opinion. Corey, what are your thoughts? You've been kind of seeing some of this from the sidelines. Now you jumped on the panel here. What are some observations that you have when it comes down to the election right now?
I think it's still tight. Overall, with all of the polling and stuff that I've been watching over the last couple of days, Trump is looking like he might pull it out. But
let's dig into that a little bit. You're looking at the
it's
polling. What about the polling is the indicator that you're seeing?
There was a poll that came out of what was it, Iowa, and I'm not sure who the lady was. I guess she's really, really respected in the polling community. That had Harris leading in Iowa of all places. I'm not sure what that really indicates, if it really indicates anything outside of the fact that the race is going to be tight. It's not going to be a landslide for either party either way. So we'll see how it goes.
So you were mentioning some other things too. Do you see a lot of let's take a look here. Introvert has another comment here, and he says, Corey, you know better. Let's get some more details on that, Introvert. What does he know better about? But that being the case, you've got a very interesting professional environment of Black voters and a personal environment of Black voters. How has the situation become cooler or hotter with the people that you know when it comes down to voting?
I think it's been kind of like lukewarm.
People probably getting burnt out.
They already had their votes kind of locked in. A lot of people voted early. Really, the people that was voting today was kind of like last holdouts, or people that just wanted to vote in person. So it's not it's not hold on a second.
Yeah, as Corey gets that figured out, I would like to kind of ask the folks who are on the panel here, and folks who are in television land. You can also leave yours in the chat too. What percentage of your friends are voting for Kamala, and what percentage of your friends are voting for Donald Trump? Now, not what you're seeing, not your online friends, not the folks you subscribe to on YouTube, but these are real people that you know. Where do you think that the lines are being drawn? And we'll start out with you, DK.
Yeah, for me, so if I talk my immediate, I'm gonna go family then friends. So immediate family, you know what I mean, like mom, dad, sister, are definitely Trump. You know what I mean? mom, dad, sister, daughter, wife. You know what I mean? Immediately Trump. Then I would go outside of that. You talking about aunts, uncles, cousins. It's about 60-40 Harris. Then we go to friends, and it's probably about 50-50. I mean, it's about 50-50 when I come to friends. But I have you know what I mean? But then I have about another, when I just go to associates. Associates is probably about 70-30 Harris.
So let's put that everybody on the same continuum. What percentage is voting for Trump? What percentage is voting for Kamala? DK.
Everybody who's here.
Well, of all the people that you know in these personal friend groups, are you saying that 20% are voting for Trump? Or,
So for me, I would say 60-40 Kamala.
okay. And let's do the same question to DEI hire, Jay Hawk and Corey. Whichever one of you guys are ready to take a shot at that, go ahead and do so.
Perfect.
I'd say for me, 55 to 45 Trump.
Interesting. Okay. DEI hire, what you got?
70% Harris, 30% Trump.
Interesting.
With a sense that people may be too ashamed to vote for Trump.
Let's dig into that a little bit deeper. You're saying they're too ashamed, and this is a problem that they found during the first election with Clinton. People would just say, "Well, I'm not sure who I'm going to vote for," but they ended up voting for Trump. What do you mean by that? And I'm very curious to see if this may be a potential repeat of what we saw years ago.
What do you mean by that?
It's like I said, it's usually not discussed. But the sense, if I had to pick it out, I'd say a lot of it is the idea of making the wrong decision. Also, not adhering to peer pressure, stay within the group setting, are probably the main two contributors.
So these are coworkers, most likely, huh?
I would say pretty universal. Could be coworkers, could be neighbors, could be associates.
Okay. Jay Hawk, what say you? Jay Hawk is still walking the dog down there. I would say for me, wow. I would say, man, and it's interesting because I've been talking to a lot of brothers today in my group chat. I think every single one of them just about is voting for Trump. Mostly, I would say 80% of the people in my family are voting, maybe 90% are voting for Kamala Harris. Extended friend groups, I would say that it's probably 60-40 Kamala Harris. 60-40 Kamala Harris. Now, we're talking about a lot of folks in minority and black communities here. That's not very good for Kamala Harris. It should be in the 85 and 90 percentile. We're going to put up a video later to kind of explain how things have changed over the years with these numbers, and just getting a look at how even the black community has changed with their voting style for Democrats. But it may seem like it's a high number, 70-30 or 60-40. But in times of past, especially with President Obama, I think he got 95% of the vote. DEI hire. Fact check me on that, or anybody in the comments. What do you guys think? And we got another comment here while you think about this. John says, I would say voting for Trump is shameful and pretty disgusting. He's going right for the jugular over here.
Hey, let it go. I know, John, real quick. So I get it. You know, I heard what you said. My favorite uncle said the same thing. You know what I mean? It is cool, but it's wrong to say that it's shameful and disgusting. Like for me, I think it's shameful and disgusting to vote for child deletion. I think it's shameful and disgusting to vote for transgender. But I don't put that on anybody. No. But you're voting for people who support those things. You know what I mean? A man is a man. I mean, I don't know what you think. What you need, you vote. But I'm saying, but that's what. But when you put a vote to a candidate who supports, The guy was. We watched the guy earlier. I watched the guy earlier, and he was going back and forth, and he was a transgender. And the guy asked him, "Well, how do you know that you're a woman?" And he was like, "Oh, I don't know. I just feel like a woman." I'm like, "What you mean? You just what you mean that you?" No, I'm saying, but these are the type of policies we support. We support someone who says that, "Hey, I want to use our government funding to get sex changes for people that's in jail. Right. You know, who want to be a woman that's a man." True. That's not true. That's not true. Bro, what do you yo pull it up. All right, well tell me what she meant. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Well, tell me what it meant. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Oh, yeah.
So real quick, we got here, guys. Introvert says, I would opine that a high percentage of blacks casted votes for Kamala, but was actually against Trump. So it's kind of like I would choose a ham sandwich if it were between Trump and a ham sandwich. Sorry, that's what it sounds like there.
Truthful. I mean, what I'm saying is, though, I mean, you know, the good thing is that it's America. You can vote for whoever you want to vote for. You know what I mean? But when it comes to shaming people for voting who they choose to, that's just wrong. There's no way that we should have. I can't shame Richard if he wants to vote for Kamala. I'm not going to shame Carlos. I'm not going to shame Maurice. We all want Harris. No, that's fine. I know, but the thing is, we're not going to shame people because that takes away what America is. Whether it's wrong, right, or indifferent. But it's shame them because they want to be a trans. No, I'm not saying. I'm just making a point. But we can't say you if they want to be there. If they're right. No. What I'm saying is that I'm saying as a Christian man, I'm not supporting a child deletion. You know what I mean? As a Christian, what it is. What do you call it? What do you call it? Oh, what do you mean? That's not what. All right. All right. You want to sit on my lap? Yeah. Hey, you want to sit on my lap? Go ahead. Child deletion. No, it's not child deletion. You're not understanding. Tell me what it is. She is giving a woman. Let me answer the question. She's giving a woman the choice. Let me answer the question. She's giving a woman. She's giving a woman the choice to do child deletion. Abortion. No, we don't say that word. There's reasons beyond medical reasons that women decide to go on abortions. No, child deletion. We don't say the word. It gets all right. Well, let's use your term. Child deletion. There's many reasons beyond the medical. Okay. So for example, what's the reason that's okay? You have all right. So first of all, I'm gonna just example. Mm-hmm. If I have sisters, my mom or my sister, I'm not gonna force them to make a decision what they want to do with their bodies. That's just not how it is. Again, what are you gonna do if we say no abortions, no matter what? What's gonna happen to those foster homes? What's gonna happen to those adoptions? No. We've seen that before. I know, but that's not. But nobody's saying that. Let's stick to the facts. Now hold on. The facts is that this is what I agree with. I agree with abortion. I'm sorry, child deletion. Right. No. I agree with child deletion when it comes to right? When it comes to rape or incest. Now tell me what else needs to be child deletion. Okay, but is your cult leader supporting that? That's the thing. He's not supporting that. He's not. That's not true. He does not. What's the source? What source? What source does it come from? Show me the source. Show me the source where Trump said abortion's okay except if you get raped. There's no source. All right, we will put some money on it. There's no. Put some money on that.
As these guys are discussing that, some folks in the audience, you may have a better insight on it. Also, I know the answer to the question, but if you have some comments or you have some stats you want to add to the conversation, feel free. The truth of the matter is Donald Trump, he does support child deletions for rape, incest, and also for medical issues. That is the truth.
So I'll jump in here real quick. Mm-hmm. Florida just they had it on the I'm not sure if you're watching what's this guy's name? Brian Tyler Cohen. Florida had it on the ballot to change the Constitution, add the abortion,
Mm-hmm.
and it needed 2/3, and it just missed it by it was 59%, and they needed to be 60%.
Interesting.
They also had marijuana on the ballot as well, and that needed to be 60%, and that missed it by it was at 57.
So that's a very interesting stat because we are pushing a lot of these things down to the states now, and
Yep.
Florida is showing true to its red roots and being more conservative. But that's what the Supreme Court has decided that we're going to do, and that's also a major point of contention. And I suppose that Kamala Harris, this is a question for you, Corey. How will Kamala Harris institute Roe v. Wade again on a national level? How can she possibly do that? I'm confused.
The only way that she could do that would be to appoint more judges to the Supreme Court.
Come on now, that's cap.
Yeah, give it away. Yeah, give it away.
I mean, how is she going to do it?
She has to go into her first year in office. She's got to go in and kill like 3 people.
No. I'm saying when the judges naturally attrit.
Well, what's the chances of that happening in a 4 or 8 year administration? It's very rare for even Trump to have 3.
Look at how many judges Trump put on within 4 years.
But that's very rare for even 3. Very rare.
We know Congress is not going to legislate on that. So the only way for her to get it done would be to put more judges on the court.
Do you believe that's practical?
Do I believe it's practical?
Do you believe she's saying that she's going to give women the right to choose and women's rights?
Is it?
But she has to depend on people dying in the Supreme Court for that to happen on a national level.
Yes. Is it probable? No.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. I mean,
yeah,
we always got to qualify what we say when we do analysis, right?
Right.
We've got another update from DEI Hire. He is saying that we have another 6 votes or 6 electoral votes towards Donald Trump with 101 via Arkansas. So we're looking at Arkansas kind of pushing him to 101 and Kamala Harris 49. Thoughts on that, guys? As we get a little bit later into the night here, we see Donald. Oh, DK, he's having a fiery discussion as usual over here. What's going on, DK? Unmute yourself, bro. And folks, while we're waiting on DK to do that, be sure to like the video. That's the cost of admission. Just push the like button, guys. And be sure to leave a comment if you have questions or if you want to just, add some logs to the fire.
No. We see Arkansas, the Razorbacks went to Trump, so you know what I mean.
Not yet.
It did. It already went. What are you talking about?
Texas?
No, but what all I'm saying is, we were having a side discussion when it came to deletion. You know what I mean? And for me, Brother Richard here, explaining to eating an egg. And I try to tell him the egg ain't the same because we eat the eggs that aren't actually all the way fertilized. So, but all I'm saying is that, at least as Christian men, you know what I mean? I can only speak for us. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I can't speak for nobody else. Because this is my problem, is that anybody can do whatever they want to do. You know what I mean? And you're right. We don't have the right to say, hey, you need to do this. God gives us the choice to say, hey, free will to do what you want to do. Yes. But as Christians, right? As Christians, we got to stand for something, right? We got to be the light. We got to be the light. We got to be the salt of the earth. So there's some things that we have to say. And whether people decide to do it or not, that's fine. And I'm not criticizing anybody who does this, but as I'm not going to vote for a leader who supports something that's different. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to do that. But it's crazy because and you're right, because that's what I do. I end up, if I vote for Trump, I'm supporting something against Christ. If I vote for Harris, I'm supporting something that's against Christ. You know what I mean? Because Christ ain't on the ballot. You know what I mean? Christ ain't on the ballot. But for me, and maybe there's some things that people like, I don't like the way he talked to people. And maybe that's something you can stand for. Christ don't treat people like that. So I'm going to stand on, I'm not voting for him because he's mean. You know what I mean? And Christ ain't me.
All right,
So
let me ask this: as
Okay.
Christians, right? As Christians, when we look in the mirror, and this is a new topic for everybody. As Christians, when we look ourselves in the mirror, are we the ones wrong for voting?
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, that we're held accountable as Christians. We're all accountable for the things that we do. So if we're saying that we're in the body of Christ, and someone's saying, "Okay, I support LGBTQ, the whole alphabet. I support deletion of childs. I support transgenders. I support these things," and you decide to make a vote for that, then I say, "Hey, my allegiance is with this." You know what I mean? And what I'm saying is we're all wrong. We're all wrong because our allegiance can't be with any of this. But we are wrong. But to be honest, we got to look, for me, I try to look at what is bigger, right? Is it bigger him being mean and talking nasty, or is it bigger of child deletion and something that God is all the way against? Is God against division? No. Is Christ is Trump really a divider, right? Or is he just against the way the system always has been? You know what I mean? Because that's why it's not just the Democrats that don't like No. What I'm telling you is it's not just the Democrats that don't like Trump. The Republicans really don't like him either. And the reason why they don't like him is because he's not part of the system. He's not, I don't think, someone said, "Oh, he's there to make money." He's not there.
We got another update with Pennsylvania. 8% of votes in. So far, we got 72% for Harris, and we have not as many for Donald Trump. So right now, we've got some very interesting updates for Pennsylvania. Just there real quick. Sorry to cut you guys off. DK, it looked like you had a heart attack when you saw those numbers for Pennsylvania. Everything okay?
Yeah. So think about it. So you talk about it. I got more people that live around my neighborhood than the votes that just counted. So I'm you know what I mean? So I don't understand what you're saying. No, I'm just saying that's not we agree. 8% is not a big number.
It's not
at all.
It's not. Just Susquehanna.
I know.
Let's listen in and see what they're saying real quick, guys. Stand back.
And there you have it. That is one of the things in California that I know a lot of folks were concerned with as well, Rick.
Yeah. And California, very unlikely that Trump can win that state. It's been Democrat for quite some time now. But, it can indicate support for the former president. And I think Georgia's another key. Blue now that he can win those states. That's a great sign. He had the best rallies, obviously, of either candidate. He would fill those arenas, fill those rally sites with thousands and thousands of supporters who would line up for hours. Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off here, but I feel like we need to, because can we just put North Carolina back up on the map? We just showed how Donald Trump has been closing in North Carolina, something we've been talking about. The urban area votes, Charlotte, Raleigh, they have come in, but we're starting to see the rural areas of North Carolina, and it is razor close right now.
Wow, look at that.
If we
4,000
could update
some
this,
people.
The graphic I have here on the screen is Donald Trump has just moved out to a lead in North Carolina, but it's 50-50 basically here on the screen. But this is how it's going to be throughout the night with states like North Carolina, which
It's
Donald
only
Trump
14% reporting, so still a little bit early on.
Yeah, I got 16% here on this. It's the same information, just a little bit more quicker here, but this just shows you how things are moving.
Yeah, and we made the report.
DEI hire. You also
point
mentioned
earlier
not too long
about how
ago
uneven the
that Jersey was starting to show some very positive numbers for Kamala Harris. As we look at the numbers for Jersey, 55 to 42 with Kamala Harris on top. DEI hire. I want to throw it back to you again. What is the relevance of Kamala Harris or Donald Trump winning New Jersey? If you're available to give us some insight on that.
Population, more electoral votes from Jersey. Simple
14
answer, but
electoral
that-
votes is what they have right now. That is a nice little bump there.
So you could win your Arkansas at 6, but that's like 2 states you got to pick up in the South.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like Mississippi and Arkansas.
Mm.
So that's pretty significant. But that goes in line with the working class Northeast. Um, they pay taxes, so they tend to be more labor Democrats, socialism and feel good Democrats.
Oh wow. We're taking a look at these numbers too. Again, just very fascinating. Taking a look at Georgia. Look at the numbers with Georgia right now. We got 52% reporting in it. We got a lot of people voting for Donald Trump down there. What does that mean to you?
Well, they have 5 urban centers, and right now 3 of them, and most of the suburban areas of those urban centers are red. So that means something changed, leaning towards Trump.
You
But
know, the thing is,
you
it's
look at,
almost as if Kamala Harris changed her zip code to Georgia. She was down there so much. Did you not notice the amount of rallying that she was doing down there? Like, I think that she. Now we all know that it's a key state. All the pundits and the news folks see it as a key state. We even have it as a key location for us because of the population of black men that are there. But to go so far as to see these numbers change so drastically, and Kamala spent so much time down there. Would love to hear people's insight on what they think that means, because she pretty much changed her zip code. Thoughts, DEI hire?
yeah, I agree with that. There's nothing really for me to delve into, except that she was pandering.
What do you mean by pandering?
You know exactly what I mean. She was
Help me out.
pandering
Give
to.
me a hint, and I'll take it from there.
What do you mean by that?
Tell you the whole answer. She was pandering to the black population.
That was some of our most popular videos. And make sure you guys like this video too if you're watching. We really appreciate all the likes and the comments. One of our most popular videos was Kamala Harris having Megan Thee Stallion perform during one of her rallies. That really was probably one of our most popular videos, and I think it's because people thought it was a little bit too far. A lot of the people who listen to Meg were even on TikTok saying how, yeah, we like to listen to you when we're working out or when we turn up in the club, but we didn't really need to see twerking on a national stage. And a lot of folks were also saying that it really put in perspective that maybe she sees the black population more as a one-dimensional caricature. Hence a lot of the endorsements from people like Cardi B and different folks from the hip hop community, as if they were a significant voice for the average black person. A lot of debauchery actually is going on in those circles. And I want to put that question to you, Corey and DK. Do you think that Kamala Harris was pandering to the population in Atlanta, or was she just, reaching out to the people where they were?
I mean, if you was to ask her, she would not agree with that. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Corey, you don't tell me you agree with that.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Or I guess with her campaign managers or whoever was in her ear, what she thought would generate the votes and relate to the people there. So,
but you're a Kamala supporter, and you're also a person of color. You're a black man, married to a beautiful black wife, and repopulating the world. One baby at a time with black children. Do you feel like Kamala Harris is pandering to you when she does things like that?
Well, that particular message wasn't for me because I don't align with Megan Thee Stallion and all of that stuff. I think she could have done better or picked a better artist if that's the route that you want to go. Those types of artists, they don't necessarily. I don't think it helped her at all. But you could say the same thing for Trump, right? I mean, he had Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off, and so
that's not his audience.
some, I guess, would agree with it, and I'm pretty sure you have some people on the other side that would felt it was a little distasteful as
Hey,
well. So
Kid Rock is he may be right on target for Trump's Trump's audience. I ain't gonna lie about
I'm
that. I ain't
trying
gonna
to
hold
be a
you.
little.
Yeah, that they may be right on target. Because he represents middle and lower middle class, life. Kid Rock is right there. He's a center of gravity for that. Hulk Hogan, that 1980s to 2000s kind of Generation X and millennials. I think he's right on message with those folks. And someone leave a comment if you think that Trump probably had the wrong people. I know he tried to get 50 Cent for like $5 or $10 million or something. He declined. But even I had to admit, it's a bad look, I think, with Kamala Harris parading out all these low vibrational, demon inspired artists. Some of the stuff, Lady Gaga. I just saw a video of Lady Gaga doing a set, and she has one of her people vomiting on her on purpose. And I'm like, what? When did this become art? And some of the stuff Cardi B would talk about with regard to, drugging men and stealing from them. Could you imagine if a candidate of past put somebody like that on stage to endorse? You drug people in the past. You can't have you can't say one complete sentence without cursing with Cardi B. And I'm not. These are the things we complain about all the time as men in the Black community. We got to do better. And I feel really bad because our sisters, even though Cardi is a Dominican by birth, but she's an American citizen. But we really have a higher expectation of our sisters, and it seems like that's what it is. It's a sorority kind of thing, and it's not including men, which kind of brings us to another point. And DK, I want you to throw this around the room for the guys there. Do you guys feel like there's a lot of room to be a masculine man in the Democratic Party? You're on mute, DK. Still on mute, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought it was. Yeah.
So the question is, and I want you to put this on the roundtable at your side with a home panel. Do you guys really feel like there's room to be masculine in the Democratic Party, or is it just a sorority party over there?
Nah, you know what?
Sorority
party. I agree to a certain extent. I agree to a certain extent, but I know there's a lot of strong men that I know personally who are strong men who are masculine. That's on the other side, that's on the Democratic side.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a lot of shaky people over there too. So I giving them all a pass. But I think I don't know.
Look at hold on. Look on the screen right now. Is this not a sorority party?
Yeah, but see, but you know what they say? What they say is that they don't support all this extra stuff. This is not why they're here. They're really here because they're against Trump.
Okay, fine, but I'm looking at all this stuff and I'm just like, is this Howard? I guess this is Howard, so that makes sense. I guess 60% of women are women in college versus men, so maybe that's a little unfair to see that recent example there. But a lot of times when I look, and I'm independent, guys. A lot of time when I look at the Democratic Party, I just feel like this is something that's for women and people that are a part of alternative lifestyles. And this is for the panel too. Do you guys feel like your voice is heard as Black men in that party, or do you feel like you're lost in the noise of alternative lifestyles and people with purple hair?
I think, well, number one, the running president, she graduated from an HBCU.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
No,
do you feel like there is a voice for men in the Democratic Party, or are men vilified, and maybe you need to take a back seat to somebody that's a they them, and a Black woman?
No. Well, I absolutely do think that men's voice are being heard, and like I said, back to my first point, she graduated from an HBCU. So when we're seeing things like that, we're going to see a lot of that. That's where most of her support is going to come from, just off the fact that that's where she graduated from, a HBCU. But secondly, I do think men's voices are being heard. She already stated that one of her policies, she has a plan to put black men specifically through schooling to become educators, to become teachers, because that's something that we lack now in today's world is black male teachers. And that is something that her team is working on tackling. So that's just one of the many few things that men's voices are being heard.
Right. Okay. Anybody else want to jump in on that?
If few means more than one. Two.
Well, Reese, speak up. We waiting for you.
I say few things is more than.
But Maurice, so you're an old school guy.
Yes.
When you see people in the Democratic Party as a Christian man, and they're talking about transgender surgeries, and they're talking about how men need to decentralize themselves from patriarchy and masculinity because it could be toxic. How does that work for you?
Well, me, I look at the past, man. I bring back to my future. Transition was going on way before you and I was born. So I'm not gonna put it on Kamala Harris because she's a female black. Right there.
So the way you feel is it's been happening. It's gonna happen.
Don't say the way I feel. I'm saying what I look at as being my reality. They've been doing it. They've been doing way before you and I was even thought about being born.
Okay.
And another thing to tackle that with him, she's also for the black men working on one of her policies, legalizing marijuana, so that black African Americans could be successful in that industry.
Right.
And if you want to say
stop it, get some help.
And I already know where it's going. Y'all gonna say she locked up a whole bunch of people, but let's come with facts.
No,
she only locked up 45 men. She only locked up 45 men.
So you say black men that our biggest thing is for us to sell weed?
I'm not saying it's biggest. I said that's one of the things to legalize it. Why? They've been fighting to get that legalized for how long now?
Well, for what?
Now it's a bad thing that she's actually doing it. She got, like I said, she got a to-do list.
And how long was it being done regardless of being legal now?
So that's what we need as black men is weed and liberated women.
Personal opinion. Personal opinion.
That's not what he's saying. It's not what we
Personal
need.
opinion.
It's an industry. It's for black men.
So I have a serious question for you, Richard. Do you want your son to be a part of that industry?
Me personally, I don't. But again,
so what are we talking about?
We're talking about the American people, not me right now.
Do you want your daughter to have the right for unbound child deletion? Is that what I'm just confused sometimes with the Democratic Party? I'm not trying to be biased or anything, but I'm just a little confused. What do we want for our children?
I'll speak for mine. In my case, in my future, if I were ever to be in a position where my daughter comes home and tells me that she's pregnant, she don't know what to do. As a Christian man, I'm going to support her to do everything that she can to keep that child. However, I'm not going to force her to make any decision. It's a difference when you're forcing a decision and when you're supporting and speaking the word. You can speak the word, but I'm not going to force the word on you. That's a personal decision that you have to be willing to make.
Amazing. I would think that we would teach our daughters to, anyway, I would think we would teach our daughters to keep their legs closed, to wait till marriage. I would think that we would help our daughters vet the men that are in their lives, as opposed to just sending them out there to,
And that would be the first thing I would do. That's why I said if I was ever worst case scenario.
But even if that is a second option, why are we going to the extreme of destroying your offspring and your legacy? That's what I just don't understand.
Listen,
that won't be a question for me. That would be a question for my daughter.
Oh my goodness!
Hey,
she keep her legs closed as you put it.
Again, you cannot force. There's a certain age where you cannot force people to do things. When they become a certain age, no matter how much you say, no matter how much you think you may pour into that child, at the end of the day, when they become a certain age, they are going to do what they want to do. The only thing is you can only control what you can control. Yes, you want to train them up. Yes, you want to pour love in them. Yes, you want to speak facts. But at the end of the day, if she's going to go out in the community and disappoint me and show me the opposite of what I thought I was doing as a father, then there's nothing I can do about that. I will hope that's not the case, but it's the reality of some families and what they go through. It's the reality of it.
And you have
And
to
it's just
have,
facts.
and you have to have a daughter to understand that.
So this is a question for the Trump supporters, and it says, "Can all the Trump supporters explain how being convicted of assault of a sexual nature wasn't a deal breaker for your vote?" DK, you wanna jump on that grenade?
That's the topic.
Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce, Beyonce,
Look, look,
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce, 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 Beyonce. Party with Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Now, is my on mute?
Nah, you are.
He was now. Where was this? Where was this? He wasn't saying all that when he asked to use her song in the beginning of his campaign. Where was all that energy at in the beginning of the campaign? He asked Beyonce to use her. It was denied. She said he couldn't use it. The same song. He came out.
That ain't her song.
Freedom.
Doesn't make sense.
Ain't she singing it? Look it up. Freedom.
That's
Beyonce.
dope. Is that her song we just played?
No, Trump. But Trump said they're having a dance party with Beyonce, but you wanted to play her song at your rallies. Now I'm having. You wanted to come to the dance party.
DK, you had a question. Can all Trump supporters explain, et cetera, et cetera?
Can all the Trump supporters explain how being convicted for rape
Of something wasn't a deal breaker for your vote?
So, number one, we already know it's false facts. He wasn't convicted of that.
He was convicted. He was found criminally wrong in court.
So you telling me he was
He was
convicted?
found guilty in criminal court and had to pay fines for it. Guilty is guilty.
For rape,
34 times.
He's going to jail after tonight.
So you saying for rape, all you have to do is pay fines?
No, I'm saying that was part of it. All I'm saying that's part of it. He was found guilty.
So I'm saying, have you ever? Let's get. Hold on, Reese. Let's get this out. Have you ever known anybody to be found guilty for the accusation that we're talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't even finish the question. Seriously, bro, be quiet. Yo, have you ever been found guilty of that, right? And just had to pay a fine. Just give me one.
Hold on. He was found guilty in civil court, not criminal court.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So we know civil court there's a different burden of proof, right?
So you're not gonna receive some type of punitive anything in civil court. That would be in criminal.
Right. So, but it's also a different burden of proof. Obviously, they didn't have enough burden of proof to convict them in criminal court. Right. So we can't say that someone is. You can say is guilty in civil court for that, but not in criminal court. So that's not.
But even all this together, doesn't it present a problem as a viable candidate to have all these issues?
Right. This should not even been a case. Civil or criminal. It should not even happen.
Hold on a second. You guys are too loud over there. What were you saying, Corey?
I was saying it should not even been a case. It should not even happen, criminal or civil. It shouldn't even been on the record.
What do you mean?
Like the fact that it happened.
You saying it shouldn't have even taken place because he should be above board.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and I think a lot of it is when we have a lot of supporters, maybe even, but these technicalities, we got to look through all this minutia and technicalities to find reasons why Trump shouldn't or should. And that becomes a little bit exhausting for people. I can see it. Maybe the candidate isn't the best person. And we talked about this in the previous podcast. Kamala has her issues. Trump has his issues. And you sometimes have to just, plug your nose and vote no matter what. But it's kind of gotten to a point where, I tell Christians all the time, don't advocate for any of these two people because it's going to be an exercise in futility and it's going to bring unnecessary heat. Plug your nose, close your nose, and just vote for somebody that, best represents what God is showing you he wants you to do with the purpose he has for you. because Kamala Harris and her policies are very troubling, and Donald Trump and his character are very troubling. I think DEI hire said it best. So I don't want to get into that too deep, but it's a bit of an issue on both sides, because we can go tit for tat forever. But I think at the end of the day, we have to kind of make up our minds as Christians that maybe I like this person, I want to vote for them, but maybe they're not the best person morally. We got a bunch of folks that are watching. Guys, please hit the like button. The cost of entry is just a like. We appreciate you. We're going to continue to give you analysis here. We're going to continue to show where the election's going, and we're the only folks by far that are really talking about what it means to vote as a black man, and even more specifically as a Christian black man. We have another comment here. Show the Jews will not replace us from Charlottesville clip. I'll take a look for that, and when I find something, I'll put it up there. But Introvert, can you let me know a little bit more detail about what exactly you're hoping to get out of that clip? Are you just saying that Donald Trump's a bad guy? So because he said that, if so, just let me know, and we can push on with that clip. Let's go back to Newsmax and see what they have for us right now, guys.
Going to determine who is the president in 2025. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's
I knew what you
2024.
meant. We're time travelers.
Yes,
for a
but we
minute,
do
John.
have some more poll closures coming in at 9 o'clock. We have Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico.
You're talking about
New
a lot
York,
of House
North
seats right
Dakota,
now.
South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing at this hour. And the last hour, we had Pennsylvania, and we're still waiting for a lot of that data to come trickling in. Arizona also just closed at the top of the hour. We'll bring you all of these results as the data comes in. We're getting it in real time, just like everybody else, and we're just trying to figure out what it all means at this point. We all have been able to call a few races, and we're kind of in the midpoint, I think. Maybe the beginning of the midpoint.
Well, wherever we are, we're glad you are with us. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We are calling some races here. We're going to call Ohio right now. In fact, for Donald Trump with 52% there. And, calling Ohio is one of the most recent races. We've also called Alabama, Florida, West Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana, all for Donald Trump. So he is ticking up one by one. But you mentioned the polls are closing now in some parts of the West.
Mm-hmm.
And,
let's just take a look real quick. We show Pennsylvania on the screen. Harris up 66% to 33%. You might notice those numbers a little round. Only 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And we're all
She might take Pennsylvania, guys.
In Pennsylvania, we're watching very closely. But we've been told and warned by election officials there, we got to be patient. They have a very slow process for counting votes in Pennsylvania. It might not be there. We will be watching very closely.
And the makeup of Pennsylvania, you have the Colorado.
He gave down right there, right?
Yeah. Chester.
Yes.
He was down. It was like 75. What, 75, 25 almost, wasn't it?
Yeah, 31 and 33. Don't stop playing.
That was only 30.
Yeah.
30%. It was like a 50%.
You're not even paying attention.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting on more of those results to come in, guys, we talked previously about the changes in the social landscape when it comes to politics. And this is an interesting video from CNN that kind of explains what's been happening, especially with black men and other folks who have been changing their votes as of recently. So let's move over to CNN, who did this video about 4 weeks ago. And it's something that really caught our eyes over here. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump, but there is at least one that's a serious boon to Vice President Kamala Harris. You see him standing right here, CNN senior data reporter Harry Enton, with this information about college grads. Let's start with white college grads.
Let's start with white college grads, because white college grads have been this group that have been moving further and further to the left. All right, this is the Democratic margin among white college grads. Look, Hillary Clinton won him by 5 points. Then Joe Biden won him by 9. Look at this margin that Kamala Harris is pulling up in the polls right now among white college grads. It's an 18-point margin, double the margin that Joe Biden had just 4 years ago. I went back through the record books. This would be the largest win for a Democratic presidential candidate among white college grads in recorded history. That is all the way back since the early 1950s. You could probably go back even further. But the bottom line is that Kamala Harris, amongst this group, is doing ridiculously well. And it's one of the main reasons that she has been able to counter Donald Trump's rising support among voters without a college degree. It's because she's doing very well among white voters with a college degree.
What about all voters, not just white voters?
All right, so we looked at white voters with a college degree. How about all voters with a college degree? It's basically the same story. It's
Kamala's doing very good with
high
educated
support
people.
for a Democratic candidate. You see right now, Kamala Harris leads in the polls by 21 points. That's 3 points higher than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. At 6 points higher than Hillary Clinton did 8 years ago. The bottom line is this, Mr. Berman. The electorate is becoming more polarized along education, and Democrats, at least among those with a college degree, are the beneficiaries of it. And Kamala Harris is doing historically well for a Democrat among voters with a college degree.
Better than ever among voters with a college degree. How many voters do have a college degree?
Right. So this is the second part, the key nugget here, an increasing share of the electorate. You know, you go back 44 years ago, just 21% of the electorate had a college degree. You go back 24 years ago, 31%. You go back 4 years ago, you're up to 40%. This year, it looks like a historically high proportion of the electorate, 41%, will have a college degree. You know who those voters are. They're in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia, of Detroit. You go, obviously, to Madison, Wisconsin, right? A rising tide, more and more voters with a college degree. It's what flipped the great state of, part of what flipped the great state of Georgia, right? Those voters with a college degree in the suburbs of Atlanta. This is a big reason Kamala Harris is still in the race right now, because even though she is losing a little bit of support among voters without a college degree, she's gaining rapidly among those with a college degree, specifically white voters with a college degree. Either way you look.
So we're seeing on that side of the coin that Kamala Harris is doing really good with voters that have a college degree. When you hear that, Richard, what does that say to you? Is that relevant to your world? And is that also giving you a little bit of hope that Kamala is picking up in another demographic?
Yes, absolutely. It is always good when you have someone running for president with credentials and someone that is qualified. So I do.
Well, it's not talking about necessarily Kamala's college degree, but her voters' college degrees.
Yes,
Educated,
They're
know what they're
educated.
doing.
They're educated voters, and they know exactly what they're doing. That's how I think it is. So again, when you have credentials, I do think that's a plus on a resume. But again, there's also people who are not college graduates that also have a great experience and good insights on who to vote for, whether that's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Okay, very interesting. Anybody else want to throw some verbs at that?
Yeah. So, and
I do.
there's no shade to nobody. This is just, I'm the messenger, right? So I was just doing some research on this specific topic right here about the college educated leaning more towards the Democrats or Harris. And this is all college degree levels, bachelor's, master's, doctorates. The study noticed that Donald Trump speaks at like a 6th grade level.
Oh, he went down. It used to be 8th grade level.
Right. And this is coming from some, a speech pathologist that really studies this stuff, and just understanding and watching him over the years, like that's just the level that he speaks at. And a lot of uneducated people lean towards Donald Trump because he speaks their language literally, right? They understand what he's saying, versus somebody that is a little bit more articulate or a lot more articulate. And you may get some of that with Kamala, where they say she uses a whole bunch of word salad, puts a whole bunch of words together and says a whole bunch of nothing, right? And I believe we talked about this on the last podcast, where that's actually like a skill to know how to do that.
To speak. Okay.
Question for Corey. A question came in from my team here. They want to know how old or what level grade level was the Bible written at?
Off the top of my head,
depends,
I don't know.
It depends on the translation, but that's a difficult question to answer. I don't think it's written at a certain grade level. I think that Paul may have written at a higher aptitude level than than somebody, somebody else, other people. But it's hard to say. But you can tell the styles of writing are somewhat different. Mark was a very simple gospel compared to Matthew, which was a little bit more technical because it may have just been a personality-driven thing. So it's a compilation, What were you saying, Corey?
Oh, no. But the point being, right, there's some correlation with education, right? On how you're starting to see the swing with educated people towards one side, and I don't want to say uneducated, but people that don't have degrees on the other side because they can relate more to that candidate because he speaks at a certain level that's understandable.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments on that?
I just looked it up. So the consensus for the Bible is basically like 7th to 8th grade, 7th to 9th grade, and all 12th grade for the King James version, but 7th to
You mean the translations? Yeah.
Yeah, 7th to 9th in most translations.
Why is that question relevant, Richard? Why do you think someone would ask that question?
The question for what question are you referring to?
No, I know what he's saying.
I do that.
Yeah, so basically
question?
what I'm saying is that, we talk about Trump, or Harris, saying that she appeals to most of educated people. But I say, but most people, especially on a reading level or even on an understanding level, is probably closer to 9th, 10th grade than college. Would you agree with that?
Me? I don't know.
No, but think about it. Think about how many. You think about a lot of people don't go to college, and even the ones who do go to college, when you talk about their intelligence levels, probably only at a 10th, 11th grade level at the most.
Well, most people, like most African American, boys are only reading at like a 4th grade level. So even less than that.
Yeah.
So Corey, would you say that that's the reason why more black men are voting for Donald Trump is because of lack of intelligence?
No, I wouldn't say specifically black men. I mean, obviously, there's more people across the American populace and whatever that are not college educated than the other opposite, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at the data, right, and the thing that I read, and it correlates, right? Now, correlation doesn't equal to causation, but it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's listen in real quick and see what they're saying now over at Newsmax.
According to Rick Santorum, for example, York County, which we talked about, went for Donald Trump.
He's talking about Pennsylvania, guys.
Almost 62% back in 2020. So we'll see how these things change as more of the numbers come in for Pennsylvania. Mr. Pennsylvania, Senator Santorum, great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
And we're here throughout the night with Senator Santorum as well. So thank you so much. No, we're watching it very closely. Of course, there are other precincts that, we're also tracking in some of these other, battleground states like Georgia. And right now, we're pleased to bring in a member of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, Missouri, Representative Eric Burlison, who's up for re-election tonight. So talk to us, sir.
Let's move over to another source here.
District here. One electoral vote there is up for grabs. And Harris over
Looks like
Trump,
Harris got
61 to
Nebraska
38 there with 46% of estimated votes counted. Also, Nebraska District 3, Trump over Harris. This
Or
is
at
like
least a
the
particular
rest of Nebraska,
district.
central and western Nebraska here. And you see there 10% of estimated votes counted. Trump up on Harris, almost 2-1 there. So, wanted to get some of these numbers. Now, all of Nebraska has 5 electoral votes. Austin, let's talk about Nebraska here.
You see how that is?
5 votes.
So see how you guys saw that where Harris was she was up 53, but they gave it the rest of the state to Trump because they know how the rest of the way is going to vote. You know what I mean?
So that happens going for it to Harris?
No, it's not. That's why they already called Trump for it. Right. But anyways, what I want to talk about is, and I think Nebraska does it. I don't know. Maybe Maine does it too. And I wonder, do you think that we should do this more? Is dividing states up more where just because you win the state, you don't get all the electoral votes. You think it should go how
the vote to the state.
No, listen. I'm saying that it should go more how New Hampshire does it, or where it could be a county or a section that gets it. Because then, so if say Pennsylvania is whatever 19 electoral votes, maybe it could be broken up at 5, 5, and 5, 5, 5, and 4. No, because
let me stop you. Let me stop you. It's called winner takes all.
Yeah,
They go to the proportion of the population is what your split vote.
But what about those states that? What about those states that do it that way though? Are you opposed to that?
Do they do it that way?
No.
That would be more so.
I'm actually for that.
As long as the electoral college process is still being honored, right? Where the people that have the smaller populations are still being represented correctly, right? The whole reason why we have the electoral college, as long as that is still being preserved, then at the state level, if that's what those people vote for, then that's on them, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, because that would be a little bit more interesting, where you would get like if Dauphin County, that's where we live at, if they go Democrat, hey, they get 5 electoral votes. If Cumberland County votes Trump, they get maybe 1 electoral vote. You know what I mean? Where then it actually represents more of the people than saying, okay, just because he won by 5 votes, he gets all of the votes, or she wins by 5 votes, she gets all of the votes. It kind of like makes it more fair to the counties that actually voted for more of this person and that person.
What about the right?
No, I'm saying I don't disagree with that. Like I like how who is it? It's New Hampshire. Is New Hampshire one?
Nebraska.
I know Nebraska one, but isn't there one? I thought there's one up north who does it too. Oh, I think it's Maine. Maine's like broken up. I don't know. I think that would be an interesting way of doing it. That's all. Anybody in the chat, if you guys think you think that would be a good way of doing the vote, would that make it more fair? Because I would like if Trump barely wins. If Trump barely wins, should he really get credit for everything? You know what I mean? Or if Harris barely wins, should she get credit for everything?
So how does that work then? When you have like population swings, or like what we saw over the pandemic, when you had a bunch of people moving out of the state of California, and then Florida and Texas grew massively in population.
What I'm saying is just breaking it up into counties instead of states. So you get a vote per county, or if the county's too small, like in northeast, southeast.
I don't think Republicans would have a chance if that were the case, because if you broke it up by counties, a lot of counties are heavily populated and other ones just aren't.
Why not? So if you think, I'll give you an example. So for Pennsylvania, there's only about 3 counties that are Democrat, that vote Democrat. But those are the biggest counties, but they always go Democrat. So no matter what, if those counties are, if Dauphin County, if wherever Philadelphia's at, where Pittsburgh and Allentown, if those counties are big, what I mean, they'll outweigh the whole state. Where if you look at most of the state, it'll all be red except for these 3 or 4 counties. You know what I mean?
Well, speaking of red, we got more info on Georgia, which is one of the states that we're watching. Donald Trump is currently leading 52-47, very, very tight race. But the interesting fact now is that 68% of the votes are in. This is a major state that no one really expected to turn red, and Donald Trump seems to be doing better than expected.
But once again, it doesn't matter right now, because the problem is if it was the right counties already in, then they would have given it to Trump. So that means that that there's probably a high possibility that there's going to be counties that's going to come in that favors Harris more. That could take it, because if not, they would have called it.
It would have been called it, huh?
Republican numbers always coming first.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
It's always been like that.
No, we got. Can you pull the map back up, Punch? If you look at the map, I mean, we got a lot of.
That's why it looks like that now.
No. It looks like that because those have been called already.
No, that too.
No. But what I'm saying, but the early votes is just like with PA. PA is blue, but it's not. That don't mean that's going to go blue.
So it's going to be a big. So what make think the other reds? If it does, the reds going to be that's it. Come on.
No, the reds are already. The dark reds are already. They're already certified.
So what about the dark blues? They're not in.
No, the dark blues are only the light blues. But see, like New York, you know what I mean? This is with the electoral vote. So New York, she won New York. That's almost what? How many
28 electoral votes.
38. That's
28.
28.
28.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot. That's a lot of electoral votes there.
And bitch got California. He got California 50 votes. So.
Yeah, well, I mean we know that. How many votes is Colorado?
10 electoral votes.
10. How many is Wisconsin?
That's Wyoming.
Over here.
If she won PA in Wisconsin, this is over. I'll back it up.
It's up here. Right by Michigan, right?
10.
And Michigan, and what's Michigan? Right next to it.
Ohio 17.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania 19.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio. That's what those. That was who really decides the president lately. Is those states?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It used to be Florida, but we see Florida already wet. I mean Georgia, of course, too.
Like that West Coast side is going to favor.
How many's for Arizona?
And when it does, them numbers are going to be closer. Again, it's going to come down to them states, like you just said.
No information, but it is a key race state.
Yeah, Arizona, Nevada. But like I said, we're at different time zones. Right now, you figure Trump is only what? 93. He's only 93 away from winning. You know what I mean? He's only 93 electoral votes from winning.
That number.
What is that? That can't be right. What is that?
It's going to be stuck for a while.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. He got 194 now?
These excerpts of a place like Madison where we are now. Now, I talked to some people who are with the Huffy campaign, and they say that they're hearing that across Wisconsin, that they're getting out the vote in these rural counties. So that is good news for Republicans, but we'll see what ends up happening in places like Madison. Very Democratic heavy stronghold here, College Town as well, Milwaukee, and some of those cities around Milwaukee like Kenosha and so forth. So a big race here in Wisconsin, obviously, because it's such a key battleground state, but we're keeping a close eye on this Senate race. Eric Hovde hoping to knock off incumbent Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat who's running for a third term in the Senate. Back to you.
And speaking of the Senate, Republicans, they picked up a seat.
Say again?
Yeah, they West Virginia, Joe Manchin lost his seat.
Well, who Joe Madison for? I'm not familiar with that.
Say that again.
Now, who lost the seat? I missed that.
West Virginia. Joe Manchin was the Democrat senator. He lost his seat to a Republican.
Oh, he lost?
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't supposed to lose.
Say it again.
I said he wasn't supposed to lose, was he?
I'm not sure. I wasn't following that race. But West Virginia is a typically a red state anyway. So it was odd that they had a Democrat senator anyway.
Got it. Yeah, and that's we talking about the presidential race, but what's even bigger is the Senate. Well, the House, then the Senate. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the Senate been closed forever. You know, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, even in Texas, have we heard anything about Cruz lately? Because I know he was looking to lose it in Texas, and that's crazy.
That is. He's super popular.
You be Fox Live on him.
I wouldn't do either.
I got it. Thank you.
1,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little bit breakdown on the pass to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yes, still very early so far. No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map of how the states voted in 2020, and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets there as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties, in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote of white working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much
Punch, can you rewind it back a little bit to the map for Pennsylvania?
Okay. Let's take a look.
So look at this. I'm about to show you all this. This is gonna be crazy. And so right now we got.
We can't rewind it, unfortunately.
All right. So anyway, so if you guys saw the map, right? So all the counties, for the most part, that the Democrats usually win, is already in. The ones that's unreported.
That's the ones they're going to win.
No.
Okay, that's true.
No, I'm telling you. The ones that's unreported are the ones that that the Republicans usually win. So you saying that right now he's only down like 4 or 5%, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see in a minute. But I really think that he really has a good chance of winning Pennsylvania by the way that map looked. Because the places that already been reported, right? So there we go. Click back on PA. So Right now, he's down 12%, right? 12%. Oh, no, this is not the right one. It's updated since then. So I think he was down about 4 or 5%, actually. And so he's down 4 or 5%, right? But he's down 4 or 5%. But all the counties that haven't counted yet are going to be red. They're all going to be red. All the rest are going to be red. But the question is how red are they? Are they red enough for him to take them over? Which it could be not. But they all will be red. He's going to win all the rest of those counties. But those counties don't have as much as people as, you know what I mean, the other places. So it's about how much he wins it by to win the state. You know what I mean?
So DK, question for you, kind of getting back into the interpersonal side of it. What does the world look like for you with a Kamala Harris victory?
Christ is still on the throne.
Ask next question forever.
What do you mean by that?
They're muted, but that's okay. Yeah, Christ is still on the throne. But what I'm saying is that, for me, if she wins, I think the black vote no longer matters.
Huh?
The black vote no longer matters, and this is why. It has nothing to do with her per se, but I just think that if the Democrats, especially if they sweep, that a lot of illegal immigrants become legal immigrants, and the black vote is no longer important. So I mean, they've been promising stuff for years and haven't done anything for us. But besides that, but now they don't even have to promise anything because they got the other votes.
You know, that's interesting because Elon Musk brought up the same thing. We have a clip for him.
Great minds think alike.
Let's see what Elon had to say on that same topic, and I want to get your opinion on this, Corey.
I'll say it again, man.
Let's start over, DK. You got a little bit of background noise there.
I'll say it again, man. I'll say it again, man. I think this is the last election. If Trump doesn't win, this is the last election.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think people, and a lot of people are waking up and realize that have been lifelong Democrats. Guys like Bill Ackman, guys like Chamath.
Yeah, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. If the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried
and
to
I
push
just want to
back?
Go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. I'll say it again, man.
Now, Corey.
Now, hold on. Before you go to Corey, because I am a fair person on both sides. Like I'm not radical Trump or radical Harris, none of that. And I hear what he's saying, and I agree with what he's saying too. But on the flip side, though, what Trump said at a Christian convention was like, "Hey, just vote for me now. You never have to vote again." You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And so what I'm saying is that, and I talked to my uncle, who I respect 100%, right? And what he said was, he was like, he brought up that point and was like, hey, Trump wants to be a dictator. And basically this is his path to be a dictator, is to get in now and abolish the Constitution. I mean, I'm not saying I agree with this, but, Project 2025, and that's what some people think. Some people think that, hey, if Trump gets in, he's going to abolish the Constitution in a sense where his stuff is law. He didn't say that.
He ain't gonna balance everything.
He never. You're making up. Listen, when I'm saying it, but it's say you're an example of fake news. You're an example of someone, and this is. I have problems on both. No, I really do have problems with both parties who just come up with these things that just aren't true at all. Is Trump Project 2025? No, he's not. You know what I mean? Is Harris gonna take our guns away for real? Nah, not really. These things aren't what they are. But I'm saying, but people who just stuck on one side will believe that. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, she's taking our guns away. Oh, yeah. He's Project 2025. But you got to do your research and know what you know. Right. You know what I mean? If you know what you know that, oh, that's not true. This is true. This is true. This could be true. But I know
what Elon Musk is saying, is that true?
Nah, what Elon Musk is saying, I don't. It's possible. And I didn't say that there's not going to be no election, or not going to be a vote. I said the black vote isn't going to be important anymore. That's what I said. And the reason why I said that is because now the Democratic Party has another demographic to pander to.
I want to hear from Corey and Richard on that. Corey, you heard what Elon said. He said that the 10 million migrants that came in across the border are going to be used as a replacement vote. Do you really believe that?
I don't. Let me start with Elon Musk. I don't trust him. Period.
So he's a bad source, no matter what.
I don't trust his motives and what his political motive and how he kind of came out of nowhere and now all of a sudden he's an ally to Trump. And I think that there's something. It could be going into the deep end of conspiracies or whatever, but there's some kind of something going on the billionaire level, right? When you're thinking about somebody like Elon and Donald Trump, these millionaires that are vying for positions of political power, something that you can't buy, right?
So you don't. So even though he was a Democrat,
arguably like the is he number one or is he number two richest man in the world? I think
he's number two.
Number two, right?
I think.
I look at stuff like that and I'm like, you have literally all the money in the world. You can literally buy or do anything that you want, and you're pandering
around with Donald Trump,
right? To hang out with him, to whatever, so he can promise you a position in his cabinet. For what's the real motive behind that, right?
But let's just take his words. Let's just take his words at face value.
Okay, take his words at face value.
Do you think that 10 million people being brought into the country is used to replace the black vote?
No.
Voter decay?
No. And here's the reason
those people
why.
will be voting in 2 years if Kamala Harris wins?
Here's the reason why. A lot of these people that are coming in from these Hispanic countries are Catholic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a conservative line to them. And if given, and I'm going to jump off the deep end a little bit here, if they had a choice to align with a race or an ideology coming into America, do you think they want to align more with minorities or they want to align more with the other?
Rich people? I don't think it says binary as that.
What I'm saying is it's not a guaranteed vote for Democrats.
Really? Okay. What about you, Richard? Do you think that 10 to 11 million illegal immigrants that have come across the border will tip the scale a little bit on votes for Democrats?
Absolutely. I do think that is going to play. That is something that's like tricky to think about, because when you let all these immigrants in and allow them to be American citizens, they will definitely by far part in these elections, which is, I think, is something. I don't know the full details all about it, so I ain't even gonna get too deep into it yet, but it's something that I'm still trying to learn and figure out how that will affect these elections, and is it fair, and the whole process of that. But again, what Corey was saying, I don't trust Elon Musk neither. It's the same guy we're talking about, who's coming up with all these robots and putting these trying to put all these things into space and everything. So the same person that's coming up with all these robots and making robots is going for a person who's trying to create more jobs. But then we're fighting and saying that robots are taking over jobs. So it's like, how Like, how does that add all up? Like, that don't go together. So
Okay.
it is. He do got some trust issues with me also.
All right. Let's DEI hire. You want to jump in on that comment? DEI hire is currently indisposed. But I kind of agree with what he's saying. When you have first generation immigrants, you're just getting off the bus from Guatemala or Venezuela, and you have a country who is telling you that they're going to give you free
Let me
benefits.
get it back then.
Yeah, we'll swing it back to you. They're being told that they can get benefits in California. They get $30,000 for a house, and places in New York, tens of thousands of dollars in food stamp benefits and EBT and free housing. The first or second generation is going to be like, yeah, let's keep this gravy train going, and I want to bring my family here to enjoy it too. So I do think that there is some merit to that. I think that once, and you got to keep in mind, not everybody moves to the middle and the upper class. I think that once 10 or 15% of them over like maybe an 8 to 20 year period move into the upper class, then they will definitely be voting Republican, like most Hispanics do once they become more affluent. But I think that when you have 10 million people that are just thrown into a country, they have no incentive to vote Republican. They're going to go for what's free because they're trying to grab onto what is free. At least for 5 years. I'm talking minimum 5 years. And if they get the right to vote during a Biden, I'm sorry, a Kamala and Walt's administration, they're going to take full advantage of that and continue to vote Democrat. Who wouldn't? And then once culture changes, they'll change. Like for example, they can go to school for free. They can go to college and get scholarships, competing with your children who have been in this country. You've been in this country for generations since chattel slavery. They can just throw their kids to the front of the line. They can go to college, and it's no problem. There's so many benefits to just voting Democrat if you are not here legally. That's just a forbidden fruit. That's just too tempting for most people to bite, even if they are Catholic. And let's keep in mind, Catholicism doesn't always require a conversion. So there's not always a change of heart as much as there is a change of institution as they're born into Catholicism. What do you think, DEI hire? And if you guys disagree with me in the comments, leave a comment. Feel free. Don't forget to hit the like button. We've been going hard for about 2 hours, keeping you guys updated to what's going on in the election cycle. The cost of admission is just a like. All right. What do you think, DEI hire?
Yeah, when you threw it at me, I was actually doing some quick math. So right now, 65 million of the population is Hispanic.
Right.
If you round up, we'll just say 42 million are black. You add, and I think your numbers were low, around 10 or 11. I think it's probably
that's just what the administration wants to admit. 10 to 11 million. You're looking at roughly the population. Just imagine the population of Dominican Republic being dropped at the southern border and let in. That's what happened this past 3 years.
So I think, by next time when all those become, I guess they call them undocumented or unlawful immigrants, will now become legal citizens of whether naturalized or federalized, but they'll still have voting privileges. Will outnumber almost 2 to 1 the black population.
Could you say that again, please?
2 to 1. They'll almost outnumber them. And you got to figure we're all about feeling good, so we're doing the deletions. So that'll probably decrease that black population even more. So it'll be a good 2 to 1.
I read a stat that 48% of black women have had an abortion. 44 child deletion. 44% have participated in child deletions. Over 20 million African Americans dead.
Question real quick. When we talk about
I do want to respond to Corey then.
Okay.
When we're talking about these immigrants that's coming into the country, will that affect? Hold on real quick. BJ, you can go ahead.
Go ahead, BJ. You wanted to respond to Corey. I think DK I think somebody got into a shootout over there or something. I don't know what's
It did.
going
It
on.
just sounded like a hot mess, and I didn't quite hear Richard's question or
Yeah,
comment.
I
But
think he had. I
at
think he had a
core,
question about it, but we'll pass it to you, and you can respond to what Corey was mentioning.
yeah, I think he's spot on as far as there's something not right with Elon and his little what his agenda is. But and I don't want to get too lost in the weeds. He
I
doesn't
think
have
I'll tell you what
ordinary
I think Elon's
income.
agenda is. He went down a process with his son, and he was being told by medical science that his son was having, his son was having issues with his gender, his sex, and he wanted to transition, and he was being told by medical doctors that that was a perfectly okay thing to do. Fast forward however many years it's been, it has been a complete mess. And according to Eon, he has lost his son. I'm not sure what that means. And he said that he trusted the medical science and he trusted the ideology that came from that environment, and he lost his child, according to him. And he seems to have switched his political parties because of it. And he seems to be on a bit of a rampage against the left, even though he used to be a Democrat. But notwithstanding, sorry, go ahead and continue. But just want to give you some clarification on what I know about this situation.
That's a good point. That's probably buyer's remorse, and I think a lot of people are going to feel that, regardless of the outcome. But Elon, he doesn't have ordinary income. He has that what they call that unrealized market value that's going to be taxed under Harris's plan. He doesn't take a salary in ordinary income. He sells a stock because he's given an asset, so he sells that. That's how he pays his bills. So I think being so rich, that unrealized tax is going to be devastating to him.
So going back to Corey's point,
it's personal.
Yeah. So so you believe it's going to be a bit of a issue. Richard, are you ready to kind of throw your question back out there again?
Yeah, we're kind of going back, but I was asking when we mentioned these immigrants coming into the country. My question was, how does that affect the election? Will that affect the Republican Party more? Would it help the Democratic Party? What party will our immigrants be leading toward? What party do you think they'll lean towards to?
Well, this is what Elon is saying, and I think that me and DEI Hire sort of agree with him. You have all these states that are in the picture here. There is something called swing states, and these are states like the one you're in right now, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, and some other key states. What's been happening over the summer is that we saw 11 million or more or less, illegal immigrants that came into our country that have been dispersed all throughout the nation, from New York to, I believe, Detroit, Colorado, all over the country, and even in some places where there are swing states. The idea here is that as those people are, if Kamala Harris wins the election, those people will be given voter status. We're talking about 10 or 11 million people, give or take 3 or 4, right? If they have the right to vote, according to Elon, our nation won't be the same anymore, and we will just basically have Democratic presidents for the recent future or for the near future because of that.
That's being intellectually lazy. I mean, just take Florida for example, right? Specifically Miami, which has a overwhelmingly large Cuban population. The Cubans in Miami are voting Republican overwhelmingly, right?
Right, and those Cubans have been here for generations.
Right,
And
but even the ones, the ones that have been here for generations and the ones that are coming over now, right? So they're part of the Hispanic community as well. They kind of have the same ideologies and they along that same vein. They think the same, right? Somewhat. So you've got these people coming in from all of these different Latin countries, and then whatever the process is, they become citizens. You can't just automatically assume that all of them will become Democrats. That's being intellectually lazy.
I think that they will be. I think that the vast majority of them will vote. Like you have an example in Florida. You also have the exact same example in California. You had Ronald Reagan, who pretty much opened up the borders and had like an amnesty program in California. And California has never been the same since. The vast majority of Californians, to include the Hispanic population, vote Democrat. So it's an object lesson of Ronald Reagan trying to kind of put out an olive branch to that community, and as a result, is California's never been the same since. And when you start looking at a Mexican or Honduran that's living in San Andreas or San Diego and how they're voting versus how a Cuban who's been four or five generations in and making money may vote Republican. We can't always say that apples are going to be apples and oranges are going to be oranges, because we do have an actual example with California of how that state has been perpetually blue ever since, the Ronald Reagan policy.
So if that's the case, then you're implying that, what was it, the 15,000 Haitians that were dropped off in, what was it, Ohio, they're just naturally all going to vote?
Yeah, I think they will. I have friends in Springfield, family that have known that went through that situation. I even have friends who do Haiti outreach. And I don't want to get too deep down that rabbit hole, but let me just put it this way. They want to keep those borders open. They want to make sure that more people can come to join with them. And let me be clear about this. If you're a Haitian refugee and you have asylum, or you have the ability to legally migrate to this country, and you have one political party that's going after illegal immigration coming from South America and other places, and they want to shut off that valve, you're going to vote the other party. In many cases, even if you're Christian, right? And that's what's happening. These folks are concerned. Hey, they may not send me back because I got amnesty, but you know what? My cousin just came through the other week. I don't want anybody to go back because that could affect other people in my family who may not have a very clear immigration status. You see what I'm saying? So the idea of families being torn apart because now you have a Donald Trump in office, or a JD Vance in year 8, who's trying to get rid of these folks from the country, that is something that people will vote for, even though it's against their interests. Do you know that the Muslim population, you talk about Dearborn, Michigan, for example, they primarily have voted Democrat all these years. Now, what in the world does a Democrat have to do with a Muslim? Totally anti-Islam, but they do it. Why? Because a lot of the liberal policies on that border, and liberal policies on letting them in. And it's a counterbalance to what Donald Trump is saying, where he wants to have a quote unquote Muslim ban. So these folks feel very strongly about this. What's so ironic is, because there's so many Hispanic Americans that have been here for so long, they're starting to vote more for Donald Trump, because they don't want to be grouped in with the Latinos who are coming over illegally. They don't want to be, in the same firing squad, quote unquote, with the Venezuelans and the Guatemalans and everybody else who are coming across the border. They don't want to be a part of that group, so they're voting even more for Trump. And you're seeing the same thing with the Muslim population over in Michigan and other places like that. We're seeing record number highs with people voting for Trump. I don't know why that's happening with the Islam.
Right. People vote against their interest.
Maybe it's because I think the reason why, because it was a female, because Kamala Harris is a female, and Islam doesn't really, create a lot of allowance for female leadership. And again, we're going back to the child deletion and the LGBTQIA plus policies. It's just too far of a bridge for a lot of them to cross. What are your thoughts? I could be wrong about this, but this is just what my research has brought me to.
I mean, I see truth, or some logic in all of that. I think some of it boils down to Americanism, right? So let's take the Haitians that were dropped off in Ohio. In America, people look at them. They don't know them. They can't make the distinction between them being Haitian or them just being another Black American.
They know,
right?
They know the difference.
You think so,
dude? I've been to Haiti.
No, I'm saying in America.
They know the
Haitians that were
difference.
dropped off
These
in
people,
Ohio.
they can't speak English. Most of them can't speak English. They talk with a French accent, and
Right.
Creole. They're
That's
not like
having a
African
conversation with them
Americans.
though. But I'm
Totally
just
different
saying from face
totally
value.
different culture.
But I'm saying from face value in America, right? You're outside of Haiti now. You're just lumped in with another black person.
They don't they stand out. It's a difference. It's a big difference. Trust me.
No, I'm not saying that they're not different.
I don't want to get
can
into
recognize that
stereotypes
they're
and get ignorant with it. But you
Right.
can you go you can kind of tell the difference. Now, some of the people, maybe I'll give you a little bit of credit with that, but I'm like, but most white people are like, nah, they ain't no black. I know the black folks I grew up with. this is a new black.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yeah. Even for example, I was in DR, and I go to DR somewhat infrequently, and I can pick out the Haitians from the Dominicans, right? I can pick them out. Especially the ones who have not who got there recently, or they're doing like a work program thing. I'm like, oh, those are the Haitian folks. I can pick them out. Not all black folks are part of the same continuum. Anyway, we're going down a long rabbit hole with that. But I just really wanted to get you guys' thoughts. But it seems like it's a no sell for you. Anything coming from Elon may be a little bit suspicious, and the idea of illegal aliens being able to vote, from what it sounds like you guys are saying, they're just going to get mixed in with the rest of the population.
basically.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but I can see the risk, because I think that the Democratic Party has given up on black folks a long time ago. I think, this is my personal opinion, I think that they feel that they have tried to give black people everything they can to move to the next level, and we just have not moved the way they want us to. They've tried to give us handouts. They've tried to give us prominence in the political party. They try to give us a voice. And all we want is Cardi B and ridiculous foolishness and twerking. I'm sorry. That's what it seems like. So I think when Barack Obama got in office, the idea was, well, we're finally going to get another shot at being, America's, favorite kid. And it didn't happen, because he looked at the numbers and he's like, I'm going to have a better legacy and a better chance of success and getting civil rights for people of an alternative lifestyle than I am going to get for 13% of the population and black folks. That's what happened. And Barack Obama did way more for people of the alternative lifestyle than he did for black people, because he realized it was a much wiser bet to fight for their civil rights than ours. And the Democratic Party is just, in my opinion, they're just playing this game with us. Like, hey, we've given you welfare, we've given you affirmative action. What haven't they given black folks? And
So
we
what
still
would have
can't.
been-
We still can't get where we should be proportionally.
What would have been the equivalent?
What do you mean equivalent?
So he gave civil rights to the LGBT community. What would have been the equivalent for the African American community? Because we already have civil rights. So
Well, I think that he could have did more with criminal justice reform. I think he could have focused a lot more on helping with the illiteracy rates amongst black children. I think he could have bridged more of the gap with focusing on getting trade schools or things like that for black men, instead of everybody just hyper focused on college. I think he could have focused more on health for black women. They are at the highest risk whenever they're going through childbirth. The death rates are ridiculously high. So many of our black women have went through hysterectomies and have, if not that, their bodies have been damaged from abortions. It's a national health crisis. If this happened to any other people group, especially a majority group, there would be riots in the streets. None of those things were addressed, and that's just the beginning. And it's not like there aren't other milestones for us to achieve as black folks, but I think that the idea is we've tried enough with black folks and it's not getting us anywhere. And plus, they just vote Democrat anyway, so why try to get their votes? That's sincerely what I think is going down.
Right, and I agree with that. Poncho, real quick, I see some new numbers. I think can we tune back into that real quick for a second?
Which one?
The polls, the live updates.
Oh, you mean this one here that we're on now, or different?
No,
The other one.
Newsmax, or I'm not seeing anything.
Newsmax.
Yeah, the numbers was different.
Okay. AP is a little slow. Let's move over to I think ABC or NBC. Let's listen in and see what happens, and we're gonna ride this stream until we see Nevada close their polls in 1 minute and 30 seconds, guys.
Talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor. That
Democrats for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
Look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats on voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we have not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral
Utah
votes.
is extremely conservative.
And we go further into the west into Montana, 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump.
I don't know, guys.
In Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump
DK, where DK at?
Harris
Don't let him see this.
That's the road to 270.
Right here. Come in the chat.
Back to and if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while.
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your mail about.
Exactly.
Don't even bring it up.
DK, it's so early.
Too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call.
But Donald Trump is at 200
Michigan,
electoral votes already.
There, let's see how much votes we've gotten. Just 60%, so there's a lot of votes to be counted there. We'll move over to the state.
The rest of the sites is Republican. And he's only down 1% now. What, 63%? And all the major ones already been called.
They ain't been called yet.
No, I'm talking about the major Democrat counties in Pennsylvania have already been called. Listen, bro. It's crazy. I mean, it might be called tonight. I know people are saying we might have to wait a couple of days. We might not have to.
Oh God.
I'm not even gonna hold you. I mean, he's doing really well.
Look at this right here. Turn that up. We got to get in that. They doing this right here.
Okay, stand by.
Yeah.
And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that.
What about Philadelphia?
Right here on the border. Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. We only have 1% in Erie County, but we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers again. We're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. One more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top at only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could probably be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Back to you.
Can we talk about the amount of money that has been spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm just looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC.
Okay, you want to throw something at that?
$131.7 million.
Yeah, $314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the.
DK, did you want to comment on any of that?
Huh? They start counting in the morning.
Well, some of them start when the polls.
Oh yeah, no, they got to drop it off today. What'd you say, Mark?
Did you want to comment on any of that stuff developing in Pennsylvania in those particular counties?
Yeah,
you give us some insights on not only the look and feel of those counties, but also the black population in those places.
So, of course, I mean, Philadelphia's not all the way counted. You know what I mean? But a lot of those counties that are around there, I mean, be honest, she's actually doing okay in the Philadelphia area. But I think where she's losing a lot of ground at is up there in Pittsburgh with that fracking area. You know what I mean? That area, those are areas that they usually blow out and it's close. That's what the issue is going to be now. You know what I mean? And the guy over there, he keeps saying, he said about 3 counties. If this county wins it, it usually says they win it. I'm like, you said that in 3 different counties. But it's really, for me, I mean, not for me, but for her, this is probably, they're uncomfortable with that right there. That 50-49 right now, got to be uncomfortable. They got to be uncomfortable. I would be, if I was Harris, I'd be uncomfortable right now. Because you got to remember.
They haven't even tallied Philadelphia, though. Isn't that going to get her a big bump?
No, they have tallied Philadelphia.
Oh, boy.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But it's not all of Philadelphia's not in. But it was like, I think it was about 80%. You know what I mean? So you're talking about the rest of it. It's gonna be difficult.
You want to make it?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
DI hire any more updates in any other states? Look at Trump.
Not right now.
All right. It looked like including Newsmax, we at 220. So you figure if he gets Pennsylvania, that's what 239.
I do want to point out though, because the gentleman mentioned Erie, and not showing what you're seeing on Newsmax. Erie is tilting towards Trump currently.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Who's tilting towards Trump?
Erie.
Erie, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Erie is usually the Democrats win Erie by a good margin. So even for it to be just tilted towards him is an issue. You know what I mean?
I'm tracking.
I mean, I can only speak for Pennsylvania. I know you guys from Ohio. Maybe we can look at Ohio, see what's going on there.
Anybody in the chat want to see us dig a little bit deeper on Ohio? Let me know.
But we know PA runs it. Do you know what city that we're from? You know we're from Harrisburg, but we're actually from Stilltown. You know, Still. You know, you talking about that.
Y'all call it Stilton. Let's not get too fancy and make it more than what it is.
Richard, how many state champions we got over there?
What,
Too many.
Too many.
Too many to count.
And each classification, just the way.
Yeah. But that's okay.
Stop it. Get some help.
Every classification.
Oh, hey, for y'all Ohio boys that's on here, what about Big 33? You guys want to talk about that? Or no, you guys don't? You know what the Big 33 is or not really, Punch?
I can neither confirm or deny my knowledge about Big 33.
Okay, I can tell you it's the Ohio versus Pennsylvania, the best football players. You know, we've been winning a couple years in a row, but it's all good.
The team won the last 9 out of 10. Ohio State.
The best players from Ohio versus the best players in PA.
Okay, let's listen to an update from Newsmax.
Until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's just the earliest, according to the White House, that the vice president might set out the few miles journey across Washington, D.C. from the vice president's residence here to her alma mater at Howard University.
Just real quickly, James, you said there's people gathering there, but no one's behind you. Are they corralled off over? Is there
Where they
like an
at?
open bar or something? It just seems so lackluster there. And
Do we have an open bar?
I know work, they're cheap, so maybe it's TV. Put you in the cheap seats.
Well, through research and deep investigative reporting, I can confirm that there is no open bar present.
Yeah, I mean, she still definitely got a big chance, but it's not a big chance, but she still got a chance, but it is definitely uncomfortable.
Yeah, she needs PA, but they both whoever wins PA has an easier route. Either one of them can lose if they get it, but whoever wins PA, they like in a driver's seat. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, this is in D.C. This is right down the street from me, and they got everybody out there
asked
waiting
me to
for
look up
Kamala to show
Ohio,
up.
right?
Yeah, what you got with Ohio?
What's that?
And then okay, so Erie, we're talking about Erie and it being swing. Ohio, it stops at Cleveland being the urban center, but everything went towards Trump.
And Ohio.
And the other urban center.
That's 17
no, I
electoral
understand
votes with Ohio.
But that borders Erie County. So that influence was Trump if you looked at Ohio as far as being a neighbor. If you look at the neighbor in New York for Erie County, which the next urban center is Buffalo, that was leaning towards Trump.
Oh.
So there's something afoot there.
Let Trump win it, man. He's fucking up everything, man. Watch the whole damn real war.
That's what I'm saying. He watching
He can have it, man.
Hold on.
Yeah, don't mess with my money. I be the one to pull the trigger. I ain't gonna see it. That's what I'm saying. I don't care, really. I don't know Kamala. I don't know Trump.
Well, these are all the key states right here, the key races: Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Nevada. There's a lot of red here, guys, but it could change.
Punch, I got something from Reach real quick.
Language.
Oh no!
Language. Language. Language.
Be quiet, please. No,
I ain't threatening. I'm saying I ain't gonna miss.
Well, the thing is, I don't think. Oh my goodness, it's looking real red right now.
It is. Because it ain't right.
That is crazy.
Right now, to be honest, if we look at go back to that map real quick. If we look at this map, if everything holds and everything on the west goes the way it's supposed to go, if everything holds right now, he wins. Because, but that's saying that these three states, PA, I said Ohio earlier, but it's actually PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? Those are that's the blue wall there. Right. But if these hold true, if he gets PA and Wisconsin, and she gets Michigan, and these states hold what they normally hold,
Arizona's back to blue.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about Arizona. I'm talking about these states, and that's not going to matter. That's really not going to matter. But if these hold how they are, and all these go red, but see, Wisconsin turned blue.
Again, it's going back and forth.
That's what I'm saying.
Back and forth, bro. Like even PA was going back and forth.
Nah, it was blue the whole time.
It was. But Wisconsin was red, blue, red.
No, yeah, Wisconsin been changing. Wisconsin has been changing. But to be honest, if he gets two of these, I mean, if he gets PA, I think he wins. But if he gets two of these, I think there's no way she can win.
Right. But if he gets PA,
no, if PA is something else. Now, if she gets PA, if she gets these two, that don't mean she can win. If she gets these three, she automatically wins. Yeah. But if she gets PA plus one of these, then she's in the driver's seat. But if he gets just PA, that's what it's gonna come. Then it's gonna come down to over here.
That's what it's gonna come down to be honest.
It'll be Georgia. I mean, because we gotta remember all these states, all those states ain't called. Right. Arizona ain't called. Nevada, New Mexico ain't called.
They blue.
No, that's not these blue. That blue is called, not this blue.
I thought you said dark blue was the one thing.
Nah, dark red is called. But anyways, so you got to figure Arizona's not called yet, but neither is New Mexico, neither is Kansas, neither is Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, Virginia, North Carolina. Right. Look, think about it. All the swing states aren't called. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which one is 7? Is Arizona 7? Is that what we've been going with? For the 7 swing states?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So none of the swing states are called.
Right.
And you figure we got 4, according to this map, we got 4 for Trump and 3 for Kamala.
Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Now, but to be honest, I don't know about anything else, but I really think Trump wins PA. In the way it's looking right now.
See, look, Wisconsin back red.
Yeah, I don't know if he wins that, but I really think he wins PA just according to the other match.
So what makes him not win PA?
New Mexico went blue too now. Like it's just, I don't know, it's tight. This is tight.
Yeah, but New Mexico, these states don't matter. The states we just named, that's what matters. Is those 7.
The whole left side will turn blue at the end. I know, but still.
What? Hold on. Maybe somebody can tell me. Well, I know Alaska's usually Democrat. I know Hawaii's usually. I'm saying Alaska's usually Republican. Hawaii's usually Democrat. What about on the West Coast? I know California is. But what about Nevada and the rest of them? Where are they usually at? If anybody can tell me.
We'll see what happens with PA, I guess. And we win.
Where's my statisticians at?
You see the real stat changes. See, this was up. Anywhere, man.
All right. You want to look those up for me? What does these states usually vote over here? Yeah. So right now, Iowa.
To the Times, they have a graph on their website. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a needle, and it goes either towards the blue for the Democrat or towards the red for the Republicans. And it was incredibly accurate. And I was there until I think 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when they finally called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump back in 2016. Well, I've been watching that graph tonight, and I'm reporting on another outlet, the New York Times, but they've been very accurate on these things. And they now have a 78% chance of victory for Donald Trump. 78% chance, according to the New York Times right now. They have him winning 295 electoral votes to Harris's 243. They have Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6%, which would be remarkable if that proves to be the case, based on all of the negative press that Hogan mentioned and all of the stuff that's been thrown at Donald Trump, all the rhetoric, all the nastiness. If he can actually win the popular vote and crush Harris in the Electoral College, which it looks like he might, the New York Times reporting that Donald Trump has a 78% chance of victory right now.
People are texting me that as well about the needle in the New York Times, and I'm sure it kind of
Combine
kills
that
them
with
a little
the
to have to say that.
combine that with the betting markets, which of course are not
Please.
scientific. But
Yes, go ahead.
the way people are feeling about it, you go on Polymarket right now, and it's pinned Donald Trump all the way to the top, Kamala Harris all the way at the bottom. No one's buying Harris, everyone's buying Trump. And what can we figure? This is what people feel, not necessarily based on the results, but the results are probably leading people to feel this way clearly. And stuff like Britt was talking about, the needle pinned in favor of Republicans.
And Rick, I want to ask you too, because Kamala Harris has trotted out every celebrity under the sun that she could to try and get her across the finish line. Oprah, you will never vote again. We heard last night in the closing.
Yeah.
And you're in the West Coast and the Southern California. The celebrity Holly Weird. This has been sort of a crutch for her as a candidate.
Well, it could have backfired on her. Do we really care who
They're
Harrison
talking like she
Ford
lost,
is voting
DK.
for, or George Clooney says we should vote for, or who?
Hey,
Lady
I
Gaga
need
is
to talk to
supporting?
Lowe's
It's
and
really
Richard.
no surprise
They
that she would
talking like
come
she's
out
lost.
in favor of Kamala Harris, but we saw Hillary Clinton make that same mistake back in 2016
We ain't doing that.
in Philadelphia before the election.
Hold on.
She
I will let
was
Richard
a star.
hold it real quick. I will let Richard get in here, but I got a song that's been on my mind real quick. I gotta play real quick. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarina. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarina. When I dance, I do the Margarina.
Stop it.
Shake it on my
Get some
trailer
help.
campaign now. They all love me, cause I'm Dante, and every girl to
Let me turn that off real quick.
Be careful of
What was
sudden
you
change. Be careful of sudden change.
What was you saying, Ponch?
Let's go back into Newsmax.
Right. You think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and how he wants to make America healthy again. These are tangible things that
Now,
people
Newsmax
actually
is a
want,
very
as opposed to the celebrities
centrist. It's not a
on the Democratic
biased
side.
news source for the
Sometimes-
most part.
Sometimes sing you
They're
songs.
talking like he's
sometimes they
won.
don't perform, but they're there
Can we
nonetheless.
throw De
And I will
Niro in?
also,
Can we
can I
throw
just-
De Niro
can I
in?
take a moment here to just to pat myself on the back?
Yeah.
Taylor Swift endorsed
I don't know
Kamala
about
Harris.
all that.
I went on
mean, they
Newsmax
talking like
and
he's in the
said,
league because he's clearly in the league, but
There's still hope, you're saying.
yeah,
So
there's still hope. There's still we're still waiting on reports. Like I said, we got the mail-in balance, we got the absentees. They already started counting it, but we're waiting on the reports. Like I
And
said,
they gonna count the military.
we waiting on the
What
reports.
about the military? Who the military
Again,
voting for?
I called it as soon as I walked in the door today. I called it. I said it's gonna be. We're not gonna see the results tonight.
You cannot talk.
We ain't seeing no results tonight, and like I said, I'm sticking
no.
to my first.
We get close to
It's
get some
gonna be an
results tonight.
upset. It's gonna be an upset.
The upset would be Trump. You keep saying it.
Why? He's already president.
Camilla's supposed to win.
Carlos has put his finger on the needle. He said, in recent history, the West Coast states of California, Oregon, and Nevada have generally voted for Democrat candidates in presidential and many statewide elections, according to Ballotpedia. California's going to save her.
Oh no, California's gonna make it close.
54 electoral.
But we already said that she was gonna win
54
California.
electoral vote. Don't let her win Pennsylvania.
Upset coming.
California and Pennsylvania.
Upset.
Stop saying that. You speaking against what you thinking. She's supposed to win.
It's true.
You think she ain't supposed to win?
No, not the odds are stacked against her. We all know that. All the odds are stacked against her. We're not even gonna get into that. It always has been.
She got the
We got a black. We got a black.
She got the
woman.
black vote. She got the Democrat vote. She got the woman vote. Tell me what odds is stacked against her?
It doesn't make sense.
We're still we're still waiting for those reports. We don't have any votes yet. We're
Yeah.
still waiting for those reports from those states.
I'm gonna speak off of camera real quick. So I was talking. I wanted to get Jay Hawk to get on here, but he wasn't on here.
Oh, he's not on here.
And now I don't know what happened. He was having a problem with his equipment. But he was telling me his son is he's overseas, so I can't disclose the location. But he's overseas, and basically, you know, he's in the military, and they had promised that, you know, they could vote. So they sent this stuff over, and they made it like a whole big thing for them to vote. They had to fill like all these different papers out, and the end of the day, that they were unable to get their vote in. You know what I mean? It's sad, especially when it comes to our military personnel, you know, the ones who are especially overseas, you know, serving for our country. And they all weren't for Trump. You know what I mean? It was like half and half. But what I'm saying is it's such a shame that they didn't get their votes in. And
I would love to get a scoop on that and find out the details on that, because that sounds wild.
Yeah, no, because basically he was saying,
but also, if as a military member or retiree, if he's in an austere location, I can see that potentially getting, you know, messed up. But does that happen often? I don't know. They usually have voting representatives in every unit just to make sure that stuff doesn't happen, whether it's domestic or overseas. You talk to your voting rep, and they do take that stuff pretty seriously. But depending on how crazy the environment is or how tough the environment is, it may be a little difficult.
Yeah, he was in one of those environments.
Okay.
He was in one of those. But still, you know what I mean? You know, but they had started the process early, which was good. But then, like, they filled out the stuff, and then it was like, oh no, you guys, we forgot you got to fill out this stuff. And basically, what he was saying is most of the people was like, oh, I'm not doing all of that, and then I'm not voting. So it wasn't. I mean, I'm not saying it was the government's fault, but they made it real difficult for them to get it in, and that was for both parties. It wasn't just for Trump or for Kamala.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into it, but the military, at least when I was in, it was very strong Republican organization. I mean, I don't know how you felt on your side of the office, DK, because we both served, but it definitely felt like it was a Republican organization. And I used to always say, because you had to get your annual shots, I used to say, well, I guess we got to go get our Republican shot, because it was such a conservative Republican orientated environment. Everybody that's watching live, we've been steadily at 24, 25 people, which is a lot for us. Hit the like button if you want to see more of this content and just more of the dynamic that we have here. We like to have fun. We are Christian men, but we ain't dead yet. So please hit the like button, folks, and leave a comment. Let us know what your thoughts are on this, and don't be a silent partner. Another comment from Carlos. He says, as of November 1st, 2024, polling average, Harris holds a slight lead with 48% support compared to Trump's 46%, a margin of 1.2 percent points. That's November 1st, homie. We in the election now.
Yeah. Oh, where we at on the Senate right there? What's the numbers?
It's 48 Republicans, 37 Democrats.
Crazy.
That could change overnight.
No, those are the ones that's already in.
That could change.
Listen. That's the ones that's already in.
You probably the borders way in that shit, man. Ain't nobody want that.
What you mean?
Language. That's the reason why he even running for president.
Yo, so this is the problem I have. The problem I have is when you present people with facts, and they automatically think that it's fiction. Right now, right there, that's the facts right now. Those are the ones that are already called. Right. It's 48 Republicans. It could. 47. It's 47.
It could work.
No, 48.
Yeah. So no, I'm saying it's already 48. Right. So 50 if Trump wins is a majority because he gets the advantage against the extra vote.
Underdog. I hear you, Carlos.
You know what I mean? So you're talking about now. All they need is 2 votes in the presidency, and they have the Senate in the president. But but all they need is 3. All they need is 3, even without the president, to have the Senate. Right. You know what I mean? But I'm talking to him. He's saying it's fiction.
His country going straight to hell. Watch, guaranteed.
Look, I think we're gonna get mad.
Guarantee you. And you talking about what you said earlier, man, D? That's exactly what's going to happen.
See, look, and that's what I'm talking about. And this is the problem I have.
It was vice versa, been the same thing.
No, what? I've never got mad.
That's you, but you got 2, 3, 4 million other people, man. Look at you like you're crazy.
I know, but you get mad. I think you will get mad.
First of all,
you mad.
I don't mind.
Let me get my Eric. What about guns at? Bring them back over here.
I want change, man.
Are you on mute talking about guns?
You want
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
now? So what change?
No. We talking about why he was in there for what he do.
No, but right now you say you want. No, right now you say you want change.
What you say, man?
What change do you want? What change do you want?
What change?
What's the change that you want from now?
What change? What you looking forward to?
Yeah, what she was talking about, man. Everybody be unity.
She was there already. What are you talking about?
She was vice president, Bucks. Back that up, man.
She was vice president. So
she was a vice president.
She couldn't sign no law.
She was a vice president. What are you talking about? The same.
She was a vice. She was a vice president.
The same party was in charge.
So it don't matter. It don't matter. That's why the one who's in charge got put down and sit down, man.
So Biden got sit down.
Everybody gonna see.
So you ain't want Biden.
Huh?
Did you want Biden?
Now he's screwing up. Hell no. Would you?
Did he screw? How did he screw up?
You? Y'all going crazy over there.
How did he screw up? Tell me. How did he screw up?
Stop it. Get some help.
So Biden had a stutter.
But his intention.
He had a stuttering problem.
Yeah. Go ahead. And Trump got a little thing about messing with women too much. How about that?
So we got a problem.
No.
We got a problem with men messing with women.
Biden have no women.
You want to mess with men?
He ain't no issue been playing with.
You want
microphones.
I got you want transgender. You want transgender.
We gonna see.
You want to mess with men?
All right, I'm gonna mute y'all real quick and listen to this commentary. Let me know when y'all ready to come back up.
We are calling the race in Georgia for Donald Trump.
Georgia, Trump just won Georgia.
But according to some exit polls that are in, is that
Wow.
what do you make of some of these exit polls that are saying, this is going to be a problem for Harris? Maybe this is why we're seeing Georgia now.
She lost
Donald
Georgia.
Trump taking that state with the all-important 16 electoral votes.
Black men are sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Hey!
Democrats, I've often said, they treat us a little bit like the orphan Annie. It's always tomorrow.
Kamala's never gonna be me in November. Hey, Margarita. Kamala's never gonna be me in November. Donna's gonna make the country.
Pendulum swing back. That after decades of empty promises, empty rhetoric, government programs that cost a whole lot of money but didn't yield a whole lot of results, program rich and results poor, you see some people willing to take a chance on what Republicans are offering, and you see others saying, I am not going to participate. They vote by staying home.
Wow, we have Georgia, one of our major states that we're watching, has currently went over to Donald Trump. This is so interesting. So we currently have Newsmax calling Georgia for Donald Trump. This is one of the major areas that we see a large population of black men, and we know that there's been an upheaval or a renaissance of thinking amongst black men and men in general, and now we can see it starting to happen in the political arena too. Georgia, which has been a very blue state for quite a while, and like I said before, Kamala Harris pretty much had her zip code down there for the longest with all the campaigning and the celebrities and Beyonce and Quavo and all these folks trying to push her over that edge, but it doesn't seem like it worked out. And now we're seeing Georgia, at least right now in the preliminary, being called for Donald Trump. What does this mean for the black community? And are we on a different path than what we have ever been on as a people? and especially as Christians, what does that mean for us? Let's go back to Newsmax and see what we've got.
Better part of the last 40 years. And so I think to Bianca's point, when you look at the fact that all across this country, 70 to 80% of Black children not reading at proficient levels,
Just
not
said
able
that.
to do math at proficient levels, communities that are not safe, migrants who have been here for less than 3 months, getting better treatment than people who have been here living in America for the better part of the last century. This is not sustainable. And I
Joe
Wow.
Pinion, always great to have you
We're
with
gonna pull
us.
that
Thank
map up
you
in a
so
second,
much for
DK.
your comments and reaction as we are calling some big races here tonight. It is history in the making. We're glad you're with us right now here on N2.
All right, we'll be right back after this.
Amazing. I mean, this is really unprecedented, at least to me, and I could be wrong, but Newsmax and we have AP, which hasn't moved the chart too much at all. Hopefully, we can get AP's not really doing their job over here, but very interesting. Any thoughts on that, DK and Richard Los, all you guys over there? Maurice, what do you think about a state like Georgia going red for Donald Trump?
I know people from Georgia. My son's down in Georgia. Everybody was talking about, oh, where do you get that white boy out of there?
Oh,
and now,
what son you got in Georgia, bro?
Friday down in Georgia.
Where Friday at?
And Will, yeah.
Where Friday at?
He's in North Carolina, but they down in Georgia. Hold up. People, the family members is down in Georgia.
No, you said you got a son down in Georgia.
Nah, well, Friday's in North Carolina.
Hey, okay.
All right, now his cousins and all his relatives was down in Georgia. They were all talking about they can't stand with Trump. So now all of a sudden,
hey, let me join back the panel. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm having a ball right now.
DK, let's pass a question to you. We've got Georgia, but looks like it could go to Donald Trump. This is a state. This is Chocolate City, man. You know, this is the black man's, land of milk and honey, and it should be a bastion for the Democrats. What's going on? How did Donald Trump win Georgia, in your opinion?
We
choose truth over facts. We choose truth over facts.
Let's bring it down to earth, though, DK. Well, how does Donald Trump win a state like Georgia?
To be honest.
be honest.
No, I'm gonna be honest, man. This where it goes back to, right? So
come on.
Can I talk or you want to talk? You want to say it?
I want you to be like Trump, man. Change the subject.
No, you can say it. You want to talk?
No.
Okay.
Answer the question.
All right. So what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. When you think about this, right? When you think about the black man vote, right? And this is the biggest difference. This is the biggest difference is that black men have woken up. You know what I mean? That black men are no longer on a plantation. And this is nothing against Harris. I don't think it's not Harris's fault. You know what I mean? To be honest, the fault is the Democratic Party and the way they've been treating us year after year after year. Because Harris could be a good candidate in the right environment. But the environment is wrong for the black man because they've been putting us down, been holding us down year after year. And yes, for our older black men, they remember the good old days when they gave us welfare. They remember the good old days when they put us in a picket fence. But like Richard, Richard, he really believes in the Democratic Party now. And guess what? I somewhat agree with him with that. But it's been so many men has been screwed by what they promised us, what they said they were going to do, and haven't did, and now we have rebelled from that, and that's why the vote came like that. You know what I mean? But I understand where Richard's come from. I understand where Carlos is coming from. No, I just said it wasn't her fault.
It ain't her fault.
That's what I'm saying. This one isn't her. This isn't on her.
She ended up She ended up in this position.
Yeah.
She had to carry because we all know Joe Biden was going to get swept out the window.
Yeah.
She was pretty much the only only option. She was the sitting vice president.
Yeah.
She had no choice. So it was like the torch it fell in her lap, and she took advantage of the opportunity. So it's like you can't be mad at her.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like people think, oh, I don't like Kamala. I mean, it's not that.
People don't like Kamala because she's a woman.
Yo,
especially she's black.
First of all, I love women. I don't like no damn man. I don't even like you. I mean, what are you talking about?
We're not talking about
not like that. Not what I'm saying.
You said that.
No,
you said, I don't
no.
want a woman running the country.
No, what I'm saying is.
No, did you say that?
No, I did. Biblically, I believe that a man should be the leader of the household. It has nothing to do with the election, nothing with anything. When it comes to the household, I always believe the man is responsible for the household. And even on Cancer Kings, that's what we believe. So when we talk about the household and we talk about someone in the country, basically that's our house. Our country is now our house. So that's how I feel. Not saying that a woman couldn't do it. You know what I mean? Because there's been plenty of women who have raised a household, who have made it successful. I'm not saying that, but the way that God.
Why you want Kamala?
Right. Okay. Now you talking over me.
You said that. You said I don't want.
If you want to get on here and talk,
I don't want no woman.
Listen, all right.
Listen.
So let me have a little bit. Unless you want to take it back, DK.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it and I'll give it to you.
That's good.
No. What I'm saying is though is that it's not that I voted for Patty Kim, right? Patty Kim is a Democrat. She's a woman. She was running for Senate for the thing. I don't have no problem voting for a woman to go in at all. It just got to be the right one in the right environment. Right now, Kamala, she's not in the right environment for black men. Black men don't want that. It's not because of her. And I always said that. It's the Democratic Party and their promises that they never fulfill. And we woke up.
Okay.
And we woke up. That's all I'm saying. And I go ahead, Punch. You got it.
So I think a lot of it is.
Oh, he won North Carolina too.
Oh boy! Wow.
Good Lord.
North Carolina was our fourth location with the most number of black men. So that barely missed the cut. Black men are really showing either a showing or they're showing something else. Maybe they're voting the bed.
I ask Reese a question. Reese,
they like me.
That's where
they like me.
That's where your son from.
They like me.
That's where your son at, right? You just say your son. Your son. He just won North Carolina. What are you gonna talk about?
You want to get real with it?
You got the mic. Go ahead.
North Carolina men, man, they can't even work a damn field, man. Much less man vote for somebody gonna run the country.
Oh, so
I will say this, DK. I will say this.
Why not?
So just to make everything clear from my perspective, it's very interesting because we've been talking about taking men out of the clearance aisle of life and trying to get them into a better situation overall. That's been our mantra here at Cancel Kings forever. And we knew and we kind of feel that God is trying to raise men back up in their communities and their families. The issue is, in an age of feminism and very strange politics and, men not being able to be men, there's a lot of pushback on trying to stand up and be a great man nowadays. And as a result, that voice has been pushed down a lot. That's why we call ourselves the Cancel Kings. It's not that we're kings, but it's if Abraham, if Moses, if Jesus, if Adam were on social media right now, they would be canceled kings. So we want to try to give men a voice, and we've been seeing this happening. We've been seeing the numbers. We've been seeing something percolating within the communities around not only the United States, but around the world where men are trying to take their stand. So I don't think that a lot of the things that the Democratic Party is necessarily pushing towards men. I think they have some good ideas here and there. And Trump may be more aware of this. And I'm not saying that he's a savior for men, but we're seeing states like Georgia and North Carolina go red. And those are states that we know to have a lot of black men. So it makes you start to wonder, is something happening? And I think it is. and we're going to talk more about that later on in a follow-up video. But in the meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening over at Newsmax as they kind of make some more sense of some of these states that are coming back online here. All right, let's check it out, guys.
I'm here in my natural form, nerding out with the adept. But when you think about, what's really driving voters forward, there's a very simple poll that we could all point to that's been consistent no matter who the poll taker is, and that's the right track, wrong track, the country that's been on. Like 70%, as high as 80% in some polls of the people in this country believe that we are on the wrong track over the last 4 years. And what we're learning is that they're not distinguishing between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They assimilate the two as being one and the same. And if these results hold up where things stand right now, that's what we're seeing as a rebuke on these types of policies.
I completely agree with you. In fact, for an incumbent presidential party to hold the White House, traditionally that number has to be closer to 42%, and only 30% saying the country's on the right track. Tells you a lot. I think that's why you haven't had. You're going to see this, but you've not had that suburban turnout that many in the mainstream media are telling us they're going to come out for Kamala Harris. It's why minorities are not turning out for Kamala Harris, particularly in Pennsylvania, in the way they thought, because what independents are telling you, regardless of party, the two issues they care most about right now are inflation, the rising cost of everything, and border security.
And you know what, guys? I don't even believe that. I don't believe that 100%. I don't think that people are as concerned about inflation and border security. I think it's a moral thing. I think that a lot of men and women around this country just don't want to come out and say it. We don't want to have a country that has a rainbow flag versus the American flag. We don't want to have child deletion on demand. We want to have some kind of standards. I think that our moral conscience is pricked, but it's just not something that's popular to say. And people are afraid of cancel culture. And the thing about it is I really think that this is affecting people's way of looking at the world. They can't say that on a poll. They just keep talking about the economy. They keep talking about all this other stuff. But when I talk to people, when I talk to my young brothers and stuff like that, they're tired of this other stuff that's going on. And I don't think the Democrats can address that because they're kind of in bed with this thing. And I think the Republicans are either exploiting it or they may somewhat believe that these are real issues. I'm not 100% certain, but it seems like America is really starting to get that voice back where some people feel it's a voice of hate. That's what Kamala will say. But in the meanwhile, people are voting the way they feel that the country should go. Any thoughts on that, DK?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I wanted to check just to make sure. I know we're watching Newsmax. I know they're pretty, in the middle type of, media. But can we make sure that all these extra states, that we got here is agreement with, with Fox, CNN, or whatever?
Right now we're at 112 and 210 with AP News, and let's pull over to CNN and see what they have. I know that they're putting up some numbers here too, so let's take a look at CNN.
Yeah.
Let's listen in real quick, guys.
2 out of 3 of
they feel really good about what they see.
One not Arizona, I think Nevada. 2 of 3.
CNN is becoming more and more liberal. I can see why we agreed to not show too much of their stuff, but
they are looking at, and they're going to come into this. And this actually has to do with that Iowa poll we saw where Harris was up unexpectedly.
So we're just waiting for CNN to give us some numbers. They're not showing the electoral count right now. It's a bit strange, but I'm sure they'll get to it. MSNBC, let's take a look. It's hard to find this. If you guys can find these sources, send them to me. I'll put them up. If you have a source for the election that's giving some good information, send it to me and I will put it up, because CNN is really putting up a firewall, and along with Kerry Lake is getting beat too. some of the major news networks are putting up a bit of a firewall, so it's a little hard to get them pulled up here. So let me know if you can find that stuff. What do you think, DK? We have the election isn't over. We can't foot stump too much here.
I'm just trying to figure out if the numbers are similar to Newsmax, because we got this is the AP that you're showing here, right? So AP hasn't called Georgia or North Carolina.
True.
You know what I mean? So that's the thing. I'm like, why is Newsmax called both of them, but AP hasn't? You know what I mean? That's the problem. Like I want to see what is what. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I could get at least two organizations that's called that, but right now we only have Newsmax.
Well, let's take a look at ABC News. I've been kind of avoiding them, but let's take a look at ABC.
That's good. I want to see. Oh, I need to see.
Of my friend Shep Smith. Lydia, I've got to tell you that
You got Trump at 207 and Harris at 91 electoral votes.
Is saying Harris is in position to win Pennsylvania because they are seeing soft but encouraging signs for the vice president. Such a thing may change the tempo of your gathering, but as I read this, I just think that we just bought ourselves like a day or two more of counting until every last one is off the table. But please tell me about the mood inside the convention center.
Yeah, well, any concerns about Pennsylvania are not reflected here at all. In the last 10 minutes, I've heard the crowd cheer a number of times. Of course, when Iowa was projected for Trump, a lot of applause. Of course, the Des Moines Register predicting he would lose. So people were relieved to see that he won. And then anytime the poll numbers that we've seen are flashed for Georgia, Arizona, Wisconsin, a lot of cheers. I've been seeing people start to dance. Another interesting sign is the stage. If we can zoom in, the stage where Trump is expected to speak, that crowd around the stage is filling up pretty dramatically. Now, one of the sources who I'm speaking with, who is with Donald Trump now, sent me a text, said it's looking good. He expects that the president could be leaving Mar-a-Lago and coming here maybe in the next hour. Of course, too soon to know what's happening, but he's suggesting that there could be talk about some kind of speech. And of course, that's what everyone is wondering is where and when will we see Donald Trump? So a lot of good vibes here in this room.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you both. My prediction at the start of the evening was we would hear from Trump in the 11 o'clock Eastern hour, that it would be a victory speech and that we'd have to remind everybody it has no force of law. Harold Stassen could come out tonight and give a victory speech. It wouldn't make him any closer to his goal of the presidency. Mike Murphy, I'm coming over here staring at you because I've just learned Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And it strikes me that in addition to saying this past week that Herschel Walker was going to be put in charge of the Missile Defense Shield, Trump, with some ceremony, was so happy to announce that women's health, if not the health of all Americans, would be under the purview of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., which forced Van Jones on live television on CNN to say, hey, I know the guy, he wrote the foreword to my book. He should be nowhere near health care policy or any aspect of government policy.
Yeah. So I just want to say this. Everybody's on here. Yo, this is
Sounds like a lot of hate.
Right.
A lot of justification for hate.
Yeah, and I'm talking to them, and whether it's Fox or CNN or ABC here, this is not good news. You know what I mean? Like you're just supposed to report what you know. You know what I mean? It's not about I want this person to win, so I'm gonna try to build up. You know what I mean? This and that. It doesn't matter. Just report. You're a news reporter. Report whatever the news is.
Right.
It's sad. And I'm saying news, I don't know, usually for me, Newsmax is usually like middle of the ground. Newsmax, and I hate to say this, Al Jazeera, BBC, like, because they don't have no skin in the game. You know what I mean? They don't have no skin in the game, and they're just reporting whatever the news is. But here in America, man, CNN is reporting all for the liberals. Fox is reporting all for the conservatives just report whatever the news is. The news is
right. Don't put your own spin on it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the issue that I brought up before. You know, as a analyst by trade, it's very frustrating to see our news has changed from fact based to opinion editorials, and it kind of started with Bill O'Reilly during 9/11, where he was kind of going in on these crazy liberals that were not for us defending ourselves after being attacked, and that just took off. And Fox News was like, let's just try to replace all of our people with opinion editorials. And then they were just destroying CNN and MSNBC and the ratings. And then CNN brought in Don Lemon. Then they brought in Anderson Cooper. And everything just kind of went downhill from there. And we can't even get uncolored news anymore. There's always a flavor or a coloring to all of our news because it's just so biased. And it's a shame. A good example of that is the Young Turks, which is up there on your screens now. But if you want to see the last gleam of hope for the liberal side, we're going to find it here in the Young Turks. So let's take a listen.
Yes, you can come back. But look at the trend, Michael. I mean, if it was like spotty, okay, you say
this
spotty.
is where we were in 2020. We knew it was going to be a close election. You
No,
were
we
right
weren't.
this morning. Yeah, it
But
basically
also-
is where we were. There's no
Also, in defense of the Young Turks, they've are probably one of the most liberal outlets, especially on online. But they're getting frustrated with the Democratic Party. So let's just kind of see behind the veil a little here.
Georgia, a state that Joe Biden won. It's more tenuous in Arizona, right? But Trump up by very little bit. If going into today, we talked about it. You said this is a close election. I have no idea how to predict it. I said I'd rather be the Democrat because I'm playing a home game. I'm playing in Michigan. I'm playing in Wisconsin. I'm playing in Pennsylvania. And if I win those 3 states, which are Democratic states, then I win the race. We still don't know about those states. Doesn't look as good as you wanted it to, but it's. I think to say that it's 75%, it is slightly arbitrary.
Yeah, it's not arbitrary at all.
Okay.
It's 75%.
I didn't think you would say that. It was 100%.
Yeah.
It was 100% that you were going to say it's not arbitrary.
Yeah, and so guys, look, it's not like I'm shy about my opinions, and it's not like I was certain about anything. I've never been less certain in my life. So when you're trailing in all the states, you're more likely to lose than you are to win. Not rocket science.
But it's not
Not
it's
good.
not linear. You go, Farron.
The Young
Sorry.
Turks aren't sounding good, guys.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, right now when you look at it, because I've got the New York Times page right here. Yeah, right now it looks bad. I mean, anybody who's just tuning in or just
Now listen to this. These are journalists saying that it looks bad. You're supposed to be unbiased.
until of course you drill down into each of those individual ones. So I do think at this point I'm maybe not 75%, but I'm 60 thinking that I think at this point this is a Trump election. Unfortunately, I really.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know. All the numbers are
The Young
looking
Turks.
way worse than what we had been told they could be. So.
And again,
if she wins, it is going to be such a razor thin popular vote margin. And I don't know that.
And this is the problem, guys. We live in these silos where we think that only our silo and our little echo chamber is reality. You have to live in all parts of reality. And that's why liberal media, which controls a lot of our media, CNN, MSNBC, they are not giving us the whole story. A lot of these folks are surprised this is happening because they've been told for months that Kamala Harris is unstoppable. DEI hire. I want to get you in on this. What impact has the media had on not giving us all the facts about this election, in your opinion?
Very effective. I know that's short, but very effective.
DK, do you think that the media has been slanted to the point where Americans they're going to wake up tomorrow or Thursday and be surprised that we have an election that's won by Donald Trump, who has been labeled as a misogynistic, lying megalomaniac?
I do want to add one more thing, man.
Now you got it. Go ahead.
And it was asked earlier, and I don't think I either didn't get a chance or I just let people go. I was like, what's going to be the fallout or the impact of all this, regardless of direction? I think we're going to see a new mental health crisis.
Oh boy, you might be right on that, bro.
Because we're
And I know
talking
you ain't
about
kidding.
the manipulation of the news media and the tilted information that we get. But there's just going to be this level of disappointment, and it's going to be more on the liberal side, regardless of a win or a loss, because they're chasing feeling. They're not chasing stability in life based on policy.
Hold on. I
So
know.
we're going to need to start a lot of social programs for the liberals, so they could not so then they won't have their feelings hurt.
Leadership already. He ain't take office yet.
I don't think what he's saying. He's just saying that's the way that.
Let me talk to Richard. Let me talk to Richard.
And to be honest, that's your go-to. You got nothing else. It's always, oh, I'm a victim. Oh, I hurt over here, but I want to feel good.
Richard, now, do you think that the media has given you a true picture of how this election is going to go?
No, because I think again we're getting different information from different sources right now.
But you're seeing Donald Trump almost winning, almost a decisive victory. Did you expect this from the media outlets that you were watching this whole time?
I did expect this. I ain't even gonna lie. I definitely expected this. And like I was telling them just now, like, I don't think we will see no results tonight. I actually think when we wake up tomorrow, we're going to see chaos. There's going to be states flipped. There's going to be people questioning. That's just my view. That's just my view on
What's all that noise? Y'all over here punching a punching bag or something? What's going on over there?
Eating snacks, getting hungry. But yeah, I think when we wake up tomorrow, there's going to be some flip states. Again, there's still states still counting. It's going to get chaotic.
You're not disappointed like the Young Turks are in this video here that the media didn't get it right.
No.
Okay. Just making sure.
But listen, I think Michigan and North Carolina. I'm sorry, North.
And with
say again.
No. What I'm saying, I think Georgia and North Carolina. I'm looking at the percentage of the votes and how far it is down by. I think Newsmax was right to call those. I think even though AP didn't call it but I think he definitely gets Georgia and North Carolina.
Okay.
Now, but the thing is, and I'm just saying this from the door, even if he gets all of those, but if PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I mean, right now we got them as partial red, but it's real close. If those switch, she can win with that. It'll be 270 to 268.
Let's tap back into Brian Williams and see what he thinks about all this.
4 electoral votes, a state of 40 million souls. And I might add, we're proud to be the first ever original broadcast for the nation on election night from this beautiful state. You see the blue
California's going to Kamala Harris.
No surprise. It is big blue out here on the West Coast. Those electoral votes go to Kamala Harris. Idaho, the last Democrat they voted for, LBJ in 64. I have no reason to believe, looking at that red line, that that's going to change anytime soon. 40% of whatever is in, it's enough to give Donald Trump a red check mark. Oregon, they voted for only Democrats since '88, 8 electoral votes, unclaimed as of yet, but look for that to be on the move, as will this next one. Last Republican the state of Washington voted for, one Ronald
all
Wilson
the West Coast states
Reagan
are very
of the
heavy
state
Democrat.
of California, way back in '84. 12 electoral votes there, but that is the top of the hour. Aaron McPike, I keep pushing to you. It's not like you brought a pack of Crayolas and you're going to color these in yourself.
That's right. Well, let's look at Wisconsin right now. You were
I
just
love their
talking about it
studio.
with Mike and Aaron. Right now, we're close to 60% in. Democrats have been warning of a red mirage. Right now, Donald Trump is leading with almost 50% to 48.4%. We've still got 40% of the vote out. A lot of that needs to come from Milwaukee, with only about half of the vote in Milwaukee right now. And then in Dane, where Madison is, we actually are almost 91.1% of the vote in. So we're doing better in terms of getting the vote in Dane. But I want to look at a couple of other counties where the two campaigns have really been competing over the last couple of months. Right here in La Crosse, 53.3% for Harris, with about 92% of the vote in. She is underperforming Joe Biden, who almost got to 56% in La Crosse, little city on the western side of Wisconsin. Eau Claire, want to look at this too. We've got almost 92% of the vote in. She's at 54.4%. Joe Biden, 54.4. So we've actually updated a little bit. So she's keeping pace. Eau Claire is really interesting because there was a day in October, it might have been in September, when Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, and JD Vance were all in.
Okay, that's boring.
But again, Eric Hobby is picking up some ground there in Wisconsin. So there's a look at the presidential races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and those key Senate races as well. Bianca, back to you.
All right.
Declare him the victory.
It went to we are going to be calling races as they come in, and we are very
look at the Newsmax
right
numbers,
now.
246 to 162.
We are calling Idaho for Donald Trump. The polls have just closed there, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, also closing Oregon and Washington and California. Idaho going to Donald Trump. Also is the state of Georgia, and we also called North Carolina earlier for Donald Trump. Let's get out
they
to
called
where
North
some of the
Carolina and Georgia.
Are our John Huddy at West Palm Beach, where the Trump campaign has
Hold on
a
now.
watch party.
That's two. Well, yeah, that's wild, dude. We got the brothers are representing over here. Seems like North Carolina, which is our fourth.
It's too early for Georgia and North Carolina. It's close.
Well, they're calling Georgia and North Carolina. Newsmax.
Yeah, but I think that's a little presumptive.
You think so? Okay.
And what I'm shocked is Washington and Oregon are probably should go Democrat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that would offset Pennsylvania's 19. With them being together, that would be 20. And that'll actually show the economy if that has any play in the votes, because they got to be struggling out there.
Well, Oregon and Washington State.
Well, you got Microsoft and stuff like that in Seattle, but
Oregon and Washington State, they've always been liberal states. You know, I used to live in Washington State. All you got to do is think about Portland, Oregon. It's a very blue state. You know, Oregon and Washington. So no surprises there at all. Let's move back to the big map.
They have one Republican since Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah. So we have to assume that a lot of them are gonna win. Okay. Oregon has 8 electoral votes. Washington State 12. Cali 54 electoral votes. So once she gets Cali, I don't do math in public, but what should we expect her to have with that 54? Let's do some calculation here. Let me see. So 54 plus.
Two more states she wins.
California's already in there.
California's in there. She has.
Oh, it is. Oh boy, I didn't know that. Not good.
I got it at 179, 214.
All right, look. So look at PA. Don't get PA. Look at. Let's see. What is it?
PA has 70% reporting, and Donald Trump's up by 51.1% with 19 electoral votes.
Or look at Michigan and Wisconsin.
We'll lose that.
Now Michigan and Wisconsin, I think those are states that will be flipped.
Michigan is 51.5% Donald Trump, 28% reported as of now, and 15 electoral votes.
Michigan, what about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, 50 to 48. Donald Trump is up.
What? 61%. Yeah. So 2%. Yeah. 2%. So somebody. Well, she needs all three.
Where's Tim Walz from?
Nobody cares.
He's from Minnesota.
And his state is it's only 12%, but Trump is beating him in his own state. What is going on here?
She should pick. If she picks Shapiro,
she would have PA.
No, she would have won the election for sure. I don't know who. You know why I think they didn't have her pick Shapiro? Because he was smarter than her.
No, I don't think it was because of that. I think the main reason was
Same thing.
the Democrats are really having a hard time with the Jewish and Palestinian conflict, and there's so many people in the Democratic Party that are pro-Palestine that they didn't want to put a Jewish man on the bottom of the ticket. Plain and simple.
Nah, it's Shapiro. But I think him being in there would have outweighed that, because that means you automatically.
They didn't have a good reason, and I think that they ended up getting 50. I think Donald Trump now has 50% of the Jewish vote when it's never been that high in like recent history. So he's siphoning Jewish votes, Muslim votes, Jewish votes from the Democratic Party, and it's like unprecedented. And a lot of it is because of Kamala Harris's. A lot of people feel like she has one different policy for Michigan, which is where most of the Muslims live, and a whole other different kind of policy in commercials and ads for New York, which is where most of the Jewish people live. So she probably may have shot herself in the foot a little bit by not picking Shapiro, but it just is what it is. They're just too sensitive, I think, sometimes to all these protesters and these agitators and all this pro-Palestinian stuff, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I think Shapiro would have beat Harris in a primary for sure.
Right.
So when they got to treat like illegal immigrants, they're gonna make their mind up. They change it.
Are you an illegal immigrant?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm a South border man, lowest damn count. You can't tell my white or black.
What part of Africa are you from?
Lowest count.
Which one?
I'm just funny, y'all. It's fine.
So if you're watching the show, we really appreciate it. You can find out more of our content by joining us at Cancel Kings at YouTube, Cancel Kings at Twitter, Cancel Kings at Facebook, and The Cancel Kings on Instagram. We're also Cancel Kings at TikTok. Be sure to give us a like and a subscribe. And if you're enjoying the content, leave us a comment. We really appreciate that. We are men of God that are really focusing on getting men out of the clearance aisle of life and back to their purpose. And if you want to support that kind of content, this is the right place to be. Let's get back into a little bit more commentary here. Let's go over to Newsmax, which I think is currently at Kamala's headquarters over here in D.C.
Is what's being reported by the pool attached to the vice president was at 10:18 p.m., almost an hour ago, Eastern time. We were told by the pool that they have been gathered for potential travel, but they have no information, and they're just holding at the vice president's residence. So in other words, the vice president could have made her way over here if she thought things were going swimmingly well to give a victory speech anytime after 9:45 p.m. It's now well after 11 p.m., and there's no sign of movement from the vice president's residence. Bianca.
Wow.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall at the vice president's residence right now?
I would love emotional,
damn it.
Or
Or Barack Obama. Or anywhere. All right.
we got you.
James Rosen.
James, excellent job out there. All right, so she's not on the move. Maybe because
Maybe they're not optimistic. Why don't you think they're DEI higher?
We were planning.
Excuse me. Why don't you think that she's at least trying to position to her rally point in D.C.?
Well, it's quite obvious. She doesn't feel she won yet.
Emotional, damn it. But what about rallying the troops and making a strong show for the people? You think that it's just not a part of her desire to do that? Because some people like to go down with the boat, you know?
Right. She should be a real leader.
Oh, my goodness. Shots fired.
No, not shots fired. It's just the truth. And the game's almost over, so there's nothing to pander to. So why go out and actually pander?
Are you about to engage in blasphemy?
And then she'll go from there.
Hey, a big thing real quick. You saw they gave Cruz a victory for Texas.
I did see that. So Cruz did win. Okay. Interesting.
That was good.
All right, let's get into some more commentary here. We got
did anybody,
Pennsylvania.
real quick,
Pennsylvania. Let's listen to this real quick.
Florida, 67 to 95% chance in every one of the swing states to win. They're predicting he'll get 301 electoral votes, and then he has an 89% chance of victory right now. It's a remarkable
89% chance of victory
performance on election night by Donald Trump. People turned out in droves, people who never voted before. And in Pennsylvania, for example, they signed up a record number of Amish voters. The Amish were upset with the Democratic-led government for a raid that took place on an Amish farm.
Oh.
And all these Amish voters signed up and they voted.
They raided the Amish?
Trump. And things like that can make a difference in some states. It's still too close to call, but
was this in Lancaster where they raided the Amish?
We know where they are.
You got that? I think it is. I ain't sure though.
I have no idea, but Lancaster is the most famous as far as the Amish community.
They raided the Amish?
We ride around buggies and shit all day long, man. Make the traffic get slow. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see how y'all doing it over there. Y'all turning it up.
Language.
Okay.
Anyway,
I think they would welcome you with open arms. They're like, "Oh, you've been covering the Trump campaign. Come on in."
Yes, I got a strong back. I'd put in my hard work, and anyway.
I think they'd put you to work.
They would, and I'm here for that. All right, David, give us your assessment.
I do want to raise one concern.
What we're talking
Hold
about
on, let's
here
see if this guy
these
gets
numbers hold up.
on our
There's a
topic.
real mandate for Donald Trump. A mandate to do this mass deportation plan. A
Okay.
mandate to make
They're
America
talking
healthy
deportation.
again. A
What you got for us, DEI?
I just want to see if anybody else got this. I think I got it from MSNBC. Who favors Democrats, but I always like watching that because it allows me to get actually two sides what I think's going on. Did anybody see anything about the bomb threats at the election polls in Philadelphia, supposedly introduced by Russia?
Oh,
so, I mean that's awful curious. How do you know it's from Russia already? And then why would it be bombs? It almost sounds like
Say down, just spend some more money on it.
whatever side it may be, but it sounds like they're setting the stage to challenge any results.
Yeah, by threatening Pennsylvania or Philadelphia.
He ain't coming to Philly with that bullshit. Cancel.
Well, let's take a look at the Young Turks. They're a little bit more left of MSNBC, if you can believe it.
That's how that's going to end. Let's go to more.
I want to mention one state, and this is the frustrating thing that I'm trying to figure out. There are different sites that are tracking the numbers, and they're getting it from, in some cases, the same place, in some cases, others. And generally, the differences between the two are small. We have one case here where the differences are not small. So I've been following Michigan. Generally, we're using as our main source of information the New York Times, and they have had him up between 4 and 5 points. Okay, which is significant. CNN, with almost the exact same percent in, has her up by 3 points.
Where is this?
CNN in Michigan. So massive gap between the two.
So CNN has her up 3, and
New York Times has him up by
Michigan
rounded to 5.
That's 8%.
Percentage reporting.
Not the exact same percentage, but they have, for instance, Donald Trump as, let's see, with Michigan, he's got 937,000 votes. They have her with 941, him with 890. So we're going to see it maybe as more comes in, they will start to come into parity. But it is the only case in which the lead is dependent on who you're getting your information from.
Okay, so guys,
that's why we don't listen, guys. A lot of folks are big fans of CNN and Fox News. That's why we avoid those extremes, because a lot of times they're biased. That's why we like Newsmax. That's why we like going to people who are more centrist and getting our information, because this is what we call, we're talking about that flavoring of the water, coloring of the information. This is why you can't get accurate information from the media, is because they're coloring the information for us. And by the time you get to the truth, next thing you know, your favorite person is no longer your favorite, is no longer everybody else's favorite, and you're surprised by it. You know what I mean?
Hey,
what's up, DK?
You want to know what's up with me?
You just said something?
I did. I got something for us.
What's that?
You want to hear some breaking news?
Oh boy, here we go.
DII, you want some breaking news?
It sounds like it's going to be a breakout of a song, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. Here we go.
Y'all about lying. Ain't nothing to do with the truth.
That's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Macarena. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Macarena. When I dance, I do the Macarena.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
I want to make it 82. Kamala, 60 years old.
All right, let's check in with the Young Turks again.
Well, he's won it 3 times in a row, and so obviously a very tough state.
Oh boy, look at the comments
So,
here.
Look, there's a reason why they didn't call it yet.
Let me read some of the comments for the Young Turks. Trump is painting the entire blue wall red. Time to rename it. AP just called North Carolina for Trump. Thanks for the screenshot of your own poll losing by 75 points. The people who are watching their show hate them, seems like. God bless President Trump. Keep in mind, Young Turks is probably the most, it's far left.
Too much.
But most of their comments are making fun of the left.
Can we see the AP? Oh, don't we get the AP map up? Can we see where that's at?
Let's pull it up. AP map. Let's do a refresh first. And 2, 1. There we go. 230 to 179. Wow.
That's dangerous.
Emotional, damn it.
People knock us off, man. Knock us off.
Dangerous. And we got PA, Michigan, and Wisconsin still pointing red.
Well, let's go to social media and see what everybody's saying over there. I'm sure that people are reacting very strongly to what's happening.
Too much, I give you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys go ahead and talk amongst yourself as we figure this out.
Hey, so DI higher, man.
Yes.
You know, when it comes to this whole election, what do you feel like Trump deserves to win this?
Hell no.
Yes or no?
No.
No.
Do you think that Harris deserves to win this?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Listen. I like to force issues. I like to try to get people to think for themselves, not on emotion.
Right.
So I do provoke things, but and I knew I was going to lose. I lose every time, but if there's a libertarian or a non-Democrat, non-Republican candidate on the down schedule or the down ballot, I always vote in that direction.
Yeah,
there's no way, as diverse as this country is, there can only be two sides.
Yeah, I voted for you today.
I seen that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I did. I took a picture. I took a picture of it. But question is, tell me this. But you had, if Shapiro, right? I don't know if you like Shapiro or not, but if Shapiro was running, could you actually see yourself voting for him instead of whoever you voted for?
Nope.
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
Because there's always there's usually always a libertarian candidate, and I'll vote for them. I like their platform because they're like less government, but they also they have a like half of their party is like just a bunch of like real crazy extremists. That kind of takes away. But I'm all about individual freedoms. Get government out of the way. I don't need you to charge me, fees for driving a vehicle to protect an environment that you have no idea what you're doing with it. So, for me, outside of the constant division and dismissal of stabilization from organized religion, whether that's Christianity or whatever it may be for you,
Oh my God,
I can't agree with more government and a democratic system.
Gotcha.
That's just for me, though.
What about you, Plush? How you feel about that?
Michigan.
So I don't know if you know Shapiro as much, being from Ohio, but could you see you voting Shapiro over Harris? I don't know who you voted for, but could you see yourself vote Shapiro over Harris if he could have won the primary? If they had,
I don't know anything about him, to be honest.
Okay. No, 'cause, I mean, I know a lot of people PA really like Shapiro, and I talked to a lot of people, and they felt like if they would have held a primary, that Shapiro would have definitely be Harris by far. But we got to remember, Harris didn't get any. She didn't get any votes when she was running in the primary against Biden.
Biden and Shapiro are different people.
You know what I mean? So I mean, think about how big that is. So you have someone where the Democratic Party didn't even vote for her, who ends up winning.
See, Don, what y'all don't understand is they don't care about any of that stuff. They feel like Trump is such an existential threat that they should do anything to not let him win. You don't.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like we're still expecting them to play fair because we think this is still a fair country. Like the Republicans even think that, oh, this is a real candidate. Yeah, Donald Trump went and he won his primary. He won this. He competed with his peers, and they don't see it like that. They see him as a lunatic and someone that's so dangerous that they have to rig the system to beat him.
Yeah,
and point blank, end of story. That's all they see.
Yeah, and real quick, Punch, I want to thank everybody who's been staying on with us. We see all these people that's from YouTube, but even I looked on my thing. I know we were like 80 or 90 or 100 just on my Facebook alone, so I can imagine what was on yours and everybody else. You know what I mean? And it's crazy because you guys stayed with us this whole time, and I know we do a lot of joking, but we are being serious about this, and I really appreciate it. You know what I mean? Appreciate it. So I just want to say thank you guys.
Hey, if you support DK and you support him on his side, put a 1 in the chat. And if you found us on YouTube or Points Unknown, put a 2 in the chat. Let us know you're out there. Everybody drop your state that you're in and just let us know where you are. All right. Let's get back over to some more commentary here, guys. It's coming in hot and heavy,
Money.
Let me see.
Where's that money at? They gonna shoot nothing.
Even though we know something could change tonight, Donald Trump is outperforming 2020, and we did not see that in the polls, and a lot of Democrats are surprised. What explains this?
Ain't that what I just said?
I think what is very clear to a lot of Democrats who are texting me is that Donald Trump is still governed by a different set of rules. Coming out of the Madison Square Garden rally, most people thought that surely he had ruined his chances, that this was such a bigoted, misogynistic, xenophobic event that Latinos and other people would be turned off completely. And what we're seeing is that's not true for some folks, maybe for a lot of people. And that's a big surprise. And I think it has a lot to do with your point, or to your point, it has a lot to do with our media environments, the places where we're getting our news from.
Yeah, well, it seems Democrats will say that he's held to another standard.
Here we go. What's next?
Washington. Predictably, the state of Washington has been firmly placed in the Harris column. You see the blue check mark there.
Yeah, but still, man, come on.
Yeah, I mean, these are things we know.
Yeah, I'm saying, but come on.
It's muted, Punch.
This is what I'm saying. This is just what I was just saying earlier. people are surprised that their world is not real. The media has been telling half truths and deceiving us, both sides, but especially the left side. And we got ate up on TikTok when I said the same thing too. But it's true. People are legitimately, like the guy just said earlier, they're legitimately like, well, what happened? I thought that this was a landslide. He even mentioned about, you know, the Hitler followers, you know, over at the Madison Square Garden rally with Donald Trump. None of that stuff was true. And I'm not trying to cape for Donald Trump, but it's like we shouldn't be surprised that this reality is hitting people in the face, because they've been consuming months, if not years, of echo chamber media. And this is the problem. And we did a whole video on this, right? We talked about how this fuels conspiracy theory, because once you go over to another news source and you find out there's a whole treasure trove of other information, it makes people not trust mainstream media, and they become more invested in conspiracy.
Yeah.
Let's listen in, because the brother was cooking for a second there, but it's exactly what I just said.
Okay, this is a healthy debate. I want to bring in Chris Mowry, who's joining us from Georgia. Chris, you know, you're a TikTok creator. Exits so far show that former President Trump actually gained 3 points among voters under the age of 30. Exit polls, not a final vote, but what do you think is drawing young people to Trump?
Yeah, I think that, you know, obviously this election, we see a lot more Gen Zers who can vote. And I'm under the position that, you know, I'm 22 years old, but with people younger than me, 18, 19, or 20, this straight white male demographic for the Democrat Party has been challenging. I think that, you know, kids walk into school and they see a lot about Black Lives Matter or LGBTQ plus issues or women issues. And a lot of straight white males are successfully being what I call red pilled on the internet, where education isn't going far enough to explain that we are a very privileged group in society.
Dude,
so,
this is exactly what I've been saying.
They tend to lean conservative, lean toward this kind of Andrew Tate demographic. And so I kind of predicted that Donald Trump would pick up a few points there.
Thank you so much. Brian, do we get points for using the phrase red pilled?
Yes. And
they better wake up, but you know what's going to happen? They're going to attack people like us after this,
thank
DK.
you to all our contributors. A few notes before we catch a break here. CNN, John King saying, looking at North Carolina, he'd rather be Donald Trump than the vice president. He also mentioned Harris underperforming Biden in 28 separate counties. Steve Kornacki reminding us that vote by mail ballots in PA were about 45 minutes out from getting a lot of information from them. Bernie Moreno wins the Sherrod Brown Ohio Senate seat. Apparently, according to NBC News, Sherrod Brown will not be returning to the U.S. Senate. He had a tough path. Associated Press has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. And we're not done with this thing yet. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more.
Guys, this is exactly what I've been saying. People do not understand what's going on, and the world is shifting. There's been a legitimate counter reaction to liberalism and feminism. And I think that one side of the world has been like, well, those are just a bunch of misogynistic, you know, crazy guys. And to be honest, I think that there's going to be a significant backlash, and they're going to come after folks like our channels that want to try to get men in healthy mindsets, that tell men that they're valued by God. I think that they're going to come after folks like this, because they're going to lay the loss of this election not on bad policy, not on diversity quotas and things that don't move the metric scale. They're going to put the blame squarely on the backs of men and people who don't agree with this new world order of alternative lifestyles and, you know, child deletion on demand and everything else that can't counter God. And they want to just lump us all into the garbage truck and the deplorables of Donald Trump. But that's not it. It's more to it than that. DK, what am I missing here, man? You're paused, bro. Or you're muted.
Nah, I don't think you're missing anything, man. You know what I mean? I think Trump, I don't know. For me, man, Trump is just, I've been saying this from the door that he's the opposite of what Washington wants. You know what I mean? And this is why he's so polarizing. You know what I mean? Because the difference between Trump and Harris and every other candidate is he don't need he didn't come there for the money. You know what I mean? They're there for the money, they're there for all these other things. What what he's doing is so much different. And he's shaking up the system. You know what I mean? And I had this conversation with countless people that it was never meant for you to come to Washington to represent your area and get rich. It actually cost you money. When you was on your farm, you had to get back to your farm. It was never meant for you to be a career politician. But now, that's what we have. You know what I mean?
DEI hire. Are there any more bases you want around with this observation that maybe men have a voice that no one wanted to pay attention to, but they still got to vote?
You can only pull people apart. You can only split the atom so many times before you get, I guess, the fission part, the explosion part. And if you look at the Democratic model, they're constantly dividing people, male, female, to delete or not delete, this class versus that class economically. You can only this religion versus that religion, and it's continuously and ongoing. You cannot unite everybody together by division. And if that is the message or the result that comes out of this, you're going to see what used to be like people that were stern on their ways on a Christian Judeo basis. You're going to see that as the new standard. That's what people are going to unite behind.
But hold on, DEI. I was
And
talking to one of
it's
my
not
buddies
too
today.
not too extreme, but that's what it is.
But just to give you a little pushback, I was talking to one of my buddies today. You know, born again Christian, active in the community, and I was like, "Well, who do you think is really pushing out a lot of this racial dividing in our country?" And he said, "Well, both are doing it, but it's primarily the Republicans." Make the case for me that it's not Republicans that are the racists.
Well, if he made the claim, you're going to have to tell me how he justified his claim. But
Well,
so you want me to do it? I'll go first. I'll be fair. I'll go
yeah.
first.
Let's see what you got.
All right. Well, I don't know. Pick anything really because it's so obvious for me anyway. It's always somebody's fault. There's no accountability if you look at the liberal side, the Democratic, and there's also no responsibility. I'm not going to be responsible for my actions, so I want a feel-good policy on to go out and do whatever I want. Not
What
be accountable
liberals?
for it.
What liberals can do whatever they want? Be specific.
Like people, not sure, but the deletion of your kid, where several years ago they used to call that a shotgun wedding. You're held to be responsible. You're held to be accountable for your actions. Does that make sense?
I'm tracking. And I know that there's also some sensitivity around the topic of being from the alternative lifestyle. If you're from a trans background, you can pretty much do whatever you want. You can walk if you can be a man and you can walk into a female's bathroom. I'm seeing guys when I'm in DC wearing tutus and mini skirts walking down broad daylight, looking like. I get it that that's your choice, but sometimes it's like you're partially nude. Like, is this what femininity is? Being halfway naked? Is that what the goal is? And I think a lot of guys are like, they can get away with a lot of this crazy stuff, but real men can't. You know? And I think
Right.
that's a layer of frustration too.
I can't do that, and a lot of things I'm having problems adapting to their world is how they want to identify. And some will be nice, and I got to read their name tag. It'll say like they, them, or he, her, or however they do it. But it's not my responsibility, and I try to respect people. It's always a yes sir, yes ma'am. If you look like a guy, I'm gonna say yes sir. It's not trying
Give
to
me 2
offend.
claps and a Ric Flair.
It's not my responsibility to understand how you're trying to identify that day, that week.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have an issue with that. I think that's being forced. I can't help it. I'm not trying to retrain myself because you're a little confused where you're at. Whether it's medically or I guess hormonally or however you're going about it.
I can dig it. I can dig it. Let's dig into some more commentary here, and I'm really enjoying the commentary from ABC. Let's switch back over.
Here into Northampton, right now, Donald Trump is really doing pretty well. He's above. This was Joe Biden won. I know that Abby and James and Mike have been talking about Northampton, and by the way, these races since about 1948. That Northampton has. Yep. So right now, we are waiting for a lot of votes in these collar counties to come in. As you can see, as I'm clicking through, we've only got 50% of the vote in Bucks. We've only got 57% in Montgomery County. We are at 80% right now in Chester. In Delaware County, we are at 70%. But I want to talk for a second about Philadelphia, because right now we are at 68.7% of the vote in. But this is really interesting. Kamala Harris at 77%. That is well behind Joe Biden at 81.4%. And Philadelphia is where the bulk of these votes are going to come. And we have exit polls from Pennsylvania right now. From these exit polls, it's showing that Donald Trump is doing 14 points better with black men. This is something that people have been talking about for a couple of months. Were black men going harder for Donald Trump than in the past? And right now, it looks like in Pennsylvania, that is the case. That could be a difference maker in Philadelphia, Brian.
This is a bit of a bank shot, but I want to read you as reported
Black men
by
keep coming
my
up
old
in all
colleagues
these
at
reports,
MSNBC
DK.
who got sent exclusive.
Black men keep coming up in every single. We're looking at 3 or 4 different news stations, and they keep talking about something's happening with black men. Is this not what we've been saying for like the last 4 years or so?
Kings. Listen, and like I said, man, I know Trump ain't all everything. He's not what we need as Christians. But to be honest, it is not the Republican Party, it's not him, but what I can't stand is not Harris. I can't stand the Democratic Party right now. I'm sorry. That's like if Shapiro was running, I probably would have voted for Shapiro. That's the sad part.
But Shapiro is pro child deletion. Shapiro is pro,
Yeah.
alternative lifestyle. What's the difference?
But he is a little bit different when it comes to Harris. He's not as far left as she is. I think for most black men are just men or just people who's in the middle period, that if you look at her policies, she's so far left that you can't even, I mean, for me, I can't even, there's no way I can vote for her. What I'm saying, like, I voted for Obama, I voted for Clinton.
It's because she's a woman. Just say it.
I voted for Patty Kim. I love Patty Kim.
It's because she's a black woman.
Patty Kim is an Asian woman like she is. You know what I mean? And she's a Democrat. I love Patty Kim.
Oh, it's good.
You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of my, I'm sure some of you guys watching on here who ran for office. I voted for Shane. I voted for Tom. I voted for you guys. You guys are part of the Democratic Party. So it's not the party per se, but it's not in the local level. I love you guys in the local level, but we get to these higher ups, man. They just say stuff they don't do. Tom does what he's supposed to do. Shane does what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? Hardwick does what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? I talk to you guys on the phone. I know you guys do what you're supposed to do, but I'm talking about when we get up. You know what I mean? It just not. It just doesn't add up to me. But I thank you guys for what you do, and I appreciate it. But I can't do Harris.
Grown man boss. Some of you got to deal with.
You know, but Kim, Hardwick, Steele, Shane, Tom, I'm with you guys. 100% all day, every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What do you say to the women out there who are upset, afraid that black men are going in a different direction? What do you say to women of all races that feel that men are going in a different direction?
I mean, like we always say, men got options. Just like y'all got options, y'all can't count us out. You know what I mean? Y'all can't put us on a clearance aisle and say we just gotta follow the, you know what I mean, the status quo. You know what I mean? We got ideas. We got, you know what I mean? We're going to make our own decisions. And regardless what our decisions are, you know what I mean? Just like y'all can make yours, y'all gotta respect ours. Y'all want to have choice, but y'all don't want us to have choice. You know what I mean? Like I said, I still can't get over the lady asking me, "Is your mom black?" Like, I mean, that bothered me to my core. You know what I mean? But it's all good. It's all good.
Do you feel like that's a form of racism?
Yeah.
When someone tells you to vote a certain way because of their color and your color?
Oh, for sure. And you know, I think they did a study, and they were saying that African Americans, blacks, are the most racist people in the United States.
Oh boy! Don't say that. You're gonna get in trouble over there. You know.
Yeah, but to be honest, that's true. You know what I mean? Because I think we are. I think I could be at times. You know what I mean? You know, but you know, no pun intended. You know what I mean? I'm not throwing no shots at nobody, but I just think that we've been through so much that I mean, sometimes I feel like we got the right to be racist. You know what I mean? We got a right to have our guard up because of what has been going on in the past. You know what I mean? Years. Where we at now? 230, 205. So she got Virginia for sure?
Yeah,
Okay.
Virginia's usually a blue state.
Yeah, I knew it was close though. So what we waiting now for? Georgia,
Yeah.
PA. So what percentage we at on Georgia?
So Georgia, we are currently looking at 51.48%. Donald Trump.
And 91%. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, skip that. Go to Pennsylvania. Where we at, Pennsylvania?
81% reporting, 51 to 47.
Right, he has it. Go to Michigan.
Michigan, 51-46, 39% reporting.
Okay, that's still up in the air. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, I don't know why you keep bringing them up, but 50% Donald Trump to 47.6%. Kamala Harris with 10 electoral votes, 70% reporting.
Well, look, here, pull that off. I think it gets Georgia and it gets Pennsylvania. Add those two up. How much is that?
Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, 19.
What's that bring them to if we get both of those?
My public school map says that's 35.
35? Oh, that's not enough. So that's only 65. So go to Arizona.
They'll need 7 more after that.
All right. So what's Arizona at?
Arizona, according to looking like Trump, 49.8%, 49.4%, almost a dead heat. Difference of like 7,000 people in voting and only 50% reporting.
Let me see Michigan again.
Michigan, 15 electoral votes.
And Wisconsin. I'm sorry.
Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes.
Right. So we got 70% here. I think he gets. I think it's Georgia. I think he wins. I think it's Georgia, PA, and Wisconsin. Look at what's that up there? Maine? What's that mean?
You want Maine?
I just want to see where they at.
That's totally blue all the time.
Yeah, but it's close.
Not close enough.
Nah, you're right.
Maine is gonna go blue.
Yeah. What's that, Minnesota?
I think that's where Martha's Vineyard is at.
Where's Minnesota at?
Minnesota, blue. I think he came back, or she came back. They were down for a while. She's probably going to take this handedly.
Yeah, but am I wrong? Do you guys feel like he gets Georgia, PA, and Wisconsin?
Who has a calculator? So Georgia.
No, it's enough. It's definitely enough.
Georgia is 16 votes, 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. He's probably going to get Pennsylvania. Michigan, 15.
Not Michigan, but Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, 51-47.
Yeah, I don't know if he gets Michigan, but I really feel he gets Wisconsin. I feel like he gets Georgia. I feel like he gets PA. That's enough.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Donald J. Trump. He's probably going to be.
That would be enough.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, all he needs is 40.
But I do want to point out the resistance movement because I just dipped out and I got to catch the MSNBC just for perspective.
Send me the link for MSNBC, please.
Okay. I'm not that savvy, but I'll work on it. But either way, they just called North Carolina, and there's been 3 or 4 other institutions or outlets that called it like a half hour to 45 minutes ago. So they're being so reluctant to give.
Oh, they finally called North Carolina?
Correct. So that's showing me they're presenting a resistance.
So,
well, I mean, I could be wrong, but well, there will be.
Well,
regardless
nobody
of who
wants to
wins.
have another viral moment like it was during the first Trump election, where you had news anchors that it looked like they were attending a funeral, not calling an election. The Young Turks had one of the most viral videos right next to CNN. They were almost in tears that Donald Trump had won the election, and they don't want to do that again. So they don't want to look stupid because they have pushed the American public with this media blitz. I got a bad echo. Somebody, bad echo. They've been pushing, and I keep hammering this. This is why even this podcast here is important. Alternative media, because they're not capable of giving us the truth. They have just been so lopsided in this media coverage that people are devastated. And like you said before, DEI hire, I got a feeling people are going to be needing a lot more Lexapro in the next few months because they just can't believe that this is happening based off what the media has been saying. But there's 2 different planets that we're living on as Americans, you know? Let's pull up some commentary.
I get you. And let me before you get to that, let me just point out one more thing.
Sure thing.
Because I like looking at different aspects. The SPY index is through the roof, and it's probably going to challenge a new record high tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's at about 584. So it's going to challenge the top at 586 tomorrow. So be aware of that. And you got a rate decision Thursday, so watch for the switcheroo. And the VIX is down, which is the volatility. The lower that goes means the more stable things should be. So that's a good indicator that they're probably pro-Trump.
Right. The stock market is going to go through the roof. Can you explain why people were so concerned about a Kamala Harris administration with the stock market?
I don't know if I could explain it, but
explain it to me like I'm a 10-year-old or a 10-year-old.
There was no clear direction, and you got to have direction to at least identify costs. You just can't say, okay, no more student loans. Okay, we're just going to tax everybody's unrealized gains. There's no clear direction. People want stability. They want to know, this is what I'm taking home. This is what I got. This is how I'm going to provide for my family and my community.
Yeah, and also the capital gains thing. How do you think that would have impacted the country, the economy, the world economy? Break it down like I'm 8 years old.
It would have been redistribution of wealth, which would have made some people happy, but it had been unearned assets, and that would discourage people to work. Why work if you're just going to take it away and give it to somebody else?
Mm.
I don't know if that's a 12-year-old version of it, but it's like, okay, a 12-year-old version. I got this set of toys. You don't have any toys. So now you're just going to take from my toy bin?
Mm. Yeah. All right, guys. We still have a record number of people that are watching us today. We appreciate if you take the time to just like the video, leave a comment, let us know where you're from, and consider subscribing to our channel. We focus on getting men out of the clearance aisle of life. We talk to all men, but we seem to gravitate a lot more towards black men, and we're trying to get men closer to God. We want them to understand who Christ is in their lives. This channel is all about that. We do a weekly Bible study, sometimes multiple days of the week. We get on and we talk about these hot topics like the election, relationships, everything. So we kind of have two branches of our outreach here with Bible studies and men's improvement, and also overtime, where we discuss topical issues. This is something that you may want to be invested in, or you may want to just get some game for free if you're one of the ladies that watch us. But like the video, subscribe, and we'll continue on. I just want to see what Young Turks is saying right now, but it looks like they're getting fired up over at ABC News. Let's take a look.
The shift of the American population to the north, it's just been extraordinary to watch.
Yeah, it is a killer issue. And in the simplest terms, it's an anger issue. That plus economic pressure. My friend Axelrod often says you talk about high-tone democracy stuff around the kitchen table when you can afford groceries. And if you can, it's a pretty simple election. Mm-hmm. So these cultural issues, which Donald Trump is good at inflaming, are paying off for him. The Republican Party has been changed by Donald Trump to a populist party. Mm. We're not fiscal conservatives anymore. We're not pro-Atlantic Alliance, traditional international affairs people. We're now in the enemies list business, and now we're going to have to govern with that if the blue wall buckles tonight.
What we want to make, Brian, is given this and given what's happened in the Senate, the entire
James Carville. I seen him in Old Town Alexandria one time getting some shoes for his son or grandson.
Federal appellate court, that's in federal district courts. That's U.S. attorneys that are going to be appointed all over this country. I just hope that people knew what they're voting for, because a lot of people are going to get their heads tap danced on. And they're going to say, gee, I didn't know that. Yeah, you should have known that.
But to be clear, the reason the judiciary, this is a point I made earlier, the reason the judiciary will change is because Democrats and Harry Reid blew up the filibuster on the judicial calendar in the United States Senate. That also
they're already
led
getting
to the
ready
eventual
to get
removal
ready for
of
their
the
next
filibuster
news
on the
cycle to
Supreme Court
attack
nomination.
the president or potential president Donald Trump. Let's see what the Young Turks are saying. These are all liberal news outlets here.
But that's because that's what's been counted. Michigan has only counted 46% of their vote. Wisconsin's at 76%. Trump is up by 4 there. But when you go to the Wisconsin map, you see Dane County, which is where Madison is, has been largely counted. But when you go south, to Greene County, just below that, and Rock County,
they're
which
trying
are
to
good
find
counties
votes,
for Harris,
DEI
Iowa County as well. They haven't been counted as much. And Milwaukee County is only at 58%.
And she's still wanting him.
There's still hope there. So speaking of hope, thank you for giving it to us. So the anonymous person who gave the big amount on tyt.com. We appreciate you. T Walker 74. I appreciate you. I'll do more names in a little bit, but everyone who gives over $100 through tyt.com, I call them just to personally thank them. I want to give Sarah F a huge shout out as well. Sarah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Everybody over 250 or over gets a TYT hat. It's not that it's like I like it. I think it's super cool. But
She's
at least
gaining
it lets me know if
the
I'm
Electoral
running you
College.
guys, et cetera,
She's at
that
200.
you guys helped
Trump's
on
at 230.
when we needed
The race
it. I
isn't over,
appreciate it, and
guys.
we do need it. And everybody who signs up through tyt.com gets a 20% off today for the monthly membership.
Let's switch to Newsmax.
The car industry with his Tesla, and maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have some of them, and it's good to have a guy who's that smart with you to help you make smart decisions for the future of this country.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in the little landing thing. It's like I
Newsmax
watched
is
it
so
maybe
optimistic.
100 times. I just can't get over it.
You know, and giving away $1 million to voters too, and they tried to shut that down.
I thought that rocket video was being played in reverse. At first I didn't believe it.
Me too. I still watch it. I was like, is this real?
Yeah.
I got to go see it in person. That's on my
I was like, is it really doing that? Like, did he really do that? It's remarkable. And, you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's brilliant. And he ran a great campaign and he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you.
Okay.
We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it
Pulling
works.
an all-nighter, Rick. We're
You
going
know
to
how
take
it
a break.
works. We got to pay the bills here. All right.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges. And as you can see, they're all leaning red right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about what the most consequential races are in the Senate. We've been discussing how this thing could play out and that it was likely that the Republicans might gain control of the Senate. But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here, I think
before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Of course, she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium. So we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum, and then he was reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio. That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last two elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana is an interesting race because Steve Daines is the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Committee, campaign committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, John Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the audience, why are we talking about this so much? Why is the balance of power in the Senate critical to how powerful a president we're talking about?
Well, in order for the president to get his legislation passed, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements he can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, He needs the compliance of the House of Representatives in the United States Senate.
Everything he could to try and work on his ground game, and look at that, it looks like it worked. So as he gets closer to the amount of electoral votes he needs to go right back to the White House, Trump telling his supporters through social media posts and his campaign that he is feeling very confident here. He voted earlier today here in Palm Beach, Florida, not far from where he is right now at Mar-a-Lago, and he said he didn't have his victory speech ready, but he would do it off the cuff if he needed to. And his message about the border and the economy seems to have resonated with a huge amount of voters. We saw how many big crowds he pulled in, not just in North Carolina, but Michigan, Ohio, all across these battleground and swing states. And it looks like the voter turnout matched up with that. So there was a little bit of a shift on the ground there in North Carolina. Remember when the early voting numbers came in, you guys, it looked like more registered Republicans cast their ballot in the Tar Heel State than Democrats for the first time in a while. So that shows the shift on the ground. We'll see how it plays out as we get closer to this thing possibly wrapping up. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Alexis McAdams from Trump headquarters, thank you very much.
All right, now let's go to Rich Edson. He's with the Harris team. How are they feeling as they see North Carolina drop off the map for them?
Yeah, John, the environment here has gotten much more subdued as North Carolina falls off the map, and then that path to victory gets narrower. What you're seeing now is essentially what the Harris campaign has been stressing, is that you got to take that path through the blue wall states, the upper Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. But there are major, major challenges there. I mean, this was a party atmosphere for a large chunk of the evening, but now trying to pump them up with some 90s Michael Jackson, but it still is pretty subdued here. What you got now here is some message from the Harris campaign that, hey, we still have a lot of outstanding votes, plenty of outstanding votes.
So just kind of running it back through you guys.
They're hoping that gives them a good boost. They say they've
I think we're going to see a much different America after the election. I think there's going to be some vendettas and some axes that are going to be ground.
But still, it is an uphill climb right
someone
now
is
as they're
going
watching
to
all
want to
this come through.
be. Someone's going to feel like taking out resentment on what happened here. We're not 100% certain that Trump is going to win yet, but the fact that he came so close is enough fuel to make a lot of people concerned. Why did black men betray their communities?
She'd also talked a little bit more about the economy. Some polling had showed that she'd been closing
why
the gap there.
did she lose when everything seemed to point to so much hope? What is going on in our country to make this such an issue? And I think the big thing that we can say is that we still have to pray. We still have to have a focus on what's right. And I think that we need to have an awakening in our country. I think God is trying to get men to wake up, but unfortunately, Satan also has a message for them, that devolves into misogyny and things like that. But I don't think that's the main issue we're dealing with here. I think that God wants men's voices back, and he wants black men's voices to be back and prominent. And as a result, this is something that's flooding over into the election. We talk so much about the gender war, where men feel like they are becoming backseat drivers in their own purpose. And I think that's beginning to resonate a lot. And this may be a chaos or an angry vote, putting Donald Trump into office, if that's what ends up happening. But it also represents something that we can't just continue to ignore. The time for shaming men and just calling them names, disregarding how they feel, undermining men, I think those days are over. Of course, there's going to be a backlash from mainstream media and other folks that come in and attack us little folks at the bottom here. But that's not going to stop this movement that's taking place. And we're in for a very big change. My biggest concern isn't, necessarily just getting Donald Trump in office as if he's going to change or make things even significantly better. My biggest concern is once men win this so-called gender war or this so-called war of the sexes, we don't have a plan on what we do next. And there never will be a cohesive plan as long as Christ is not in the center. So that's kind of how I feel about that. Let's pull it back over to, who are we looking at here? Fox News. Okay. What does Fox News have to say? I'm sure they're happy.
And
Tomorrow night at midnight, I'll be on that flight to Abu Dhabi, then to Riyadh, and then to Geneva, because everybody wants to know if there's going to be a major change in corporate tax or in capital gains, unrealized gains being taxed.
This is what we talked about before.
My
DEI
job is
hire, you still here?
I'm an ambassador for this economy to bring capital back.
I am.
I would rather
Let's listen closely
get
to this
on
because
that
this involves
plane
investing.
tomorrow night at a 21% corporate tax rate for obvious reasons, because people have to remember, we compete globally for capital. It's not just domestic. If we go to 28%, we're going to have reversions of companies leaving for Ireland again. That's very dumb. That's bad policy. So I'm a policy guy. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. I would prefer less regulation, less tax, no price controls. Deregulation really matters at the federal level for me to do my job and bring more money back here.
So, Robert, we were all in the same meeting today at 5:30 where we went over the early results of the voter analysis. 4 in 10 voters said the economy was their top issue.
Yeah.
DEI hire.
What
do you think about all this
a couple
stuff?
times every week talking about the economy.
And we appreciate that.
Thank you. And the economy should be front and center for many different reasons, not just inflation or jobs, but
No,
it's
economy
really
shouldn't be
what
front and
makes-
center. God should be front and center, and that's where we miss each other. But DEI hire, you're hearing this, and we got DK back up too. He's talking about going back into the markets and dealing with the economy side of this. You can kind of hear the optimism in his voice. What do you think we should expect in the stock market? And I also want to get DK in on this because you guys are you guys are G's when it comes down to the stock market and making the best of it.
I think it's what we should expect, because at least from that angle, they have a clearer direction for where things are going.
By that angle, you mean with the Trump administration?
Correct. Correct. Where Harris didn't really have one. The only thing she spoke about was redistribution, which scares people, and the unrealized via going through the unrealized tax gain or taxation. And I spoke on it briefly in smaller circles, but I think people were scared and they got brainwashed through their media outlets with this national sales tax. But all that's no different than it's a consumption tax. So to break it down, as you say, to a 12-year-old, do you want to drink Coke or do you want to drink Pepsi? And if the national sales tax is on soda, well, start drinking water. You're not taxed, so you're not losing any money. It's only when you participate that you lose money through the Trump national tax, as Harris says, but it's really just a tariff on other countries. So instead of spending money on somebody else's Coke and Pepsi, you're putting the money back into your own economy, whatever subgroup you want to follow, by now drinking water. So I think that's a good thing economically.
So DK, what does all this mean? We have a potential Donald Trump presidential administration. How is this going to affect the economy? You're muted, bro.
We'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. I was just looking on my Robinhood now, and I don't know if you guys noticed they had you could put if Harris going to win or if Trump's going to win. So earlier during the day, I think Harris like 44. So Trump was what at whatever 68, whatever. No, I'm sorry, at 50, 56. You know what it is right now?
What's that?
Look on your phone. Or you want me to tell you?
Let me check out my Robinhood. You said it's on the front page?
Yeah, go to Robinhood and see what the percentage is.
I don't see anything. Where's it at?
No, you log on, it should tell you.
I don't see it.
All right, I'll tell you. It's 65 to 94. 5 to 95. I don't know if you can see it. I pulled it up here.
Wow.
Ain't that crazy? So the stock market is already saying. If you think, hey, anybody who think Harris could come back and win, right now, I'm telling you, put about 2,000 down, and that'll make you
Make some
about.
money.
Oh yeah, that'll make you about 20, 30,000. If you think Harris can win, right? This is the time right now. If you got 10,000, go and get your 100,000 right now, or whatever it's gonna be. You know, but like the Harris said, the even the spies up 583. You know, if you would have got it 2 days ago, it was at what 569. So 2 days ago, I mean, you talking about you'd be up 3,000%.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well, we have the Young Turks over here, guys. They're still trying to find votes in Pennsylvania. Let's check in and see the progress that they're making.
Okay. Oh yeah.
County, not as many people there, but it's a blue county, and she
A lot
can
of
count
red
on
to
a
be
little
looking for
bit of
blue
margin there. Look,
votes.
In each of these counties, Trump lost those by about a percentage and a half. And now he's down 2.5% in some of those rural counties. So,
So the lady on the panel here is Anna Kasparian. She's also a member of the Young Turks. She recently has turned her back on the Democratic Party. She was assaulted sexually outside of her apartment by two homeless men and drug addicts. The woman in the top left corner there. And when she talked about it, everybody on the left attacked her. You know, why are you talking about these people and they need help? You know that, and she's like, these people don't have my back, and she turned against the left.
And
And
sit out there.
She's been really causing a lot of problems over the Young
Arizona
Turks.
They're not really reporting enough. They're 53% of the vote. Trump is up by less than a point, by a half point there. But Maricopa is mostly counted. No, Maricopa's at 55%, and that's Harris country. But there's no part of it. Pima County, where Tucson is. If you go south a little bit, where Tucson is, that's more Harris country. Only 55% of the votes counted. And then go north. What's that county up there? Coconino County up north. There's another blue county, but that's not that's winnable too. So this race is not over. It's just.
So this is the thing. The frustration and the speculation can be completely valid. I'm never the type to be like, oh no, it's over. Let's see. Why not? Let's go ahead and see first. But again, there's so many things still left to happen. This is where the potential problem comes in with how close it would be to that. No matter which way it goes, there's going to be all these thoughts of challenge. And then what about the 4, 5, 6, 7 bomb threats that some of which were traced back to some IP address somewhere from Russia? That's going to get talked about. This, no matter what it is, it's gonna still be really bad, like news. It's gonna be bad reactions to it. There's gonna be excuses that are outside of what it is that's going on. Assumptions and presumptions about maybe what people didn't see or couldn't understand totally why it may or may not.
The Russians ruined the election for Pennsylvania. DK.
Not over yet. It's about to be over. Yeah,
what's that?
It's about to be over. Look at that. 51% to 48, 87% in. Can we go back to the fair news?
Newsmax, there we go.
Yeah. I just want to see where we at. Oh, what is their count? Look at that.
Newsmax has Trump 247, Harris 213.
Yeah. So I'm trying to tell you, Michigan. Remember, we wasn't even talking about him getting Michigan. We was talking about him getting Wisconsin and PA. Now we're talking about Michigan. He's probably gonna get all 3 of those, bro.
All 3 or all 4?
Well, no, I don't know why they ain't called Georgia. Go to Georgia.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, they tripping over there. And how many Georgia's? How many votes?
16 electoral votes.
That puts it. Let's put it in what? 46.
246.
And then Pennsylvania puts them at 246, 256, 260, 269. Is that right?
246 plus 19. Like I said, I don't do math in public. Don't get me lying.
265.
265. Yeah, so now all he needs is one of these two. I mean, I think he gets Michigan. I think the crazy part, I think, is Wisconsin more than Michigan.
Wisconsin has 77% reporting, and he's
Yeah.
up 51 of 47.
Yeah, I mean, I think he gets all three, to be honest. I think he wins tonight, bro. I think he won. Not tonight, but because it's already past 12. But I think he wins for sure. Let me see
I
Minnesota.
don't think he wins tonight.
I'm saying tonight.
No. There's one trait for the Democratic side: is one, being responsible, and two, holding accountability for their actions or lack of action. They're going to have so many reasons why they won't.
Yeah, but I think he claims victory. I'm saying it's already past 12. I'm saying by this time tomorrow, I think he claims victory. You agree?
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna be accountable and accept defeat.
Oh no.
Nor are they going to be responsible and calm down all the haters to stop potential violence and potential disruptions and this beautiful feeling and unity that we're supposedly going to have.
Yeah. I mean, North Carolina was a key state too. Him claiming. Oh, we did. Oh yeah, we said he's definitely getting Georgia though. But it's crazy. He got that North Carolina. Reese was over here talking crazy. But North Carolina, Georgia know he can get it. And I still think he get PA. I wish we could look at the counties. I want to know how close Dauphin County was. Oh, there we go. Right there, that blue one in the middle. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, right there.
That's all I got.
Nah, over. The blue one in the middle, bro.
I can't do anything with it.
Oh, that don't let you click on it?
No.
I was just wondering how close Dauphin County was. But look, remember when I was telling y'all, I was like, look how, when you look at Pennsylvania, right, and you look at the counties, you see how red most of the state is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's Philadelphia, it's Dauphin County, Allentown, and Erie, and Pittsburgh. That's it. I don't even know what the other county is. Some county got a little green. They must have got independent, huh?
No, that's Altoona. And
No
the one that's
results
green
yet.
is, I think, is Elk. And Elk County is like the least populated, like per capita, so they may not even have reported yet. They probably got like horses and stuff like that still.
Oh, no, but I thought green was independent.
Nah, no results yet. It's green.
Oh, okay. Right.
They may not even have internet in Elk County.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Hey, what we gonna do? We gonna pick it up tomorrow. We have 5 hours almost.
Sure.
I think that's more than reasonable.
Well, we can just do a summary and I got a few spots here. You know, what do you guys think on the in internet land? Should we keep pressing on for another hour or so? Leave a comment, and we can go from there. We'll let the audience decide. We'll pull out some more videos to give context to how we got to where we are. We got some more videos in the queue that we can kind of show, not necessarily how we predicted the election, but more or less showing how men were going to be more instrumental in this and how men are changing their opinions and really voting their own personal interests, if not even their best interests, at least their personal interests, good, bad, or indifferent,
Yeah.
Unmute.
Let's get some more commentary in on what do you guys want to go? Fox News? You want to go Newsmax? CNN? Can't find them. What do you guys think?
Let's go. Let me see. I want to go here. I'm gonna go here real quick.
Oh boy.
Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarita. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never.
Do I really look like a guy with a plan?
All right, let's pull up Fox News. We haven't given them too much of a fair share these days.
Hey, no, we're trying to keep it fair. Let me get a lot to see.
What about the argument? Because you're seeing some people asking the question, maybe Biden should have stayed in. It should have been him. What do you make of that?
I mean, I do the polls as we have them in June and July. And let's say that Trump's vote wasn't undercounted then, although we've seen some places tonight where it has been.
Yep.
Biden was losing across the board. He had absolutely no chance to win outside the margin of error in some battleground states. So the Joe Biden of 2024 is not 2020. We all see him. I love him. I do not think he could have won this race and won.
But if you go through all of these gyrations and you still lose, then it questions the whole strategy.
All right, stick with us. Getting close to 12.
Amazon Freebie has over 400 live channels.
Government and Americans see right through it. But what is happening in Fulton County? Fani Willis, the DA, wins re-election. Now, I know in December there's sort of a hearing to see whether or not she'll lose her, bar license, but tell us about why Fani Willis would win a re-election.
Well, listen, it's a very stronghold in her area in Fulton County. I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out. But, I'm very perplexed, too. It's like, listen, Fani Willis has spent millions and millions of dollars on President Trump and has avoided to take care of other cases that murders, rapes, all kinds of things that created a backlog in Fulton County that's putting a dire distress on the jail system as it is. We all know about that. So, I feel very confident that that will obviously be overturned also. But yeah. I'm shocked myself on how this person could do this and come right back around.
From Mar-a-Lago, let's go to Lydia in West Palm. You've been reporting on potential movement of the former president to your location?
Yeah, so I'm hearing from multiple sources who are with Donald Trump, who have been spending the evening with him in Mar-a-Lago, that they're still stationary, but they are getting in that motorcade. The folks he's with.
So Donald Trump is on the move. Looks like he's going to be doing a speech soon.
It will be part of that motorcade.
Still no word on Kamala Harris moving.
They are gearing up to come over here. Certainly is suggestive that the president will be addressing the crowd tonight and imminently. It's about a 15-minute drive, and I will be keeping you updated, of course, as I get more details about when they take off. But yeah, hearing it will be a presidential motorcade that Donald Trump will be getting.
All right, and a couple of thank you, Lydia. We'll come back to you. A couple of notes to just refresh.
Wow.
Some of our numbers and some of our reporting. Let's see here where to begin. Fox News Decision Desk reporting that Republicans will indeed take control of the U.S. Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, enough for an outright majority. Tipping point appears to be Nebraska. Fox News projecting that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will, in fact, turn away challenger Dan Osborne. It is not yet clear who will serve as the Senate Majority Leader. We know the people who follow politics know the chain of command and the management structure, including but not limited to Senator John Thune. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, longest serving Senate leader in history, has announced, of course, he is not going to be in that position anymore, that he would step down. CNN's John King is saying that Bucks County just turned red, as Aaron reported here at the Wall. And if it's red by the end of the night, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris won the electoral vote tied to Nebraska's second, the so-called blue dot in Nebraska. She defeated Trump in that district centered on the largest city of Omaha after the blue dot having supported two other Democrats for president in the last 16 years. That would be Obama 08, Biden 2020. AP Montana Senate race, Sheehy 59% of the vote with only 16% of the vote reporting. You know what we're going to do now? Take a break. It'll be brief. Reset. If there's motion in Florida, we'll bring it to you. If there's motion in Washington, in or around the campus of Howard.
Inside of the
All
camp.
right.
Rich, I want
We
to
just
ask
got
you,
some
how
notifications
concerning
that
is it and how real
Kamala's
are these
campaign
feelings
is saying
of
it may be
uncertainty within that camp?
too hard to win.
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp. I think that some of these places specifically, they thought that they were going to do a lot better when some of these counties came in.
BJ
What's
said
basically
it's a
happening
character
is that
issue with
Donald
her.
Trump is overperforming.
I'm curious to see if it's true. Will she come out to Howard University to her alumni or her alumni, and will she make a showing and at least give them some energy, or will she stay home, which is not too far away from Howard, maybe 15-20 minute drive at this time of night, maybe a 10-minute drive or so. I'm very curious to see what she does to be near or with her supporters, even though things are looking a little dark. Granted that it is tough on anybody, such a long campaign, and having the energy to do that, I do understand that too.
Do these three states tend to vote as a unit? Is there any understanding?
Yes, and they're very similar, although Pennsylvania is not a Midwest state. It's more of a Northeastern
It
state.
is the
Michigan,
Midwest.
Wisconsin, of course, are both Midwestern states. But there are a lot of those with what's a very important constituency, and those are white, blue-collar voters. Many of them are traditionally Democrats. Many of them were Reagan Democrats, but they came back to the Democratic Party, voted for Clinton twice, voted for Barack Obama twice, and then they moved over to Donald Trump. And I think part of that is trade agreements like NAFTA, for example, disproportionately had an effect on some of these some of these counties and some of these parts of these
Steel
states.
belt to the Rust
As a
Belt.
result, there's been a lot of job losses, and whether it's right or wrong, they blamed it on trade agreements. And those trade agreements essentially had bipartisan support. NAFTA, for example, had Bill Clinton signing it with Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, Bob Michel in the House and Senate, respectively, getting it through. A lot of Republicans were kind of free trade, laissez-faire Republicans. It didn't really go very well. It didn't bode well in these parts of the country. Now that you have Donald Trump, and that
Free
Donald
trade
Trump is
destroyed
to the
my
left,
hometown.
essentially, of the vice president of the Democratic Party on trade, talking about thing is that the Republicans do not have the traditional kind of anti-labor rhetoric. For example, J.D. Vance is somebody who is opposed to the idea of right to work laws. They've tried to become more and more populist and more friendly to the workers to that respect. And I think that is certainly helping them and boding well in trying to unlock that what really was a hammerlock the Democrats had from 1992 to 2006.
You know what's quiet, DK, right now? You're on mute, but you know what's so quiet right now is social media. You can, there is nobody posting anything on social media. It is dead quiet.
What happened to the party with Beyonce? Beyonce.
I sent I sent you over to MSNBC. I don't know if you can pull up their stream,
Let's give it
but
a
I'm
shot.
watching it on TV, and they're making every justification and excuse.
We got some entertainment in here. Oh my goodness.
They're now blaming it on suburban white women.
Are they having a party?
And I
They having a party with Beyonce?
all at once. With that,
All over your head.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation
Not
center
Rachel
in
Maddow.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's
I know
own
she
Shaquille
mad.
Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote.
So when we get back into the commentary, so you're saying that they were blaming suburban white women for Donald Trump's win, DEI hire?
That was one of many justifications for why it's not looking good right now.
Interesting.
Open this entire room is, and we've just gotten up.
To be honest, the suburban white women are okay. They're not going to face too much backlash. It's going to be black men and men in general that are going to face the backlash. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that there's going to be a combined media campaign to come after soccer moms, or you think it's more likely to be a combined media campaign to come after men?
They come after Beyonce.
Oh no,
bruh.
You're right. They may go after these celebrities too.
In this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area.
Oh yeah, they get into the
two,
weeds.
We know that Milwaukee is usually the last to post its results. And when you look at the margin right now in Wisconsin, with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about
You can't even see Donald Trump is winning
ballots
anywhere,
here
like
that
in
will
the
be posted
overall
later tonight, Republicans
election.
are pointing to
Like
that and saying that they are very skeptical.
They make it sound like the election is like far from over. Maybe they're right.
That total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are
MSNBC is so
outstanding right
interesting.
now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot.
Like I'm not seeing anything that says like the overall electoral votes. It's like they're sparsing up the information just to not give him total credit. You know?
Yeah, no, he's got Wisconsin.
Time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state.
Georgia.
NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed.
The other news
in the
stations
presidential
projected
race.
Donald Trump had Georgia probably an hour ago.
Our swing states, we've got two called thus far in
That's the
Georgia
point I
and
was
in
trying to
North
make with
Carolina
them.
per NBC News.
Go ahead, DEI.
That was the point I was making. They did the same thing with North Carolina.
Took forever.
So if you're seeing them tilt more to accepting Trump as winning, he most likely will win.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
They'll, in my opinion, they'll be the last to give it up.
Yeah, MSNBC is even more left leaning than CNN. They're pretty extreme, and they've invested a lot of time, energy, and treasure to see Donald Trump lose. Here we go.
It's not been treated as a battleground state. If she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east
Harrisburg
flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past. She's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though. This would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties.
I have a bunch.
I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins the state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call that NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger.
This point, so we're following the latest with that, as well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. And we could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone, getting everything. The stage is set. Camera phones are out at this point. But we're following the latest here well past midnight now, 40 minutes past the midnight here on Live Now from Fox for this. All right, let's slide away. Continue here. Let me put up this before we go to break. Just a new post from Jackie Heinrich. New reporting here saying two sources tell Jackie Heinrich close to the campaign to address the crowd at Howard tonight. Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks.
DEI, you called it.
To speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially
now DEI. You said that if there's no reason to pander, she's going to stop pandering. Is that what's really going on? These people sitting out there. It's got to be about 50 degrees out there right now. Let me see what the temperature is right now over there.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's 63 degrees. It's a nice night to wait for Kamala.
They can wait till Wednesday night.
That's how long they're gonna be there.
They want to see her.
Well, if that's true, it makes sense. As a judge of character, she always struck me as self-serving.
No. Young Turks or MSNBC. Let's check out
That's
Young
what it
Turks.
is.
The goodies and favors that you wanted. Don't worry. Just bribe Trump. He'll give it to you. He'll give you the same exact things you want. And by the way, they were going to fire Lena Khan either way because J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate, it theoretically is in favor of Lena Khan, and he has said that. But who do you think is more important and will get to control decisions in the Trump White House more? The vice president or the largest donor Trump has, who is Elon Musk? Okay, let me give you a cheat sheet for this test. Very easy one, Elon Musk. He will be much, much more powerful than J.D. Vance. And so if Elon Musk wants Lena Khan fired and J.D. Vance doesn't, Elon Musk will.
Why are they?
Anyway. So look, guys, over the next, if these results hold, 4 years, we are going to have
whatever they can say, bro.
That you have ever seen. They are going to rob this country blind. They are going to load us up with so much.
That proxy for Harris is now speaking.
Staggering. Donald Trump isn't going to be like, oh, but guys, what's going to happen to the country in 20 or 40 years? I'm so worried about it. No, he's going to be like, tax cuts, more spending. Who cares? Subsidies for Elon, subsidies for all my donors. And he's going to do what he did last time. We had $20 trillion debt when he came in. When he left, $28 trillion. He added 40% of the debt. He'll do it again. And those guys, every donor of Donald Trump today is
I found your
the
clip.
biggest bottle of
DEI.
champagne you've ever seen. They're
Let's take a
all
look.
going to get.
State that I think Democrats really were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and the thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had
Blaming
in the
white
suburbs,
women?
and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't...
White women had a chance to figure out how to better interact with the patriarchy. Let's look at the comments section and see how people feel about that. President Trump earned every single one. Broken brains. Is her hairline receding?
Oh, Lord.
Trump campaign, that's something weird. Trump derangement syndrome in full swing. Someone needs a Joy Reid tracker account on X for nights like tonight. They shouldn't be blaming us. They should be thanking us. Oh, my goodness. She's so racist. It's unbelievable. I wish Joy Reid and Kamala Harris were a package deal. We could get rid of both these racists in one night. What am I reading here? Joy Reid, who's the black woman? It's always about white people instead of people. She will never change that mindset. USMC Lady Vet says, we as women want our life safe from illegal immigrants who are committing crimes against us. We as women want our daughter safe from biological males in women's sports and bathrooms. We as women do not want to be subjugated to Marxist BS. Ooh, spicy. Joy Reid is a racist, wretched human. The Democrat Party needs to distance themselves from her evil. Did you pick up all that? DEI hire? Did you feel these sentiments?
I did not know it was that bad. I mean, I know of her acting in that way. I did not know that people felt that way about her.
She's not very popular in a lot of places. Interesting, though. Just in, campaign Harris co-chair says Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight and will be coming out tomorrow. Speak of the devil.
She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
How did you know, DEI?
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all. So you won't hear from...
How did you know she wasn't going to speak to the crowd?
Let's just say she had a long campaign. She's tired.
Yeah, that's true. Hillary 2.0.
Let's say it's environmental. It's environmental instead of being a bad character.
Oh my goodness.
Look at him, bro.
They get crazy with it. Let's see what else they say. She's crying or drinking. This is Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, that's a parody page. Gotta love this. Her silence speaks for her dreadful campaign. Cardi B can handle it. She's crying too much to speak. She's done.
Oh,
wow. She's been drinking probably. Coming out of the closet? Embarrassing for her. We're just waiting on the truckloads of ballots to show up later tonight, and then we'll discuss tomorrow. It's so over for them. They know the outcome. She's too drunk. Just call it. You lost. Let the liberals grieve. The good guys won. Oh, my goodness. Such evil from these people, DK. How do you explain this? Good grief. She's such a loser. Give her a script and she'll come out. Savages. Why? Is the teleprompter broken? Oh, man. That's brutal. We'll get back to you after we cheat in the middle of the night and are in the stronger position. She needs to drink heavily tonight. Just like Hillary in 2016. Ha ha, she lost. Anyway, this is a live scene of the actual area over in Howard University, about right around the corner from me or not too far.
Came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home, that they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow.
Wow.
It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here.
Yeah.
There were several thousand people here.
He did seem pretty sad.
Say 4 p.m. And the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these
Aw,
people
man,
were
she ain't gonna
standing
show
on
up
their
at Howard?
feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters. There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear.
They're buying into the same propaganda. They're buying into the same propaganda you were spouting earlier, DEI hire. What do you think about that, bro?
It's spot on. You're a hypocrite. You're not genuine. Maybe that's why you didn't get the votes.
Hey, you know, D.I. hire you all the way right. All the way right.
Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarita. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make.
Oh, God.
You want to hear my thoughts?
Go ahead.
Hey, welcome.
JR.
Welcome back.
Brother, I've been here the whole time. I've just been silent, been chilling because I've been told not to say nothing. But I made a call. I made a judgment call earlier today, and I was 100% right.
So you voted for Kamala, but you bet for Donald Trump.
I said I made a call earlier today, and I was right.
Fair enough. So, what do you think about all this? And we had some questions for some of our panelists earlier today. How is your community responding to this?
I don't know how they responding to this, but I know that it's not a good feeling for them.
Pennsylvania getting higher.
It's not a good feeling for them.
What do you feel like people are most disappointed about?
I don't know.
Are they upset that they didn't get their abortion rights, or what do you think?
Like I said, protect that check. That's all I'm worried about.
Explain what that means for you.
The same thing it means for you.
People don't know this code language we talking over here, man. Oh boy, it's an interesting situation here, man. Very interesting situation.
Thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
Yeah, well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington.
Newsmax, if I didn't know better, I would say they were conservative.
That, and probably to the benefit of many Americans.
So, what else has been your experience today? What observations did you want to share with us, Junior?
Hey man, today funny thing, I got a new set of tires like about a year ago. And guess what? I got to change the flat tire tomorrow.
What's that got to do with the price of tea in China, man?
We put a lot of people put a lot of their eggs in one basket.
Oh.
And now that basket is broke and it's flat, and their eggs is done.
You mean regular people in the community, or you mean people in the country? With politicians and economists and things like that. Who are you talking about?
The regular people in the country.
How could they put their eggs in this basket of the Democratic Party? I don't understand how that would benefit them. Like, why would it be such a catastrophe to put your eggs in the basket of the only thing she was really running on? Well, she had a few policies. She did kind of clarify some things, but the biggest thing she ran it on was child deletion and LGBTQIA rights and helping. She did talk about giving people money for homes and things like that. But they put their money in that. They invested in that idea. Like, what is there to invest in? It's not like a lot for everybody to get spun up on.
A lot of people put a lot of time and a lot of resources into this, and now they're eating crow now.
Oh, you mean like people talking a lot of smack on the internet?
Talking a lot of smack on the internet, talking a lot of person in person. You know what? You know, the funny thing is, I don't know how in the fuck America thought that they wouldn't even elect a white woman for president in 2016.
Yeah.
How you think they
language
a black woman?
Yeah, and I said that from the door, but I got to give up for Dave McCormick real quick.
Are you about to engage in blasphemy?
All right, wrong one.
Now give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Dave McCormick had a hard road. He really pushed that out. So I'm glad he pulled that out.
Dave McCormick for U.S. Senate, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that was big. That was big.
So DK, what do you think? And I want. Got an echo. DEI hire. DK, what is U.S. politics going to look like? Well, hold on. I think we got Cenk over here having a meltdown. Let's see what he's saying.
It's muted, bro. Oh, yeah.
It's muted. Oh. Hold on.
It's not when he ain't saying nothing.
He mad. Is it not working still?
Yeah, he ain't saying nothing. That's
But
what
can
it
you
is.
hear him?
Nah, because he ain't saying nothing.
What about now?
He ain't saying nothing.
DK, there's 20 people watching. Can y'all hear him or not?
No, that's what I'm
No.
telling you. He ain't saying nothing. But it's all good, man. I'm saying I'm glad that McCormick won. McCormick had a tough road. And the crazy part, I like Casey too. I actually like both of them. They both was veterans. Actually, I think they both went to West Point. Actually,
Oh, really?
yeah.
All right. Casey was a fraud. His advertisements were like, "Oh, I'm doing something about the border," when he never did anything in the first place.
Sure.
He's gonna do. So he was a fraud, and I hate to say it, I didn't vote for McCormick either. I voted for that off-party person. But McCormick's a fraud
Well,
too.
hold
You're
on.
gonna find that
Aren't you
out.
guys supposed to be radical Republicans? What are you doing voting for Democrats and off-party people? Explain.
Oh, I'm voting for Democrats.
No. You need to talk to your other buddy there.
I'm voting for Patty Kidd. You ain't vote for Patty Kidd, did you?
Nope, I didn't. Because she's a fraud too. She's talking about she's been working to fight for minimum wage. There ain't nothing to fight. It's a free market. So she just came out with some false promises. So no, she didn't get my vote for that.
Yeah, we never agree on everything.
Let's try the Young Turks again, just for the sake of.
And just for clarity, I align with libertarian.
He's mad.
Keep
y'all
losing
hear
to
this?
buffoons.
Yeah.
The obvious con men like Donald Trump keep losing and never figuring it out. Here, I solved it for you. I figured it out. It's the goddamn corruption.
Oh.
All the stupid donor money, all it's ever done is lead to more losses. So if you don't fire them, you have no one to blame but yourself. Young Turks will be back.
Language.
He's mad.
I'm pretty sure the Democrats spending way more money in this election than that.
Well, I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that the election got away from the people because they focus more on donor money and taking care of special interests versus taking care of people. But I don't think he really understands that America is not liberal as he thinks it is. I think he underestimates. Maybe he's right, because the money is where the heart is at, right? And they can't focus on the real issues because their heart is so invested in trying to keep these donors happy. But what were and that's the question. See, he knows more than I do, obviously. But what were the donors getting out of Kamala Harris? What were they? Can anybody answer that online, or anybody that's live with us here? What are the donors getting out of Kamala Harris?
Beyonce.
Dance party with Beyonce. I'm gonna find that video since you love it so much.
I got it. I'll pull it up. I got it.
Nah, I got you.
Okay, because
I bet you I can get it faster than you anyway.
I pull it up. Because really, think about it. This is what they're paying for. And I know Trump, but I
Hold on, let me answer your question then.
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
No fun to see you.
With Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Beyonce.
It go hard.
Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
JR. You still with us, JR?
What up? I'm right here, brother. What's up?
To go home.
Why didn't the celebrities help convince you more for in your vote?
Ain't about them convincing me. They didn't convince they didn't convince the majority of people that voted.
What do you mean? People love Beyonce. People love Kelly Rowland. They like Cardi B. They like Megan Thee Stallion, Quavo, J-Lo. They love them.
How
What
can you
happened
like
to,
Cardi B and Quavo?
what happened to Swifty? What happened to the Swifties? Where they at?
We had Taylor Swift. We had an all-star lineup.
LeBron?
Why didn't? But I mean, honestly, I'm looking for an answer to this one. Why did that not influence your vote?
Look, it did. It didn't influence the world vote, and the world voted today.
Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce,
Hey,
Beyonce,
look at the sister.
Beyonce, Beyonce. Party with Beyonce. Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce.
Oh, y'all tripping.
Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. Beyonce.
You know what? Donald Trump gonna blow the world up,
That's just why you shut up, talking about staying
but we might end up laughing the whole time. Look what these crazy things they be taking with him. If I'm lying, I'm flying. He gonna blow the world up, but you know. So celebrities don't move the needle for you, JR?
Never did, bro. Never did.
What celebrity would they have needed to bring out for you to be on? Like who? Give me somebody. Like man, I was
you
thinking.
want me to give you a celebrity they could have brought on and could have won? They could have brought that person on. BB King.
BB King. Well, that's a little biased, but I feel you on that one.
They could have brought Jesus Christ out. That would have helped.
You only saying that because I'm staying in here.
I'm not. Hey, that's not true.
Please.
We're live. Tens of thousands of people. I want to find that video though. They had the Avengers come out and promote and support Kamala Harris too. And I thought that was so interesting.
All of them?
Yeah, pretty much all of them, bro. And I'm like Marvel and Disney allowed them to do this? Like, and you know how inflammatory politics can be anyway, but here we go.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Avengers.
Hi. Hey,
Thanks for
Scarlett.
jumping on the call.
Whoa. I think you mean assembling. I said
Wow.
assembling. Don, that's pretty good. No, that was funny.
Scarlett, it is our pleasure to come together and to get the vote out this election. Come on.
Yeah, how can we be of service? How about we start with what our voting plans are going to be, who we're going to bring to the polls with us, that sort of thing.
I think Kamala Harris needs a catchphrase.
Ooh, yes, definitely a catchphrase.
How about this? I'm just off the top of my head.
Do you guys like this? I mean, it's making me really. It's hurting my soul to see them do this, and this is why I canceled my Disney Plus subscription.
Ed, I can do this all day. Shut up.
Let me show you guys how that's really supposed to go down. That particular line.
I can do this all day.
Back to the clip.
I hate it. Okay. I mean, it's original, but
What about something punchier like,
oh, boom. You looking for this?
Iron Man 2, everybody loved it.
Okay, again, I think we're just trying to get out the vote.
Kamala forever.
That's better.
Okay, how about I'm down with democracy?
It's
hard to argue with that.
Kamala Harris down with democracy. Oh, yeah. I'm Kamala Harris, and I say down with democracy.
Now, who greenlit this? These guys are talking about down with democracy. These are the Avengers and Marvel Universe actors. Like, voting is a very personal thing, and they're using anyway. You guys see where this is going, and we're gonna do a video on this. And I want to talk to my geeks for a second here. We saw the same thing happening in the geekdom, you know, the fandom menace, and all this other stuff, where we kept seeing all this diversity, equity, and inclusion brought into geek spaces, whether it was the Masters of the Universe cartoon series, or Thor, Love and Thunder, or Captain America, Winter Soldier. Every single series, just about, to include a lot of properties with LucasArts, started to feature strong, independent women. And they put them up, and then if you didn't like the acting, or if it was a storyline that just wasn't popular to begin with, they didn't take responsibility and say, "Hey, it's our fault for not putting forward a good candidate. I mean, a good plot. It's your fault because you're just racist and you're sexist." Does that sound familiar? DK, does that sound a little familiar? If you don't like the product, it's not our fault. It's your fault.
It's too familiar. Too familiar.
And they kept doing that with franchise after franchise after franchise, from LucasArts to the whole. What is the one with Indiana Jones? You know, all the way to Marvel. Disney just destroyed everything. You know, and it's not like people had a problem with the female leads, because we love Ripley from Aliens. You know, we love all these other strong female characters, you know, that did a great job because they had great stories. But they try to put characters before us that never gave us a real story. It was just all diversity.
What about Star Wars?
Same thing with Star Wars. You got Rey, who is the protagonist, who took the helm, so to speak, from Luke Skywalker, or however you want to explain that. She learns how to be a Jedi, you know, without any kind of true assistance. They try to retcon it and fix it later on, but she came out of the box already strong and independent and didn't need no man.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to see a hero's journey where the hero doesn't go on a journey. They come out of the box perfect. Same thing with Captain Marvel. Same thing with Miss Marvel. Same thing with all these different characters. And that's part of the reason why I knew Kamala Harris was going to have a problem with this election, was because we have been dealing with this in geek culture. Got an echo here. We have been dealing with this in geek culture for probably the better part of probably since Ghostbusters. You know, Ghostbusters came out and they kind of did the same thing. So we've been seeing this same thing repeated over and over in our culture, and men have been like, okay, what happened to my childhood heroes? They're all being replaced by women who never have done anything to prove themselves in the storyline. And if you don't like the story, you're a misogynist. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Too familiar, bro. Too familiar. Hey,
it's a losing formula for arts and entertainment, and these companies have lost billions of dollars because of it. And it's a losing formula when you're trying to push for, you know, a political candidate based off of their gender or their racial or sexual identity or whatever you want to call it.
Did Trump get the where was he going? Mar-a-Lago yet? Did he get there?
Let's see. He is moving right now. Let's take a look live and find out where DJT is. I see RFK over here. Let's tune in and see what they're talking about.
Trump here on your screen, a live look as we can see RFK Jr. And we are expecting the former president to make the day election day has passed. Thank you all for sticking with us here throughout this day, and it keeps on going. My name is Karel Lahara. So once again, a couple of vantage points that we have here.
Okay, let's move over to these guys.
Some remarks already the day after election day has passed. Thank you all for sticking with us here throughout this day, and it keeps on going. My name is Karel Lahara. So once again, a couple of vantage points that we have
let's
here.
watch
We also
the
have
Young Turks wig out for a little while. Or MSNBC, let's give them a shot.
We are awaiting.
They've done their thing too.
There's a sort of saying you've heard for years in the world of sort of the, you know, democratic development about democracy is more than elections. And, you know, the reason I think that's an important statement to think about is it's possible we don't know what the night is going to bring. The Senate, we've called for Republicans. Donald Trump is currently up in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he would be the next president of the United States. The House, we're not going to know for weeks, but it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta, as they did in 2016. Mm-hmm. In which case, the bulwark, you know, against whatever overreach there can be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. all that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. Donald Trump won an election in 2016. He got a Republican House. He got a Republican Senate. They were all fired up and they're going to repeal Obamacare, and they tried twice and it didn't work. There was a lot of things they wanted to do and they didn't work because basically of the other parts of what American democratic culture is. And that was an important and meaningful lesson for the vibrancy of the American democratic experiment. And there's been lots of tests of and threats to that in the intervening years. But those are, no one gets elected those things tonight. We're not going to make a call about those parts of civil society, those institutions, what citizens do.
You know, we just gotta say it. You know, these folks, they did everything they can to push that needle towards one direction over the other. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I'm an analyst and I work in the intelligence community, and it's like you can't continue to put out disinformation and push the needle like that and not expect there to be some kind of repercussion. They went full throttle on this whole thing and pushing this candidate, you know, full throttle.
Who went full throttle with misinformation? Who did that?
We're looking at it right now. MSNBC probably led the charge, probably more than anybody else. Some of the things that they said, just really kind of.
So over the past 6 months, who put out information and who put out disinformation in the last 6 months? Who put out more of that than the other?
Joe Scarborough and MSNBC. This is just a clip right here from MSNBC. Take a listen to this.
I will ask the question that I think is a fair question to ask. Who raised people?
Yeah.
Because they were not raised by anybody in my neighborhoods that I grew up, any middle class neighborhood.
Now he's talking about people who are voting for Donald Trump. Think about that. And you got, anyway.
Neighborhoods that I grew up in, these people were not there. They were not raised. I mean,
now let some Republicans on Fox News get up there and start talking about who raised these people. Think about that.
They weren't the classes I went.
Huh?
Is that Al Sharpton?
Al Sharpton, yeah. Here we go.
In the classes I went to growing up, in elementary or middle or high school or college, they just weren't there. That wasn't the America I grew up in, where people would laugh at the idea of people of the press getting shot. Like everybody would like sit around and like, what's he talking about? Or again, the
laughing at the Puerto Rican
other
joke.
things, laughing at the Puerto Rican.
Do you know some of the crazy? Now, I'm not a Republican, but you know some of the crazy jokes that people speak about against Donald Trump and people who agree with him, coming from liberal comedians. They have all of Hollywood piling. Come on now, this is a little rich, guys.
Hey, Punch. Can I say something real quick?
No doubt.
You can laugh, and you can laugh about my what I stand on, but it still stands firm today. And I'm about to go to sleep because I don't care.
Well, good night, bro. Let's finish this video up.
Joe,
My God.
that Puerto Ricans are a pile of trash, are laughing at a 82, 83-year-old man being bludgeoned nearly to death. That's an applause line. That's a laugh line. Again, who are these people?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know they say that, and I'm about to lay down too. Appreciate you, JR. Punch on it, and everybody, man, a lot of y'all stayed on with us for a long time. But, you know, they say all of that, right? And, I mean, I had people even here today saying that Donald Trump ain't really get shot. Saying that he had the WWE blood and had it in his hand and put it on his ear. I'm like, really? I'm like, what about the people who got shot? Oh, they ain't really got shot, those made up people. I'm like, but what are you talking about? You know what I mean? And
Hey, DK, at the end of the day, does it even matter now?
I mean, it don't matter. But what I'm saying is that's what we're really up against in the society. Because even if he do win, you got it. They're gonna be like, "Oh, he cheated." It's going to be so much drama. They're gonna try to put him in jail before he get there. They're gonna do whatever they can.
Well, now he can pardon himself, which was the whole plan to begin with.
Well, did you hear the joke that he said? Because he was talking about how what's her name Harris had come to that that they did a comedian dinner with the Catholics.
I'll pull the joke up for you.
No.
Hey, while we wait, a DI for hire, you still there?
DEI.
Yeah, DEI for hire. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. What happened?
So, as a self-proclaimed accountant, what's about to happen in 2025?
In regards to what? The budget, the economy?
Is going to
taxes.
Oh, there you go. Good one, Punch. You did get my right one.
What's going to happen regarding taxes?
Yes,
Well,
in 2020,
looks,
in 2025, what's
it
going to
looks
happen
pretty.
regarding taxes?
We'll see if they hold true to what they're claiming they're going to do about restoring things. They're going to reenact what we've lost and keep what we still have,
and get rid of all those agents.
I mean, I would hope so. But we've lost. I mean, if you're a person that works for somebody else and only have what I call ordinary income, this is going to be huge for you if they reinstate a lot of the stuff we lost.
Let's check out DK's joke real quick.
moments together, which is true. I have no doubt that Hillary is going to laugh quite a bit tonight, sometimes even at an appropriate moment. And even tonight, with all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." And I very politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office."
Yo, that was classic. That was classic. What I'm saying, but that's what's supposed to be about. It ain't supposed to be that much division where you don't even show up to something like that. You know what I mean? Like that's how bad it was. This time.
You mean like with Kamala Harris? Well, she took the recommendation. This is the story. Her campaign manager advised her against doing it, and instead told her to do a quasi skit for Saturday Night Live. So I think Molly Shannon was the act. She has she's a Catholic, and they did some kind of skit instead of going to the Charlie Hebdo, whatever that Catholic charity is.
It wasn't the same time though.
Well, she purposely was advised not to go, and according to the story, she cursed out her campaign manager and blamed her for her losing the election because she said she loses the election is her fault. I don't know if that's true, but that's the story that was going around about that. You know.
Hey, what did Biden say?
Help me out. What did he say?
You know what he said.
Choose truth over facts. We choose truth over facts. We choose truth over facts. We choose.
Yeah, man. I gotta work in the morning. regardless,
You working right now? This
yeah,
job.
Regardless of whoever wins. But hey, I mean, you guys can stay on. But I appreciate everybody who came through tonight. We're gonna jump on tomorrow. We jump on if they
Are
make
we?
it.
I didn't know that.
Hey, if they say the results tomorrow, we talking about it live. You know what I mean? For sure.
Well, we had a nice little turnout tonight. Record numbers. Didn't get too much. We got a little bit of interaction from the audience. Everybody who's still watching, if you're not sleeping and YouTube is just on, give us a like, give us a subscribe. We really appreciate it. We are men of God that are encouraging other men of God to move into their purpose. We're going to see a wave of men being empowered. The thing is, if they're not being empowered by God, then they're going to be going in the wrong direction. So our job is to get men out of the clearance out of life, get them making pizza, and also as men begin to step into their purpose, we need them to focus on God and not focus on, just chasing skirts and making money. So that's what we're here for. We do Bible studies and we do this kind of stuff. So give us a subscribe.
And punch real quick, just in case you ain't noticed, the likes on StreamYard is always off, but if you go to YouTube, it's way past that number.
How many likes we got on YouTube?
It was 17, 18 for this video.
Cool, okay.
Yeah. So I was just saying, what I mean, don't worry about that. They there. Everybody's there. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Grown man bar is something you got to deal with.
Oh, we got to hook you up, right?
Yes, sir.
Grown man boss, something you got to deal with.
Let's watch a little bit more of this, guys, and then we'll begin to sunset the show a little.
So very exciting momentum right
We'll be
there.
watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change the tenor and the tone of that speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is. So let's get back there. John, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news. And of course, that it's crucial here for Trump's roadmap to 270. Also watching here, Arizona, we do know that this is another one of those states that Trump could potentially pick up as well. Maricopa County, as I was mentioning, is 60% of the population, still tabulating some votes. Very close right now in Maricopa County, but also we're looking at Pima County, which is where Tucson is. And that's going, at the moment, it's leaning more blue. However, there's still lots of time and still lots of ballots to be brought in. This was a historic year.
Right, John,
for
I'm going to cut you off again one time. John, I'm going to cut you off again one more time because we are now able to call the race for Donald Trump.
Oh, wow. DK got off too early.
It is 1:24 in the morning, and we are calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect, potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this. But we are projecting Donald Trump for the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're seeing us right here. Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great.
I need to make a projection.
You picked the wrong running mate.
This is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of
Hey, DK, you ready for my projection?
Historic election. DJ, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Massive turnout. They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It made a victory speech as we were.
Come on, bro.
Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Margarita.
One for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long
I think one of the important takeaways is
one in 2016.
This is a very close election, and 50% of the country did not want Donald Trump as president, and we need to consider that very, very cautiously. Many people are going to be disenfranchised by this, like JR said earlier, and we got to be very sensitive with our family, our friends, our coworkers, and know that this is not a person that they voted for, and this is a very contentious race here. That being the case, we got to be prayerful about this and go in hoping that we can get reconciliation. And we got to be careful dancing on their graves.
hold these rallies all over the country. They try to identify people who have not
But
voted for
congratulations to
before,
Donald Trump
and that
for
appears to be very effective.
this is a
One of
historic
the other
race.
things,
This
too,
is
that I noticed
a
having
very
listened
fascinating
to
time to be
Kamala in
alive.
the 2020 campaign
Elected
and the
twice as
2024
president.
campaign
I mean,
was the professional nature
it's very,
of her
very
campaign, the
fascinating
way she
time.
handled it. A lot of credit has to be given to Susie Wiles.
If I know we're saying it's close, but you got to remember, if you got 270 now, I told you Pennsylvania, Michigan, and who was it? In Wisconsin, they all usually all go together. So it's probably likely that he wins all of those now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Newsmax is calling it. They are taking a bold step.
Projected to win the presidential race. He's expanded the map. We don't even have the results from Michigan and Wisconsin.
They're saying he won
Arizona,
Pennsylvania.
Nevada yet, but we do have a new president-elect.
Yeah, if you are just joining us.
Say again?
Let's go to DI higher. That's our statistician. What we got? What's your projection?
Projection is we all want to buy Johnson and Johnson calls tomorrow because a lot of feelings are hurt. People are going to need their feminine products and tissues.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Man, we should have bought the Donald Trump stock, the DJT. That it's a
All of this unfold.
You should have bought. You should have bought. You should have bought Netflix stock in 2010.
nah, but I'm talking about we could have bought today. DJT is up. It's up what from the fifth. The lowest was 34. It's at 48
I
now.
think it's up just shy of 50% overnight.
50%, huh?
Yeah, you could have bought 49. Oh, but it was never mind. It was priced in already, y'all.
Hmm.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something. It just happened. I've been talking to y'all, and I've been looking at everything y'all been doing for the whole night. Just now, it just started raining in Ohio.
An early Christmas miracle, huh? So how did you enjoy the podcast from the other side of the aisle, JR?
It was good. I just couldn't say nothing, but I was just paying attention to it.
Okay.
It was very great. If you're coming in and you want to say something, you want to comment, definitely go this route. If you can't comment, you can't say anything, you just want to listen and you just want to just hang out and just pay attention to it, definitely go the other route. And both routes are capable and able, and yeah, good job, brothers.
Wow. So let's change our chart over here. We have one where we're tracking the progress of black men. If I can find it. And we have we've been tracking Pennsylvania, we've been tracking Georgia and Michigan. They're saying Donald Trump is most likely he's at the Michigan, or I'm sorry, Pennsylvania is 93% reported. And that being the case, Donald Trump seems to be in a very powerful lead. So we're going to go ahead and also call the state of Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump. These are the states that have the most population of black men in North Carolina in a close fourth. But isn't that something? This is really a turning point for Black America, if we can even call it that anymore. We may have two different Black Americas inside of one culture, and I think that a lot of black men are not only seeing themselves psychologically separate from the black community and black culture, but now we're seeing a coalition, a coalescing around the political side of it too, right? And that's very interesting. We're talking about two states, possibly three, that were flipped, and we can easily argue, because we know we're going to be blamed for it. We can easily argue that it was flipped by black men, guys. And JR, before you doze off tonight, what do you think about that? Do you think that's an accurate assessment, or do you think it's just a fluke?
Me personally, I knew, and we talked about this before. I knew if she didn't win, They were gonna blame us. If she did win, they was gonna blame somebody else. I knew that.
Hmm. How do black men shoulder the responsibility? What do black men say to their moms, their aunties, their girlfriends, and their cousins, and their friends at work, and the people who go to the skating ring with them, and all this other stuff? What do they say to them now that we have a different paradigm, and black men are now in the crosshairs of potentially the other side of the black community with this whole gender war?
The same thing we done. We always put it on our back and we always made it happen.
Hmm.
Ain't shit different. Ain't nothing different.
Hmm.
Ain't
Thoughts on
nothing
that,
different.
DK? I know we kind of foot stumped this a little bit, but what are your thoughts on that? Because we have to have black men are moving away from, and DK, you said they're moving away from the Democrat plantation, right? And we've been seeing another shift. Whether you want to say it's a Kevin Samuels effect on the election, maybe we should do a video on that, where men have been waking up to realize that they have options now. They can even choose who they want for president, black men and men in general. Thoughts?
Nah, I mean, you really helped me with this from the door. You know what I mean? Not that I mean, I always knew that I had options. You know what I mean? But I really felt like, you know, when you start talking, how men are in that box where you feel like you can only say certain things, you can only talk about certain things, and if you say something too far to the left or too far to the right, you get canceled. But now they're realizing, you know what? We got to listen to what they say. We
Hmm.
we we got to stand. You know what I mean? They can't just shut us out. You know what I mean? And all my brothers who's on the other side. You know what I mean of this election. I just want to talk to you guys and say that, hey, it. I understand where y'all were going, and I was with you guys. It had nothing to do with Kamala and Camilla Harris and with the her whatever color she was. That didn't matter. But what did matter is to me is that the Democratic Party been jerking us for years. You know what I mean? And a lot of us woke up. You know what I mean? Some of us didn't, and I understand why. I understand Trump wasn't the wake up call, and that's what I want y'all to know about me. That it wasn't Trump wasn't a wake up call. The wake up call was them, and we wasn't going to sit back and stay on that plantation. You know what I mean? Because they're not going to get our vote for nothing.
Hmm.
That's,
I do want to make 2 points with that. Before, men in these kind of spaces, these corny podcasts, because that's what it was, guys. It wasn't men on MSNBC. It wasn't men on CNN. It was men on corny little podcasts like this that said that we expect more from our political candidates. And then what happened? We started to get concessions. We started to get Kamala tethering us to policies and saying, "Well, this is for the black men. You get free weed. You get to do the weed thing. You get to." This happened not because of the regular democratic process that we've been dealing with forever. It's because of men in these kind of spaces, and I want people to think about that. And in addition to that, we have to really take into consideration. And this is the question I want for the guys, starting out with DEI hire. It's one thing to get a victory and to beat your opponent over the head with a so-called victory. If we call Trump a victory, I like the fact that men have a voice, and we've shown that we have a powerful voice now. That's what I care about, especially men of God. But DEI hire, how do you put out that olive branch to the women in our communities that feel afraid and don't know how to manage a man's leadership and fear being subjected to men and the patriarchy? How do we give them comfort that we're going to do the right thing by them?
Uh, I don't have an answer. Try to be humble
Mm.
and uh, keep it going. Because that, I think everybody's right. Nothing's going to change. We just we may have to stand prove the point that our voices do count.
Well, I think there are going to be some changes. I don't think the world we're going to wake up to is going to be the same world we started with, 24 hours ago, guys. I think there's going to be a laser focus on men who think a certain kind of way, if you know what I mean. Men who believe in what the kind of things that we believe in, being providers, protectors, problem solvers, prophets, and priests, and have an expectation and a standard for not only themselves, but the people who are in their lives, to include their women. I think that's a radical idea nowadays, because we've been told that, people should just be able to do whatever they want. That being the case, I don't know, guys. I think we're in for a bit of an interesting dialogue and some interesting back and forths. But we have to be able to show our women and show the people who are around us that we are prepared to lead and we want the best for them. And we're not here to take away their rights or whatever the case Donald Trump may have done, real or imagined, in their mind. But we are here for our communities. And I think the Black community specifically has to come to an understanding that, do we want to be ran by studs and thugs, or do we want to be ran by scholars and squares? Because I think we're now at the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. And we want these men to not be a bunch of, cavemen misogynists. We want them to be men of God, because they know they have a voice and they've got a taste of power, if even such a word or a concept exists. All right, guys. I think that we've beat that horse. Anything else? All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's do a quick prayer for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and everybody involved. Anybody want to lead a prayer, or you want me to take it over? All right. Father, we just want to lift up the Kamala Harris campaign and the efforts that have went into it, and the frustrations that they may be feeling now, and the disappointments. We pray that you coalesce their hearts, and that you remind them that you are still on the throne, and that no matter what happens, Lord, you are there for all your people, all Americans, all people. And Father, we pray for there to be a sense of reconciliation. We don't know 100% of what's going to happen with the election, but we have a good idea. But if Donald Trump is the winner of the election, Lord, we pray that you begin to surround him with your angels, and you protect him, and that you prick his conscience to do the right thing on behalf of all these many peoples, as he is now once again the leader of the free world. We pray that you guide and direct his steps, and that you turn down the temperature of all the heat and all the frustration that people may have, and give light and give hope a chance, even in his administration, Lord. Father, we pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thanks for joining us, guys. It's been a long night. God bless.